right hook, left foot. I ain't scared of the man, I'm not shook. I've been running this jungle, that's my book. If you're looking at the king, better think twice. No, they're looking at the rain like it's free ice. Wanna know what it is, what it be like. What you really wanna do with a street life? Try to tell her come and follow my flow, but they rather follow my dough. Money might rule everything all around me, but me no way can I control. RMG, get the name. Down with the gang, gang, gang. You may not heard me, you saw me when coming, but you know by my name. I shoot up everything, put on my life on the line, yeah, this cannon got aim. Life goes with the wife goes. Lights out for the light show, yeah.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You won't beef, then have a call. Oh, looks like bling blow, ayy. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah.
Got a name, you should know, CEO, I'm the code, meaning I'm running game. That's a lap like I'm sprinting pro. I keep this all on the wrist, I ain't got no other option. What other shot can I miss? Rings round me like I'm boxing. We all wins, wish I ETA. Kiss gold, oh that's PDA. Watch them fall, boy, watch them cave. With the dubs, that's an empty space. How they handle the kid, that's a question. Wait, hold up, hit that step back for a lesson, ayy.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You won't beef, then have a call. Oh, looks like bling blow, ayy. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah.
Look at my shine with the blow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in a limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Do you understand what you witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they out for me. Just do it and stop at I'm talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one son that don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up.
In and out, in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. In and out, in and out, in and out. In and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out. In and out, in and out, in and out. Running in and out, 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 in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out. In and out, get it in and out. Yeah, I'm in and out. Start and finish routes. I can't even stay there like what this about. Ain't got time to waste her like when grilling up. Hey, what you really want? I want a million times 100. I'm number one like Zion Williamson. I'm dunking out. Don't condone violence, but I'm killing them off one by one. Got many rings, man. I've been ballin' since a young gun. They never seen anything like him. He's a one of one. I show up early, but I leave out after everyone. Hey, I go harder than the hardest of the legends, huh? Hey, hit my line up when you ready, I'll be ready. I ain't playing with you, I'ma get you in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out, 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 in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out, in and out, in and out, get it in and out.
Splash Bros, we make it rain, you need a levy now. I need some hooking in my back, cause it's too heavy now. You see a op, then put up shots, ain't nothing to talk about. No, it ain't sweet, oh, you got beef, oh, yeah, that's in and out. I'm a beast, off the leash, call that animal style. Fans love my style, I make them go out. They can't compete, they ain't like me, coach, sit them down. I'm the one, I'm the source, I'm a powerhouse. Whenever they say go, I'm who they talking about. I'm always on go, I am not a slouch. Watch me take control, I'm the captain now. When I'm in my zone, I can get you in and out without a doubt.
In and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out, 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 in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out, in and out, in and out, get it in and out.
Yeah. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the coming for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money. That's a boss move. Spent 10K on a video. 10K on a motorboat. 50K on a wrist coat. Why these hoes on a motorboat? I don't take no risk. I just snap my chicks. Hold my cards to my chest. Move like I'm playing chess. I break all the rules. Take it all, don't choose. Making play after play, and I don't ever lose. Ain't got time for no rainy days. Ain't got time for no haterade. Ain't got time, let's spot the paper. Boss talk in the room, that's a cash race. This is what a boss do. what a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the come up for a boss move. Watch what a boss do, what a boss do. Run it up for the money, that's a boss move. Take, was mine. Pay up if you buy. Play, all that play, ain't got time. Say, what you want, you owe me, that's fine. We talking money, this is not a race. We talking lanes, then stay in your place. We talking whips, I got a wraith. Ain't no my lover, out of my face. Ain't got time for no rainy days. Ain't got time for no haterade. Ain't got time, let's spot the paper. Boss talk in the room, that's a cash race. This is what a boss do, what a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the come up for a boss move. Watch what a boss do, what a boss do. Run it up for the money, that's a boss move.
Yeah. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Hey, GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Yeah. I'm in the end zone. Where did he go? You way too slow, homie, I been gone. I know you see, I got the wings, homie, I been flown. Me and the team going for rings, that is the end goal. Hey, I go beast mode, all around the world like Eco. I go crazy like CeeLo, can't stop me like Chico's. I'm suave like Rico, can't be mine no repo. This my home like Depot, can't deny like Veto. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. Hey, GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I'll never crash. So I never crash. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. Hey, GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I'll never crash.
I know we on the way, gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Put in that work, ain't no giving up for real. You know the deal. It's written in stone. We stay going strong. They already know what it is. They want us to lack, but we come up with stamina. Put a new vision on camera. Bringing that pressure, no need to relax. It's about to get hot as it's ever been. I'm speaking the truth and bringing the proof. It's about to get crazy. Running them numbers up, legendary, amazing. Gotta be careful the fire we bringing this blazing. I'm just ready to see the look on their faces. Get a little extra, we killing it, you can't save them. Mark my words, this history in the making. Got another one showing up and it's major. Don't wanna miss it, this something that you was waiting for. Call everybody you know and tell them the wait is over. It's time to open them doors and let the whole world know it. We on the way, ain't no looking back, cause we going forward. Finish line in the distance instead of going for it. Can't be impatient, just do it right, it's gonna last forever. Understand how reality speakers really clever. A lot of times we only focus on the bigger picture, but it's the details of the picture we gotta remember. I know we on the way, gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth, gotta tell the world something. something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Keep going till you get it. Man, you gotta keep going. Solid plan put in place. Gotta put a plan in place. Let me tell the world the truth. Let me tell the world the truth. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. I know it's hard, but keep going strong. You already on. Already. Tough times don't last long. Stay in the zone. That right. From the ashes to overtaking new milestones. That right. See, that's what happens when dedication is turned on. That right. Never give up when facing pressure. It'll make you better. A lot of things gon' come together in stormy weather. Yeah. Just keep your focus on something better. Better late than never. Never give up on that level. It's closer than never. Can't be impatient. Just do it right. It's gon' last forever. Understand how reality speak is really clever. A lot of times we only focus on the bigger picture. Why? But it's the details of the picture we gotta remember. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Keep going till you get it. Man, you gotta keep going. Solid plan put in place. Gotta put a plan in place. Let me tell the world the truth. Let me tell the world the truth. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way.
Only aim for perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Raising the belly of the beast. There were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of. Doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of. Doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. In the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping. Throwing raves, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Work like me, had those stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes still trying to have that price. Either yo cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays, you never had that fight. When the push boom, better burst your pipes.
I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I go for the kill every time I win them all. Don't matter the field, pick the field, I'm a ball. I got stripes like the referee, I'm making calls. Order up a win, we gon' take it all away. And tell ESPN, replay me every day. I'm a top 10, top 10, top 10. Jumping out the gym, you can't keep me boxed in. Got it on lock, I might leave them locked in. Solid as a rock, you know how I'm rocking. I'm coming for your spot, can't nobody stop him. I'm running off the block, please somebody block him. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war.
Yeah, I'm the underdog, but I'm still above y'all. Every single time I'm on top, but the scoreboard. Got nothing to lose, so you know I'm down to die for it. About to take flight, call me Luke, cause I skywalk. I don't play around, I get to it, skip the dialogue. Low management, what is that? No days off. In my own lane, cast away, all I know is ball. We are not the same, not at all, you need to knock it off, yeah. MVP, that's the go call, yeah. Every time I do it, I make them applaud, yeah. I'm an underdog, I rip it apart, yeah. I go for the kill when it's time for war.
I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war.
I'm going and going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer.
It's getting hot in here, no summer. Whole team going dumb in here, no dumber. Belly aching, got that hunger. If we going OT, I'll go under. Running gun this game without no gunner. But my squad a pack of hunters. All in the family, no Archie Bunker. Chop a team down like a stack of lumber. Run the pipe on them, no plumber. Jersey stripe, you know my number. Check the score, you know the sum up. Another win, we never run up. Been around and on the come up. Putting work sun up to sun up.
I'm going and going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer. I'm going and going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer.
Still going and going. Energizer. Never beef on the court, but I keep a tenderizer. Case the temper gets short and need a rectifier. But you ain't seen my support, all my troops ride or diers. Lord is my side, yeah, we got that holy fire. We bring it in and every game court look like a fry. Kingdom of God, hail to the empire. Whole team feeling alive, no amplifier.
I'm going and going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer. I'm going and going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer. Going and going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer.
Trust me, I can make you love me, baby. show. Rain pours down like a king with a poncho. Yeah, a poncho, but I'm never gonna stop till I get what I want. So yeah, it's like demons up in my head. Got monsters under my bed. It's like a weight of pain in my chest. Yeah, suffocating my breath. I'm only scared of myself and all this pain and hatred I felt. So I'm boxing with my reflection till there's only one of us left. Like champion, I'm never gonna stop. I'm a champion. I'm running to the top like a champion. I'm never gonna stop, never gonna stop, 'cause I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. Call me a monster, it'll just better me. Keep checking me, I become everything that you keep telling me. How the f could you ever contest with me? I'm a body you. How the f could you ever be ahead of me? I'm a dad to you. Yeah, then carry you to hell with me. All the hatred you give me just powers the monster within me. I'll always be yours, so before I fall, I make sure I'm taking you with me. Yeah, I should be praying for all of my enemies. They keep giving me all of their energy. I'm everything that they can never be, everything that you will never be. Champion, I'm never gonna stop. I'm a champion. I'm running to the top like a champion. I'm never gonna stop, never gonna stop, 'cause I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do. Fight until the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Wish that I had something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make 'em all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make 'em all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you. Feeling like there's nothing I can do. This could be the end, it's mine to choose. It's taken me my lifetime just to prove. This could be the day I die for you. Don't let it be the day. What do you see before it's
gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't noticed.
Das ist super gut gespielt von Vivo als auch Ems.
Qui retrouve c'est le highlight de Mars.
Heirate mich, Junge, was? Mich gelegt, was von
Over the past few months, 7 different regions have been battling out to find their representative in this here tournament. Hello and welcome everybody to day 1 of the Valorant Regional League Finals. My name is Pavlos, and by my side to break down the action today, I've got none other than the beautiful NaoriMizuki and Lythi, of course. This is going to be an excellent day. I'm so hyped. This is so overdue. How are you guys feeling?
I cannot believe that it's finally here. The second iteration. First time around, of course, we went to the VCT promotion tournament. And of course, that was to get into challenges. But this one, this has stakes all its own. This one is about being the best out of all the regions.
All of the regional bragging rights are on the line here. I am so excited to be here. We'll see some incredible matches and incredible teams. I can't wait to get this going.
I don't think anybody can wait. I think everybody across Europe has been looking into these regional leagues. And if you haven't, that's all right. We've got you covered. We'll let you know the ins and outs of everything. But there's another reason why everybody in the EMEA has been happy, right? Because we are the champions, baby. We have crowned, of course, FPX, their win in VCT Masters Copenhagen. We're number 1. So yeah, let's celebrate that for a little bit. Let's talk about FPX and how they managed to get there.
Before we talk about FPX, we cannot not mention the teams like Optic, like Paper Rex, like Fnatic, all of these teams that came in as super powerhouses that everyone had a lot of expectations for. And FPX blew all of those expectations straight out of the water. Not only did they do better in terms of like just raw results, but also in terms of how they performed on the server. It really felt like they leveled up. And when you consider how many trials they went through to get there, that's really impressive.
They faced so much adversity throughout the whole year, actually. Masters 1, they qualified as one of the top teams in EMEA. They couldn't go to Masters Reykjavik at all because of visa issues. Masters 2 roll around, they qualify again, and what happens? Well, they can make it. Suigetsu, though, still has visa issues, so they have to play the whole group stage with a stand-in. Still beat out all the teams there and make it to the group stages, finally unlock Suigetsu, and immediately get kicked to the lower bracket by Fnatic. Who else, honestly? And after that, just the miracle run. Hold true to the curse that Optic just can't win against EMEA teams, and then there was Paper Rex in the finals.
I mean, they've been extremely good at what they've been able to do, what they've been able to achieve, and they can be extremely happy to be able to succeed and finally get that international title on their belt. But by being happy, of course, some people may be a little bit more bold on the social media. So, Sam, I know there's one tweet you particularly want to talk about.
Yeah, I think that it kind of feeds into the whole FPX thing of like, they're a team that have had so much to prove since beta. And some of these players have been around since beta. And one of those players that we have to mention now is Ardis. And yeah, he got a little cocky on on social media, but you know what? It's okay. He can afford to be 12 grand finals wins. No silver place, no bronze medal. Artist doesn't mess around with that stuff. Exactly. Man has never lost a grand final. And on top of that, he has the most grand final wins out of any player in the world. So you know what? Yeah, he gets bragging rights.
That's insane. And I guess their performance throughout the tournament and their performances in EMEA as well before that beg the question, if they were to represent EMEA in the first Masters of this year in Reykjavik, would they been able to get that win as well?
That's a great question. Quite honestly, I cannot give you the answer, but I can tell you for sure if they would have fought against Zeta, that would have been an absolutely insane series that I would have loved to see. Sad we missed out on it. But now, we got FPX at Masters. We'll see them most likely at Champions as well, so it's not going to stop.
Yeah, I mean, they've locked in their place together with Fnatic at the top two of EMEA to represent us in Champions. Of course, LCQ will be following up after this tournament, but now it's time to talk about this tournament, right? VALORANT Regional League Finals, right? We've been waiting for this for a long time. It's been a completely, I mean, we've come from Polaris, right? We've come from Northern Europe. You've covered the DACH region. All of us have been kind of looking at this tournament to see who will represent our regions, but also who can get those bragging rights. But I think there's one thing we need to talk about from everybody at home that is not quite aware of the format of this tournament. So let's take you on that journey. 7 teams from 7 different regions of EMEA for the next couple of weeks will be battling out for the lion's share of 150,000 euros. Now, this tournament is comprised by 2 different stages, the group stages and the playoffs. Starting from the groups, let's have a look at them, why don't we? We've got the Group A, which will be comprised of 4 different teams. That will be played out in a GSL format, meaning a team that gets 2 wins gets to qualify onwards to playoffs. But when you look at Group B, where it is comprised of 3 teams, that will be a little bit more normal when it comes to group stages, and it will be a single round robin. And the teams with the better scores, they will be able to represent their group on the 1st and 2nd seed. When you head to playoffs, though, things do simplify a little bit. We're talking about a double elim bracket. All of the matches, of course, that will be played out are going to be best of 3s, and the ones that manage to get to the grand final, the top 2 teams of the regional leagues, will have to fend off their opponent in an arduous best of 5 series. Oof.
Awesome.
All right, that was a question.
Yeah. Quick question. When does Excel play, though?
When does Excel play? Who are the teams competing? There are a lot of questions. And thankfully, after that whole monologue that I had, I think it's time for you guys to take it away and sort of talk about the teams representing their regions. Starting things off, let's start with the Northern European scene, Excel. Sam, take it away.
Begin with the best team. I see where you're going with this one, Pavlos. Yes, we start off with Northern Europe, which the representative is Excel. And wow, do they excel. They have some phenomenal players on this team that have played an outstanding stage of Valorant throughout the entirety of the regional leagues. You've got players like Chihuahua and Patatek who are constantly performing phenomenally together as a duo, but the player that has to stand out every time, it's going to be Alive. He plays the jet/chamber role, as duelists these days are wont to do, and just does an exceptional job. When you're watching Excel, when there's a name that's being screamed for being an absolutely ridiculous fragger, you know that it's going to be Alive. Constantly an anchor for his team, not a site anchor per se, but always being a solid rock that they can rely on.
We'll get to psych anchors in a little bit, I think, but first I want to talk about Case or Case. If I butchered the Spanish pronunciation, please, dear Spanish fans, forgive me, I'm doing my best. But these guys have had a stellar run this season. They barely missed the qualification to the VCT promotion tournament last time around, but now they swapped up their roster a little bit for this season. They came back swinging, and they had a fantastic performance. And up in front, we gotta talk about Yuri. Incredible support player. Not afraid to swing with his duelist. Is super confident in his aim, and in general, 24/7 in the enemy's head, just disrupting their plays wherever he can.
Well, talking about disruption, we've got to take a look at Tenstar. And that's another, of course, personal favorite of mine. They were in the Northern European region for a while. Unfortunately, their team got picked up, moved over to France. So they went and found some individual, absolute hard-hitter players, put together a stellar team. And this team is led by Ubreak. And what I love about Ubreak is that he's not like super conventional in the way that he plays. So you have to bear in mind, of course, he is the IGL, so he's not necessarily going to be that front line constantly in danger. He's going to play the anchor that we spoke about, constantly making space for the rest of the team. But the plans that he comes up with are so good, and when Tenstar execute them the way that they're meant to be, it's like watching a well-orchestrated ballet.
I'm sure you want to talk about the next one, Lythi. It's DACH, right? It's the DACH region. It's
absolutely. If we talk about the Polish teams, we got to talk about the neighbors. We got to talk about DACH and the Angry Titans. These guys did not have the best of regular seasons. They came in 4th into the playoffs, but suddenly they leveled up. They completely smashed it out of the park. A clean run through the upper bracket. And first and foremost, I gotta talk about Avox. This guy is absolutely incredible. In my opinion, one of the best chamber players we have in this tournament. Regularly drops 20-30 kills in a map. And overall, I think he finished just the upper bracket playoffs with a KDA of average 2. So this guy gets stuff done non-stop.
I'm realizing now that I might not necessarily be a biased caster to like a particular team because I have bias everywhere. Because Angry Titans, they've got Eps, they've got Avox, they've got Heartbeat. I've been following their journeys in like multiple different games for years. So it's so cool to see them here competing at this level. But I'm going to move it along because speaking of bias, you got to talk about DACH, so it's only natural I get to talk about MENA as a South African. It just makes sense.
Absolutely.
So why don't we take a look at Falcons? And Falcons, along with XL, are the only two teams to be back here for the second time. Every other team are brand new from their respective regions, and I think that gives Falcons a little bit of an edge that we might not necessarily think about too often. They've also got some exceptional players on their team. Frankie has been a standout to me time after time, but in particular, it's Elvar that I want to look at. And okay, I know you guys, you're all thinking, but Sam, you hate talking about duelists, and I do. But I love Elvar because when you look at his agents, there's a Neon in there, and I have so enjoyed watching the Neon. She's had a little bit of a resurgence recently. We haven't seen as much of her as I'd like, though, and I'm curious to see how Elvar is going to potentially incorporate that here, because as I said, we don't see it that often. So a lot of teams might not necessarily expect it, might not necessarily know how to deal with it.
Absolutely. I'm super curious how well Falcons can do this time around now that they're back again, but you hate talking about duelists? I'll present some non-duelists to you in a second because I gotta talk about FUT Esports, the Turkish representatives. I am super, super hyped to see these guys. Turkish teams in general frag out like crazy. These guys do gunplay like no other team. So having them here at the tournament, it's gonna be good for some incredible, incredible games. And in this case, I got to talk about Moj as one of the players on this roster. Side anchor, a little bit more on the defensive side, plays stuff like the Killjoy, regularly on the Viper as well, but he gets stuff done. He is good for a bunch of kills, especially on the defensive side of things every now and then, and he's the one to rely on if things go south in the early phases of the round.
I'm actually really surprised that you didn't lean into like the Turkish jet thing, but you know what? I can respect it because duelists are over, right? Duelist is over party. We are now all about the controllers, and a super controller is the one for Vitality, which of course is going to be our last team that we will be talking about here in the Regional League Finals. Vitality, the potential favorites to win out the entire thing. Look at this stacked roster. They have Bone Cold, a former world champion. They have Hyber. They have Sender, who they've built a team around. They have Natank, which is Pavlos' favorite player. But more importantly, I spoke about the controller. That's going to be Batty G. That is a player who has been around the block for quite some time. He had a little bit of a stint with FPX last year as well, and he was also on one of those, or a couple of the Polish super teams that we saw performing really well, teams like Ballista and Majestic. But unfortunately, he had some trouble with like contracts and trying to like find a team that he could stick with, and sadly it's taken a while, but he's here. He's found Vitality, which is potentially a future like VCT blowout, like blow everybody out of the water team.
Absolutely. I'm so glad that some of these absolute big names found their home with some of these regional league teams. It's absolutely incredible. The competition is just going to be that much better. Makes me super excited.
I mean, you guys have presented these teams perfectly, right? I couldn't have done it any better. Like I've definitely got a clear picture of what the teams will look like, their journeys throughout this tournament, right? So at this moment in time, we've all begging the question: how are they going to stack up against each other, right? How is it going to be played out between all of these teams? I think you guys have already got some sort of an idea of how that is going to happen. You have prepared some tier lists that we'll potentially be looking at. And I'm curious to see because, yeah, all of these teams are representing their regions. But against each other, how are they going to do, Lythi?
So I'm super hyped to talk about this because I did some research, and in general, on the average, Angry Titans sits with a distance of roughly 25.6 centimeters away from their screen, which is why I would place them into the S tier for shortest.
I think you've misunderstood the task.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
I mean, we're talking about performance here,
not PC performance.
Yeah.
Oh, the performance tier list. I'm sure there's a pun to be made about GPUs or something, but okay, sorry about that one. Okay, I got my tier list. Sorry. Let's start with the S tier. I got Angry Titans, Foot Esports, and Vitality. I mean, we've got to talk about the French super team. Some insane names on there. I am definitely on board with you there. On the B team, on the A tier, we got Kassé and XL. So super excited to see what these guys can do. And on the B tier, I'm not quite sure what Falcons can do this time around. They have the potential, and Tenstar right up there. I'm not sure about them either.
Definitely no favoritism at the top of that.
Not even a little.
Not even a little bit. Shameless. Shameless.
I mean,
okay.
as if I'm dark biased. Who would say that?
You know what? I see what you're trying to do there, and I can follow it, but let the real analysts take over now. Let's take a look at my tier list, which I think that a lot of people are also going to give you some funny looks about. Yes, I do have Falcons in the S tier along with XL, because as I mentioned, they're the only two teams who are here twice, who have bested out their region twice to make it here. And I honestly think that gives them an edge. Then, of course, Vitality. I think that a lot of people have them as the favorites coming into this, just looking at their lineup. There's so much seasoned power behind that one. Then we go over into the A tier, and I feel like I kind of split the difference here. You know, you had them at the bottom and you had Angry Titans at the top. I just kind of smushed them into the middle. I think they fit quite nicely there, although I think that they both have the potential to surprise all of us. And finally, in my lower tier, Foot Esports, sure, the Turkish superpowers, but I feel like they kind of get outshadowed a little bit. And Kassé, well, I do feel a little bad putting them there, as I'm quite excited to see how they perform, but I don't think they quite match up.
I kind of feel you've stolen one of my hopium canisters for Excel there. Yeah, I don't know where you found it. I must have left it lying around.
Oh, you know what? I see it there behind Lythi's.
Yeah, I was wondering where it was because I was starting to have my doubts about Excel. So
there's like this giant hopium keg that's got AT on it, and then
I tried to hide it. I'm very sorry.
Yeah, well, understandable. And I'm sure all of us are kind of looking how exactly these are going to fare up against each other. We've had some memes in our tier list, but I guess if you guys could choose one team each who you think has the best chance of making it out of making it to the top spot of this tournament, what would it be, Lythi?
For me, quite honestly, all memes out of the window. I think all of the teams that are here have the possibility to take this. All of these teams look incredible, and I think they see eye to eye on many, many different levels and playstyles. So I can't really give it to anyone.
Anyone? Not even one team? Not even Angry Titans?
One of the teams, but I can't decide on a name. Right, I'm very sorry.
Okay, so there you have it, Pavlos. One team will win this week.
One team will win.
We'll certainly see some games of Valorant.
We certainly will.
Sam, you got one team?
All memes aside, truth be told, all biases out the window, I got to give it to Vitality. I think that despite some rough patches that they've had recently, and despite some statistics that we're going to go over a little bit later on today, there is so much firepower between each of these individual players. There is so much brain power brought to the table by Tanisk and Gorilla, the coaches of the team. And I just honestly believe they're going to be a step above the rest.
Yeah.
So we've seen the teams that are competing in this tournament, but it's time to see in which groups they will be playing, right? We said we've got two groups, one group of 4, one group of 3. Well, let's see where they exactly will be playing out. Excel Esports, Kassé, Tenstar, Vitality, all in Group A. And Group B, Angry Titans, Team Falcons, and Foot Esports.
And I feel like Group A is the group of death, right? Not just because there are 4 teams that you have to somehow battle through, but they're 4 incredibly powerful teams. You know, we mentioned the likes of XL and Vitality, who are kind of favorites in this one. Tenstar have been blowing teams out of the water. They're looking solid.
Absolutely. And Group of B, not quite the group of death, but group of minor death, especially for Team Falcons. I think this is going to be a tough challenge. One that they can overcome, but for esports and Angry Titans, they are not to be messed with.
Yeah, looking fairly similar to last season, right? Of course. I think it was a Turkish scene where the East scene kind of switched around. But yeah, we've seen the groups as well now. So it's time to see which matchups we'll be having a look at today. And starting things off, it's no other matchup than Excel versus Casa Esports. And to follow up after that, it is Tenstar versus Vitality. Now, I know we're very hyped about the second one because it's probably one that will dictate who will actually make it into that first or second spot. The first, I mean, you can't really make it out. Both of these matches are insanely good. But the first one, of course, is what we'll be breaking down first. Excel versus Case Esports. And I know we've got both teams sort of ready and going, but let's take Excel first. Let's have a look at them and see what potential they have in this particular tournament.
And we did talk a little bit about Excel and some of the firepower that they bring to the table, particularly in players like Chihuahua and Patatek, which I didn't really get to go too much in depth with. I was saving it for this moment. Now, the two of them have been playing together on this team for quite some time, but they go back into beta. If you don't recognize the names Chihuahua and Patatek, you have not been paying attention. But what is really interesting to note is Chihuahua, for example, has been kind of historically on that Cypher play, but has recently really branched out, has played a little bit of the duelist as well, really stretching his wings a little bit, and that ability to be flexible, I think, is going to be a huge boon for the XL squad.
On top of that, I mean, we had Foxy and the other teammate come in as new replacements at the start of the split, and it's always fantastic to have new players in, gives the whole team a breath of fresh air, some change up of style, and it benefited Excel so much. Last time around, the performance was okay. This time around, they absolutely dominated their region to qualify for this regional tournament, and I'm just super excited to see what they can do. And quite honestly, some of the map stats especially, they speak volumes.
Yeah, I mean, the two players you spoke about, Foxy and Alive. So Foxy obviously comes in as the new IGL, and I spoke a little bit about Alive. So let's take a look here. Before Alive and Foxy joined the roster. Now, you look at these map stats, and they're not terrible. I will say that the bind, it's not because they haven't played it. They've lost it. It is, in fact, 0%. But then, Foxy and Alive join the team at the beginning of Polaris Stage 2, Northern Europe, and my God, 4 maps at 100% win rate. There's only one map with a bit of a significant drop, which is Split, but all of the other maps are looking so much better. And I really feel like bringing these two players into the team has made all the difference in the world.
This begs the question, right? Is this because it's Excel that is just marginally much better than it was the previous season, or is it because of less competition in this particular season?
I'd honestly say they just leveled up. They brought in some new players, and we saw some substantial meta shifts in terms of agents and playstyles over the last few months, and that might be one of the reasons.
I would disagree.
Okay.
Ooh.
Because looking at Northern Europe, and you'll know this, Pavlos, is a lot of those teams, like 80% of the teams, went through major roster overhauls. Alliance in particular, they were playing with their coach because they were struggling to fill that last spot. They were in dire straits. Excel, not only did they increase their performance, but they took advantage of a really rough situation for all of the other teams. And you know what? That says a lot about them as well. Find the vulnerability and exploit it. I love it.
So we don't even know if they've been tested yet, which is why it's important to see them in this first matchup against Casa Esports. I'm super hyped about this one, Lythi.
Absolutely, they have been looking incredible. Similar to Excel, they made a little bit of a change at the start of the season. They brought in Roxy from Wave Esports previously, and I mean, after that, the squad just leveled up. I can't really point out a star player in the classical sense. There's no yay on this team, but these guys just play so solid as a unit. And already spoken about Yuri, incredible support player, but gotta mention Wolfen as well. Finals MVP after their absolute crazy upper bracket run, completely swept that one as well. This guy is also, similar to A-Fox on Angry Titans, one of the better chamber players we'll see in this tournament. And I'm just super curious to see what Kasei can do. Similar to Excel, I'd almost agree that maybe this team has not been tested yet either.
And you know what? Everybody loves a redemption story. And I feel like Kasei has one of those. Barely missed out previously. They get themselves to the LAN Grand Final. Look at that. Amazing stuff. And at the start of the season, they beat out Rebels, who were the representative of the VCT promotion tournament. This is their redemption story. It's the anime redemption arc that we've all been waiting for. And of course, their first stumbling block on the road to redemption is going to be this very match against Excel.
If you could point out one player from this particular team that you expect to stand out from the rest, who do you think would be, Lythi?
As I just mentioned, gotta be Wolfen for me. This guy is incredible, has amazing aim. As mentioned, one of the better chambers we will see on this lineup, but also very flexible in terms of that he plays the killjoy every now and then. And if you have a player that can be both of this duelist style new age chamber, but also the little bit more old school defensive sentinel role, this guy can do it both, does a hell of a lot of damage, and quite honestly, has some fantastic aim. I'm gonna look 30% headshot rate.
Yeah, it's insane. It really is insane. So we've kind of looked at both teams right now, right? How will they stack up against each other? I know we've seen them in their particular regions, but when you kind of match them together, how do we kind of see this clash going forward, Sam?
I think that it's going to be really tough for both of these two teams. We kind of mentioned both of them haven't maybe been tested as much as they would have liked to have been before coming into this. But you have to bear in mind, of course, they will have been scrimming leading up to this. And for anybody that's on Instagram, if you haven't seen Ye's recent, not announcement, but he was saying, the teams, they were scrimming some of the regional league winners of their respective leagues. And he was saying, they're really good. Their executes are insane. And for those of us that have been following the regional leagues, we know that. But it's really cool that we're going to get to show that to everyone else as well. So I think that this is going to be like maybe not a clash of titans per se, but they're getting to the clash of gods.
Maybe. Well, for EMEA to be the best region in the world, of course, we need to have the best tier 2 region, the best tier 2 teams in the world as well, right? Make sure that tier 1 and tier 2 gap doesn't quite exist. They're all pretty much insane at what they do. But talking about insane, this matchup is going to be just that. And I think for us to put it in a grand perspective, we need to be looking at the veto as well. If you could name a few maps you think that we'll be potentially seeing, Lythi, do you have anything that comes to mind?
I have some things in mind that we'll definitely not be seeing, and I think that might just be something like Ascent, something like Breeze. So there's some really heavy hitters that we won't be able to see here, and there it is.
There you go.
No Breeze, definitely not a surprise, but Ascent into Haven and Icebox as a decider, not too much of a surprise for me, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Split and Bind are both of these two teams permabanned. So you do expect those to be out the door as quickly as humanly possible. Now, Breeze is actually a map that Kasei likes to pick into. So it is interesting to see that get knocked out entirely. I think we've got maybe a little bit of mind games going on here, which it could work. It could kind of throw them off their game a little bit, do something totally unexpected. I will say I'm pretty hyped for this map pool. I think we've got some really, really good maps in here that's going to showcase what these two teams can do to the max.
Especially Ascent, I think, will be very, very interesting for Kasei because it's not their best map. It's one of their most played maps, but they've had okay, I'll just say it. It's 5-2 over the past few weeks and months, so they're still pretty good on Ascent, but I'd not put it in as one of their absolute best maps. So maybe a chance for XL to take an early win and an early map point.
Well, Haven will be the first map we will be seeing in this series, the first map we will be seeing in this tournament as well. So a lot of maybe high stakes will be coming through from this. Is there anything we can expect from a Haven in regards to agent selects, sort of how the team would like to approach it? Sam, what comes to mind when you think of Haven and Excel and Kasei?
I think that we're probably going to be leaning into some of the more, what is becoming the more popular compositions recently, right? So we used to have like an influx of Jets and Sovas. Nowadays, that's been completely changed out. Now very often we'll see the Rays on the Haven as opposed to the Jets. Sometimes we don't even see a duelist at all. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think with our two teams, we're going to have the Jet, the Fade, which is of course skyrocketed in pick rate.
That's something I could do a whole segment on how much or how little actually these regional teams have been playing Fate. So I'm really curious, especially for Kasei. They have been swapping comps left and right on this map. So what they actually settle on, definitely agree with you on the agents you mentioned. I'd love to see some Neon, I'd love to see some Omen, but we'll definitely see some Chamber, maybe even some Killjoy for Wolfen.
And we've kind of seen some meta adaptations coming through, right? I mean, if you look at FPX, the way they've been able to win Masters was through constantly changing compositions. Is that something that comes to mind with cases? Are the lower tier teams sort of following up on the better teams of this region, you reckon, Lythi?
I mean, the top dogs of the world will always be the one to be looked at as the stars and the team to copy. So having a deep agent pool, a deep pool of playstyles, if your team can pull it off, there is no way you are taking away any negative from that.
And I guess coming into this one, we also have to think about how these teams are going to be adapting throughout this tournament, right? Because this is just the group stage. This is just the first match of the day, the tournament in general, right? So coming here, how many strats do you think they'll be revealing? Will they hit the ground running? I know Excel are a team to have a lot of set strats. Sam, do you think they'll be just coming in with all they've got straight away, or do you think they'll be a bit reserved?
See, this is a little bit of a loaded question, and it purely comes down to what is the game plan going to be from the coach and the players themselves. So obviously, you know that all of these teams have been broadcasted a number of times, so you know that counter-stratting will be a huge part of the preparation that goes into this tournament. So we're going to be looking for some of those kind of counter-strats to see if teams have kind of figured things out a little bit, or if they've made some adaptations to the usual run of show.
Look at it. There we go. It's a Killjoy for Wolfen. I love to see the defensive playstyle come in for Kese. It's going to be good fun to watch. What surprises me the most about this lineup is no Chamber for Kese.
Yeah, and also the lack of a fade as well. I mean, you look at the stylistic difference between the Chamber and the Killjoy, and it's not even stylistic anymore, right? Like, this is a solid, massive change. But bearing in mind, of course, XL are going with a zero duelist composition. They're running the Chamber in that space, which, of course, it is alive, so you know he's going to absolutely pop off on that one, but it gives them the space to bring in the KO. And I think that the KO on Haven is going to be an absolute difference maker.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of my favorite agents. I could talk about the robot as well for days, but I really like the comp by XL. I think it's much more modern, going with the current top-of-the-world playstyle. But on the other side, Kese, this is bread and butter. This is their comp, their playstyle. If someone can make it work, it's them.
Well, we've heard from you guys. We've kind of given our idea on how this is going to play out, but I think it's time to throw to our casters. An unlikely duo, if you would say. It's Pansy and Tom.
Look, we're just rolling back the years, Tom. That's all it is. We're going for the throwbacks here. I've kicked Hypoc out. He's off. I brought in Tom. No, we've actually got we'll kind of drill in on the game here because we are starting out on Ascent, Tom, and we've got two very different comps. And I do want to talk about the players eventually. I think that's something that we kind of want to go through. But composition-wise and agent select-wise, I feel like we have a modern comp and then a not modern comp. Yeah, the throwback Thursday sort of thing. Talk to me about your expectations now, seeing these comps come in, the previous knowledge you've had with this. Where do you stand on this? Sure. Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, well, let's dive into game. It seems as though it is game time, so we can actually jump into this one. So shouldn't be wasting any more time, which is good. And yeah, quick expectations, Tom. Prediction-wise, where do you go on this? Oh, you're going in favor of XL.
I am muted to the stream. That's why I was getting little voices. So I've started off very strong here.
Tom.
Obviously, I wanted to give some memory over to Hypoc, Mr. Tech Issue himself. So no, I'm kidding.
Wow, Tom, nice one. But you said some really exceptional things. We'll
honestly,
never be able to go back and rephrase them. But
I think that's the best analysis I've ever done.
We are in a way, though. XL will be on the defending side, and as you can tell, the Kase will now be on the attacking side. Simple enough. And I do want to just kind of get the test of how this composition works out, because that's what we were really talking about here, is how do we feel about that Kase composition coming into this? Does it fare well against Fade coming through against Chamber, who seems so good. And again, even KO coming into that mixture. A lot of those agents now seem so robust. It's hard to see it working without them there, but happy to be proven wrong. Again, we have seen the occasional jet thrown in, still being very valid, finding a lot of value, but again, we wait and see. 50 seconds now. It looks like SA's readjusting off that little attempt towards that B site, but already the rotations are in. XL have read this pretty well so far.
Yeah, and without any pressure being in onto short, they know that pretty much all of this side of the map is just set up for them perfectly. So I am questioning how this is actually going to work out for them, because all the information, in fact, every single piece is there.
Yeah, that knife timing was gorgeous from Paddytech as well. Just confirming those thoughts of, people already being in these positions. Again, though, good damage on the site. It's not like I say, you're not making this tricky. The double stack towards Dice is going to be curious. Wolfen's going to at least remove Paddytech for now. Let's see what Foxy can get done here. Has to buy time, allow time for rotations, and does more than that.
Down A. 10 seconds
holds it comfortably at this point. Down to 2. Roxy and Wolfen. And well, Roxy was the last one to join, was going to linger around B. And now we can see that the time's already dwindled here, but a nice little start for XL in my mind. Good rotations, good read, the timing on the knife, the wall was all there. Didn't get overly bogged down by that early attempt at B.
It almost seems like they had a hard read, I'll be honest. Like, you saw the chamber trap currently on short, so they didn't have anything into mid. They walled off A as well, and they almost abandoned mid and just played it from more passive positions, but because it was never pressured by Casse, XL basically just had like a stack up. You can see the rotations already coming through. I think the other problem is as well, it took way too long to isolate Foxy. Like, the man just sat at the back of the site just chilling for about, 20 seconds? Like, you need to pressure that guy so you can actually get into the after plan.
Yeah, so again, seeing classics come out here shouldn't be too much to write home about for Casse here, unless maybe Ambi or someone does some big damage. They can maybe snowball off the back of it. And a pretty aggressive hold from XL. Paddytech happy to take a fight on this one. Needs to feel out the timing, and Foxy there as well, playing down by Wine. So timing on this. Initial tag does go through. They're aware that obviously there will be an Omen down by Wine, and a little unfortunate for one for Casse. Going to fall on the start of things, and now they're down to 4. But Tom, again, when we look at these rosters, eye test alone, the names that stand out to me are with XL. We've got a lot of players here that we've seen before. Expectation-wise, has that swayed you into that favor here? Just seeing those names that we've seen breaking into tier 1 consistently. A couple of roster swaps here and there, but they've always been around.
Yeah, I think other than maybe Ambi, who we've seen previously on Giants, you've got like Mo on the other side, obviously ex-Fnatic, Paddytech, ex-G2. Like, there are some real solid names, and they're not even the ones that I would necessarily highlight. Like, I've heard incredible things about Alive coming into this tournament. So I think that ultimately, for a team like XL, they are a huge organization. Like, we know them from the likes of LEC, etc. They've put money into this team. They expect at least, I would say, like a top 2 within this tournament.
Oh, for sure. And really only one found there, that being Mo. A clean enough round for XL. They'll be happy with that. Didn't get stretched too thin. Didn't get traded on. Perfect stuff so far. So again, then flipping the script on this, we do have the buy against the bonus. You got to hope that Casse can do some damage. I haven't seen massive advancements towards any of the ults coming in, any game-changing ults coming through. A relatively quiet beginning. Again, nice little swing here. The isolation on towards it. It was very well done. And I want to see little pocket pieces like that coming out to play. And something about, I hate calling it the tier 2 scene. It feels almost disrespectful because these players are certainly not tier 2, but forgive me for the phrase. But I do want to see a little bit more creativity, see what teams have been up to, because when you're at these competitions, that pace, and speaking of pace, Mo's getting curious. And why not? You're on a round where you're on the bonus. Why not try and get a little aggressive done?
Okay. Wolfen has just decimated Alive. I like the fact with how aggressive they're being. Like, so far, they've been able to lock down a lot of map control. The patience is there, though, on the other side from Casse. They're not getting over-aggressive. They're slowly clearing out positions, and actually, they've won a lot of these early duels.
Oh, hands down. Foxy, with the only rifle that's remaining, has already been taken down to 10 HP. Nice little wall for Yuri. This is good so far. 5 standing. I want to see if they can keep it that way. A little bit of a low from Wolfen as well. Catches Paddytech. Perfect. This is nice. Really good tempo to the approach as well as the last 2. Foxy did get the heal, so back up to 70. Plant going to come in, and Chihuahua trying to close the gap, and that's the name I've definitely missed saying. So looking forward if he can find some of that form here. Bit of a beast, I've heard.
Yeah, a wise man once said, the man is a beast. So
I've heard that. I've heard the whispers on the street. Now, Foxy with that rifle left, but kind of rolling back to what we were saying at the start, because this is good for Kase. 5 standing potentially, unless obviously an exit comes for Foxy. Good to see what creativity's been happening. Because I think something that happened very early on in Valorant as well was that, we're talking about, it's very hard to be creative when we're constantly at tournaments, constantly playing this and that. These teams will at least have the chance to be creative, right? They've got the time to get through the pracs, kind of roll it through, come out with something, maybe a little bit of a new look to things, maybe changing up stuff, trying things out. So I'm hoping we see some of that creativity, but long story short, I'm just happy that Kase has gone on the board.
I think the other thing as well that we have to bear in mind is that being within that quote-unquote tier 2, there's only so many teams that are going to be making it into franchising. So there are going to be players here that is like, hey, you make a big enough mark on this tournament, you show that you're one of those top tier players that may be just a hidden gem from the majority, like maybe not from the guys obviously watching this tournament. I'm sure there's people like, I've known he was good for you, but you get the point. The fact is, if they can show themselves here, maybe one of the teams does get into franchising, or more so, maybe you can be one of the players that get stolen.
Oh, and that people are looking for that honeymoon period buff after any big tournament. If this is a good showcase for you, absolutely a great chance to, as said, get noted. Now, again, we do see a little bit of a similar scene here to some of the earlier rounds, because they obviously testing the early waters here. At least we're working towards the ult for Roxy. I just want to see what tempo they come in with. Chihuahua already exploring towards short. Does need to be cautious here. There is a time limit on how long he can stick around, and there it is. So he's decided it's just ticked over that marker, and it does look like there's that adjustment from Alive. Someone that we do want to keep our eyes on is how this man plays. Going to be taking a tricky fight now with that Owl drone coming in. Don't think he got noted. Luckily for him, Chihuahua removed the Owl drone, so that gives Alive a little bit more freedom here.
And that's a terrifying prospect. Again, though, mid is not really being pressured by Kase. They're really looking for these almost straightforward takes with a lurk around the map, and by the looks of it, Mo is more than aware of the potential of that.
Yeah, it's all about timing. How long does he hold this? Down to about 38 seconds now. And there it is. Forced from the angle, but at least going to try and deny them any quick springboard off the back, but he has been noted. Revealed on the site. The wall comes in, but it's Roxy with the spam. Good start. And that's the site open. Keep in mind that everyone was sitting further back. Paddytech, what a shot. Pretty Ambi gone. Spike now planted. A little isolated on the site here. 2 towards B main, 2 on the site itself.
Been able to take some space back, but it is that B main presence that they really have to clear. Utility-wise, still have themselves a couple of flashbangs and the paranoia. I think that's the main focus if they can actually get back in, but instead, they're actually just going to smoke it off.
Ooh, this is risky. This is super risky, and Alive saved them, at least for one. Now it's down to 1 full in a 1v2. Playing towards the stairs here. Foxy surely got an inclination about this. Held it long enough, waited patiently, and gets the job done. But that felt precarious, Tom. Those 2 players towards main just hoping that no one would swing that smoke on a really good timing. That got a little dangerous to me there, but it works out well for XL in the end.
I think the danger with this composition, at least, is that flash-wise, Kase have nothing. They have the 1 paranoia. We see them use that, they get into the site, and then you get smoked off. It's like, okay, what do I do from here? I don't have a pop flash. I don't even have really any utility that can get me out of this position, and so they have to run through it dry. If you're running through it dry into someone like Alive, good luck to you. Good luck to you, because it doesn't seem like he's been missing much of a beat so far.
No, he's one of the players to keep your eyes on for sure. And this is the exciting thing. It's like you kind of get to see who these players are building up their careers. Because as said, the turnover rate in pros is pretty high. And speaking of high tempo from Ambi, just going to be leading the way in. But the spam's good. Popping the ult early. We noted that was already being worked towards by Roxy. Catches Paddytech. Tree looking a little bit more vulnerable. But Foxy's position, he's going to spam away, but doesn't get much for it. So spike down. Kase, lovely side take so far.
Yeah, and there's not really much to get back in with, at least in terms of ultimates. You've still got a fair amount of utility because of how fast the take was. Paranoia already through, but it's going to wear off before they can actually get in towards the site. And with nobody really facing on the other side, there's still a hell of a lot for XL to do.
Just going to wall off hell. Screw it. Now they have broken through in at least a couple of explosions. That shot was filthy. Need a little bit more, though. Chihuahua not going to have enough in the tank for it. And Foxy, the last one alive. This is really nice work from Kase. Finally getting some big control here. That burst potential is huge. And again, just finding those first couple of picks worked out well. Yes, a little off the back of Roxy for sure. Can't find it every round, but they are building up that ult progress as well. 3 more just coming through.
I think this is one of the most direct attack sides I've ever seen from a roster. Like,
yeah.
Most teams will fight for mid, like at least play around it, try and go for short splits, leave lurks behind. This round, they just ran into the site, and I don't feel like XL were particularly prepared for that. You see the ult of the Hunter's Fury getting them the opener, and from that point onwards, there wasn't really much for XL to play with. Now, ults are starting to build up. That includes the lockdown, at least being able to give them that little bit of extra space. The problem, Lauren, though, is just financially, XL are in the bin.
Yes. Right here. Yes, they've been to Poundland and walked out with some sheriffs. It's not great, but they do have the ult from Alive, so I want to see if he can maybe position himself well. And you noted it before, they haven't paid much mind to mid. This is the first time we're actually seeing them explore that a little bit, but speaking of, Alive going walkabouts, that's a shot. Finds Zambi, just a pixel out of place. That's already a really big pick to get. You know, the tip of the spear now a little duller than before, but as they were exploring mid, but not really getting much of a fight for it. And if they are going to be this one-dimensional on these site hits, there's going to be more of this from Alive.
He's playing the smoke with an operator. Like,
it's a shotgun, what do you mean?
It's so ridiculous. They do have the res, so the main danger has been diminished. He's almost baiting this drone, though. There's still a player hiding in towards Wine, but eventually they have to fall off, and the problem now is they've basically just wasted 35 seconds, and now they have to run into the other side fairly blind.
And they haven't pulled rotations. There's still 2 players here from XL investing the ult here. This is great work from them. 25 seconds, just going to try and buy time. Get the rotations in and out Alive to do damage, which is exactly what he's doing. The ult coming through has set them up so well. All the information they need. And this is now worrying times. Kase under pressure, and they fall foul to it. XL, great work, but Alive, what a way to kind of corral everyone forward. Even the ult coming in on that B side, no over rotations. Tom, that was a really good round from XL.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this is just coming down to the fact that Kase aren't really taking any map control. I'd said they basically had to run into that final site blind, and I don't think it's been particularly difficult for XL to get a read on what they're doing. Like, you send Alive towards A-Long for a very good reason, because they've been A-Long in a lot of rounds.
Just watching this back, everything had been noted. There was no getting away from it. Yuri, there was nothing left to do at that point, right? It's like, just try the best you can, but right back into the round. And we have to... The worry of how Kase are approaching this will become apparent if they don't have that next layer, right? If they can't identify, like, oh, okay, what do we need to do about this? Obviously, they've got firepower aplenty, that's no question. But it's a classic Chihuahua rolling it back. Always beautiful to see. Reply found, though. That's mid open.
Yeah, I don't know how 4 won that with just a ghost, but, you know, he's got a rifle. I also really love the fact that I was looking at that TP back from Foxy. I'm like, oh, he's dead, and Chihuahua is just stood on the angle, because they were ready to kill him. It's just smart interplay. Yuri, though, has a solid read, and this fight's getting a little awkward, but he gets both kills.
They've created such an opportunity here. The TP taken, going to get fast to the side, trying to deny Chihuahua getting here too early, and actually gives away position fast enough. But Chihuahua's now noted that, well, there's only going to be 1 on there. Ain't no spike here just yet. He's actually slipped the net a little. Do they have any idea that he could be on stairs? That's the question in my mind. They look a little cautious, but maybe not cautious enough. 3 for Chihuahua keeps at least a chance in this. But bear in mind, Kase had very little into this round, and they made something out of it. And now a 2v1.
Paranoia through almost straight away, but nobody close. In fact, both players sticking on the same angle. A chance for a fight to be had, but he's almost just going for a few spam shots. But look at this, it's just nasty. No way you get past that, ever.
Wow. Again, even this round, so much potential for 1 pick in middle, really. Like, Alive goes down, and the round just goes to all hell. Credit where it's due to Kase. These guys have got such explosive potential in this. Like, watching this one back again, you tell me this round starts this way, and you're like, okay, well, of course, then Kase is going to convert it. But this work from Yuri, predicting, expecting that over, I guess, extension on the extremity a little. But again, brilliant work from them to be able to bring it back from what felt like an unwinnable scenario.
Yeah, I almost feel, though, that this round was lost based on a little bit of disrespect from XL. Like, I don't know if you noted, but Chihuahua actually has a res there. So he could have just gone, turned into a 3v3, they fight it back together, but he went, nah, I'm going to take this alone. And it's the same with the double peek up mid. It's like, you already have an advantage. It wasn't really necessary, is the way I'd put it.
Well, Let's close the scoreline up. Even closer now, 4-3. If you aren't just tuning in, this is the Valorant Regional League, so always good to check out some of these players. If you had watched early Valorant, you'll certainly note some of them, especially on the left-hand side there for Excel, but some real talent for Kase, but work cut out here on Ascent. This was Kase's map choice. Keep that in mind. Following this will be Haven, which is Excel's. And this time we do start to see them at least toying with that idea of pressuring mid, Tom.
Yeah, they've taken the control, but again, it's almost this time being used as a bit of a ruse because there's not really anybody able to lock it down. You've only got the Headhunter available for Alive, but they have actually stacked up, what, 4 players now into this site. They have a very good setup here.
And they're none the wiser. XL have the perfect positioning on this. Ambi not going to quite find the place they went with the knives. Oh, with the fadeaway. And Yuri left in the 1v4. Almost catching Alive there as the smoke dissipated, but going to be marked. And he has 10 seconds to do something with this. That's a shot. Foxy deleted. 3 more to go, 8 seconds. And the flank's on the way. That's unfair, Panitek. That's unfair. Give him a chance. All right, 5 now for XL, just kind of righting the ship, it feels. Afterwards, as said, maybe a little bit of a sloppy round there, but of disrespect almost, overconfidence potentially. But 5-3, there's still going to be a buy, but it won't be a great purchase. I want to see what Kase go for in this round coming up.
I'm wondering if they'll ever use the lockdown. This is a fun game that I always like to play when you're a killjoy on the attacker side, because at least nowadays, and especially with the composition they're up against, there's always going to be something that could destroy that lockdown, be it re-aggression or be it just Patatech with his utility. So not seeing it utilized for an entire half actually does happen quite commonly until they just throw it in at the end. But in a buy like this, get some space. And I think one of the highlights we really have to make at the moment is Ambi has been off to an incredibly slow start. Like, it is not performing at the moment on the jet, which can be tough when you're the tip of the spear, but they need more from him.
They do. You can see the crunch going towards 8. You are going to see Alive trying to hold towards short, but vision already depleted. Can't do much about it. Speaking of Ambi, though, he has at least found one, but really great effective trades. Panitek with the shaky aim, but it still connects. Roxy's gone down, now 4 with it all to do. Rifle recovered and 3 to go.
Cover going out.
Spike to hand. Live on the other side of this, well aware of intentions. Has got the support from Chihuahua up towards Heaven as well. The Spam just going to confirm his presence is still in this area.
It's another scenario where you almost just look at it and go, what on earth are you going to be able to do here? If the ult was online, maybe there was a chance, but with a 2-player crossfire, the potential just to swing back out, and they're not giving him anything. And they also have mid-lockdown as well from Mo, just making sure that he'd have to pretty much run around the entirety of the map. And well, it's going to be too easy for XL to clean up in the end. And I think it's another round where we're just seeing very, very quick rotations from XL because of the fact that I don't think Kase have been that hard to read. I think they've been so direct that it almost just became a little obvious.
Yeah. Again, tricky considering the agents they've come in with and also just the approach that they're playing. And you can watch this one back, but credit to Panitek for this round. So much damage and full on just Kiebi aim there. Straight up shaking all over the place, but it works. So XL now 6-3. Carving out a lead for themselves. It wasn't a particularly perfect purchase from Kase, but this is the buy they've been waiting for. So again, Panitek reading this well. Similar scenes as before. Mo tucked in towards logs and now waiting. Surely going to get checked here. They're going to get one with him, forcing Panitek to be isolated, and good trades from Kase can at least open up the site's potential. Now there is Foxy at the back of the site. And this now becomes an issue because rotations are on the way and the flank's on the way, but Foxy is now noted. There's the lockdown. We'll find a way to see if it comes in. There you go, Tom.
It's only taken 10 rounds, but it is going to make things a little bit more awkward. Actually forces him into an opponent as well. Alive just sat out the back, and well, financially the team are not in the greatest of spots. So going for this, we'll see.
Give me some of that sweet, sweet Jame time. There it is.
I love how you still reference that. You still call it Jame time.
Look, it's on a shaky aim, Kiebi aim. Someone goes for Farai peak, Centaurus peak. All right, that's all it is, Tom. That's all it is. I'm a simple
carrying
creature.
it over. If any of those players move over as well, it would just be amazing. Like, you'll have set it up perfectly.
Look, I'm playing the long con here. You know what I mean? But no, again, it's just, I'm happy to see good competition even at this level. Like, coming off the back of, I mean, we were just at what? Masters, right? So you see the absolute highest tier gameplay possible. Coming in here, still a really solid caliber. I think a lot of teams were kind of discussing while at the event. I had the chance to speak to a few that even practice-wise, EMEA provides some of the best practice you can get. Because they don't all play one style, you get a real kind of good melting pot of styles coming through. So nice to see the talent kind of, you know, trickling down here, and you get to see all aspects of this. But again, got a little dicey there, got a little bit worried.
Yeah.
But it's fine.
Well, it's like, I feel like some of the fundamental stuff from Cassie, like the trading has been pretty decent. I feel like their actual setups have been quite good. Like, I think it's Roxy on the Sova, the amount of darts I'm seeing ping multiple players, it's been solid. It's just some sloppy mistakes, like not checking certain corners. It's like, in this round, they didn't get punished for it, which is great. They even adapt to throwing the lockdown just to make sure that player can't do anything at the back of the site. But those are sort of moments where I think versus, or even just versus Excel in a different round, you're going to get slammed if you do that. So a little bit worrying, but they get through it, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, for me, it's just way too bated breath because it's quite hard to characterize Cassie so far because they're still relatively new to my eyes, right? This is the first eye test we really get with them. So is there a matter of consistency? How good is this going to be when we flip sides? Does it still hold true to this? Will they still be able to keep a relatively close scoreline? Again, it's just if I don't see Fade, if I don't see Chamber, I do get a little anxious, right? Because I feel like we've seen how damn good they are. If FPX won so much, and I'd say they have some arguably the best players on those agents in my mind. You put Xiao, you put Artis out there on, you know, these two. I'm thinking, well, how can you go without it? But again, not everyone is going to play it to that caliber. But I just, again, I'm so weirded out by not seeing it. But what I will be seeing is another ult come through. Doesn't get the value it did before. Last time, granted them that first pick. Doesn't get it this time. You know, Live may have copped a little bit of damage, but again, still perfectly fine. Could become a glass cannon if he has to. But losing out on Ambi on those first couple of steps here, Tom, that's going to put them at such a disadvantage. And the correct reads, and we know there's no over-rotation from XL. They stay planted on these sites because we know that Cassie re-explore mid. They go for those bursts through market. A couple of bits of utility, still going to give away the game here. So Cassie not getting away with too much. Just pulling attention. They may double dip back down towards this A site, but we are seeing that late round exploration. Patty going walkabouts here. Plenty of flashes. The knife's still there. Everything to play with. And if he goes for this dry, that would be a little bit of a shame. And it seems like that's the case. Still gets away with it. Still gets away with it.
I'm not sure I necessarily agree with the peak, but hey, it works out for them. And well, now, don't do it. Like getting part, there we go. I think he's got a drone available. That's at least something. You're also seeing a fake being thrown on the other side, and now Yuri has taken that space back. Wall down, but Chihuahua's just destroyed Wolfen. They've even got a res available to bring back the player up in heaven.
Roxy's position could be huge. Patty's aware of it. No, I just lost that capability. I really thought if he hit that timing right, that could have been perfect. Do a little bit of damage and give Yuri a chance, but I like this almost aggressive peek, but Foxy's fine for it. There was a couple of moments there where it got dicey, but somehow it's still 4 standing. It felt like they got way closer in that round, but again, only Alive going down. Diffuse going to come in once they've just got everything they need, but this is now 7 for XL.
I really love the adaptations in this round. So if you watch how they actually use their trap in mid, the second that trap is broken, they wall B main. You also have Alive go back to watch towards the spawn with the operator, and then that's where you have that aggressive push come through for Padatek. It's all like one tiny piece of utility instantly has responses from XL. Now those are sort of like setups that I expect to see from the very, very best. Like a tiny little piece of information is enough for you to completely mold the way you play the round. And as said, like because they've either been pressured really fast or they have those reactive plays, they've been able to use their utility fantastically.
And here we go. That's a lot of information found. And Alive here as well, going to take that space to investment of the utility off the back, and you are seeing a proactive push out on the A site as well. XL going to try and make this map feel real small for Cassie. So they have to break through here, invest a lot of utility potentially with no confirmation there behind this. Pattytek on the other side. Foxy there as well. First frag found. And Foxy actually got another. Oh, and Pattytek did not fall back at all. Just slightly further away. Underhand flash and buys the time. Pops the ult. And options are dwindling for Cassie here. Ambient full. What can you do with this? already 3 players pretty much present on the site, no one overfacing, making them work for it. And Ambi's options are dire.
I have the spike. Cover going out.
I'm not sure how. Again, we're actually just going to go TPing into the smoke. This is a bold play to try and make for fall. And it seems like they're aware of it. Panitek is just going to execute him and Ambi while no escape. An 8-4 half. I think about what we expected, in all honesty. And the Warriors, Valorant, is whenever I see this like composition that we currently have for XL, it's normally pretty good on the attack.
It's good on both sides in my mind. You know, before we talk about which comps really suited defensive sides, I feel like this can be applied both ways here so far. But again, I would say though, Kasey's on paper is still one of those that does sit quite nicely on the defending side. I want to see how that Killjoy looks, for example. Does it sit well with him? Is that something we can see becoming activated further? But as it stands, I think kind of touching base on maybe some of our expectations at the start of this. Alive looking hot to trot, like what he's doing. Chihuahua, we still know that guy's got firepower aplenty. Everyone's doing their job, I feel, on the XL side. On the other side of things, it's kind of, I've got to say, Ambi, I want to see them activate throughout the series, right? If you're going to run that jet, you got to be kind of leading the pack on this one. So I do want to see more from that. But everyone else, I'm kind of enjoying watching. I mean, Roxy's pretty decent at this. Wolford's looking pretty good. Like, everyone's kind of pulling their weight in this. And for now, this is just all up short. There's no wildness to this. It's quite simplistic, and there's a wall in their way.
Wall in the pistol round is always the worst, and the adaptation coming through from the other side. 3 players pushing in, and the fact is now XL completely surrounded.
Yeah, this is actually really decent from Kasey. This is good. They've got them locked in. They're trying to break their way out, maybe wrap around towards CT, and none the wiser. Mo gets caught off guard. And XL have somehow slipped the net. Wall goes up, and they've got a 2v1 technically towards the site. Okay. Now, one of them is going to have to go hero mode. Not going to happen. Wolfen with a banger of a shot. Panitek just gets deleted out of the server. Chihuahua now, 1v5. Don't think it's going to work, and it doesn't. Kasey, some of these shots they are hitting are filthy.
Yeah, it's squeaky clean as well. Like, they get caught a little bit early with some of the utility throwing, but there's a part of me that wonders if that was intentional, just to almost sell the fact that there was only one player in mid. The short push, they had the wall ready to delay, and then the rest of the teammates actually flanking in through mid at the end. I think it's a really well-called pistol round, and it seems like XL fell perfectly into the trap they set.
That's really nice. Oh, we got a force?
Confidence.
I mean, we don't see these often, right? Again, our expectations have been be it either marred or changed by watching Masters a couple of days ago, right? So it's just like, didn't get to see many of these. The force back in. The difference, negligible, really. It's the light armor against heavy armor and a bit of utility. So this could be a fight and a half. They may not be aware of it. There's already Chihuahua. What is going on there? Just spins around on a dime. And there's the worst surprise of Kasey's life. They're now down to 3, and they're like, wait, they've also got Spectres. Don't love that for us.
Does Panitek just play like insanely high sense, or does he have one of those like boost buttons that it just allows him to spin? Because I've never seen anyone spin that quickly. Either that, or he's managed to swipe his entire desk mouse mat in the space of a second. But either way,
it feels like a DPI button hit at that point. You know what I mean? Like that ain't right. Ooh,
okay.
Kasey taking back space, getting proactive in a late round is so risky when you know that they've bought up as well. Just body checking the headhunter, no problem. This is good work from Kasey. I can't stress it enough. Now XL, this could be rough for them, right? Like, they forced on this round. They need results. And they've lost so much control here.
30
now,
seconds left.
A couple of smoke for Foxy still to play with. They know that main was compromised. Investment of utility. Nothing really found for it, but they know they've got a good inclination they're there. But how do they deal with it? This post-plant becomes really, really claustrophobic, hard to play out of. Ambi, yes, tagged up a little bit, but the chip damage would be more than enough. Foxy's only on 24. This is still a really hard round coming in for XL if they want to try and claw this back, but Kasey not out of the woods just yet.
This is a ratty little angle, but it's been given away.
Beautiful.
The dart catching and Wild Mo, yeah, not going to happen. Good trading again from Kasey, so it's not going to work out fantastically. The question is, Lauren, do they do it again? Should we just force again? Like, get some rifles on the board. They got another plant, a few kills.
Like, full on LDLC, Fnatic
Risk
era,
it.
just
Yeah.
full force.
Yeah, go on.
Force all the way, baby. It's risky, man. It's so risky to do it. I kind of like seeing it, but man, you're playing with just balls of steel at that point, right? It's just like, it's fine. It's fine. Just click on the heads. We'll be fine. Kase, though, meeting this challenge, right? Like, by all accounts, they've met this challenge, that late round aggression coming out. They're not playing like they are down rounds at all. And this buy, well, it's going to be the hero rifle unalive, and that's about it. So it's Sheriff's and Light Armor. It's not absolutely out of their minds. Close, but not completely. And I don't know how much information Ambi got then. I don't know if he got any, actually. Not sure.
Oh. For now, at least, it seems like they've just left alive almost as a lurk, which, considering he's playing the hero rifle, I'm not too sure about. I always like to have the option for somebody else to pick it up. I guess they really do just have so much faith in this man. The same can be said on the other side, though, with Wolfen. It is literally just his setup that currently defends the B site. A lot of opportunity to maybe take that space away, although Roxy does have a fairly quick rotation back.
Okay, so Alive going to start working on middle, and there is no utility in the way, right? Nothing there to stop him doing this. Now, the turret going to take contact. That's now been removed. Roxy towards CT. Ooh. And the shot was lined up. XL had already taken that control. We still have to see that rifle in play. They're holding down Market right now. All towards the side. They're going to know at least one towards it. That's going to be now Wolfen in a bit of danger here. Has so little to play with. Has to just try and buy time. Players life 25 seconds now. The clock is running low, and they still haven't cleared Wolfen. Finally gets away from the ult, and the overstep from Alive. I kind of love it. The push towards CT. Wolfen! What is that? What was that third kill?
Oh!
Wow. Closing on Ambi? So what was this round? What was this round?
I don't know. That was
play it back.
That was ridiculous. You got Alive with the hella aggressive push all the way through. Mo hitting some nasty shots. And then I have no idea how Wolfen gets this many kills with a Spectre clip. They weren't even like low on HP. Like none of those kills got assists. No one did enough damage. And then you just got a reaction Foxy shot. That's a highlight reel in itself.
That whole round is just like a frag movie right there. Like whoever's doing like the replays, let's just play that round. Like put some, I don't know, some Linkin Park over it. It'll be fine.
Of course. I knew you would say Linkin Park.
Look, I've got a frag movie playlist, man. You leave me alone. Anyway, the money has now been shattered for Kase. The force up from XL and the hero rifle, it actually works out for them. They're far from stable money-wise, but they can certainly fashion the purchase, right? So, precarious, but the site's theirs. And look at this lurk coming in from Foxy. This guy's so quick, so sharp.
Spike planted.
Ambi and Yuri. Oh, man.
Last player.
You felt like you had such a chance in this at the start, didn't you? And now these last couple of rounds don't really chip away, and that's gonna be 10 now beckoning, Tom. This is starting to look like it's slipping through the fingertips, right? I need to see that buy come back in for Kase, and soon.
Yeah, I think Xilv almost started to take a bit of a leaf out of Kase's book, because it's like, you can see that Kase have a lot of ideas for like set plays. Like, okay, we want to get aggressive here, we want to take this map control. So they've just been leaving a little bit more of a lurk, and then just pushing somewhere, like taking that map control. They got mid in the last round, then they make a play into B. And the thing is, if they don't run into whatever set play Kase are running, it becomes a very easy round for them.
Yeah. Ooh. And that, it's not even really a lurk at that point from Foxy, but the timing's just so good. So damn good. He's on a bit of a heater again, and what a showcase in a moment like this for these players. You want to be kind of putting that skill on display, showing who you are to the the wider world. We go back in 10-6 now. Kase could do with this one. Big round for them. And already Ambi does not get the play he wants in middle. Already can be warded away. Gives the space up to Alive to start maybe taking that little bit of room. Utility finally invested towards this though. Maybe trying to keep in mind there has been pressure now slipping through the net on this side, and Wolfen willing to fight.
Yeah, this time there is going to be some aggression. The operator alongside it as well. And even just the spam through to give that extra little bit of space. I can understand why they're moving away. And I like this setup from Kase. They've got the wall on A site. They've got the two players aggressive, and then the push all the way up on B. They have basically lock them in towards middle or outside the A site, which they can't currently pressure into.
And this is when it starts. Angle completely unknown to Mo. Didn't even consider it for a second. And the wall in the way. What do you do with this? Again, banking so much alive, potentially prying a couple of players on the back line away from this, but for now they still need to get towards the site, trying to clear towards the back of Gen. But again, we can know where Kase are. They're sitting more towards the tree, a little bit deeper towards heaven, towards CT. Had to take deciding he doesn't even want to use the knife just yet, and the KJ all going to come in. So again, we see that being removed as fast as possible. The spam's not working out for him right now. Nothing's denied this just yet. 3 more seconds. And again, they got to get the hell out of there. And actually, Chihuahua gets detained.
Yeah, this is going to give extra space for them to start making that move. And with them forced out of the site, the smoke is already going to push them back completely. This is going to be tough now for XL.
Do they have anything to deny that plan? I guess Alive is the player who needs utility. Just throw Alive through the one-way. The man's absolutely... Okay. Okay. No, not like this. How did it happen? How?
What? That's the thing. Kase did everything right. Like everything. They forced him out with the lockdown. They sectioned him off with the smoke. I think the main issue is they just didn't get anyone on the defuse. Like until it was way too late. And by that point, the smoke fades and well, you're up against a firing squad. I think Alive just buying enough time as well by just getting a single kill. But that just looked really, really messy from Kase because only at this point are you getting it anywhere near half. And that was what the full smoke had already dissipated by that point.
Yeah,
that's a slip up.
That's a shame. Man, that's gonna be pretty devastating. That felt like a viable round, right? Like that.
Yeah.
Lockdown coming in, all looking super, super well rounded, looking good. Kind of hope they get halfway, even if it was just potentially that, you know, almost a one and done mission from Alive. If that was enough to draw their attention away, perfect. Like, well, it got the job done. Man, I feel for Kase in this because that's gonna be one you're gonna go back on and watch again and be like, you know, goddamn, well, why did it go down that way? But 11-6 now. The lead's starting to really pull away because, again, money-wise, that's going to become a bigger factor here. They're starting to run down to the very end of their, you know, the kitty. They don't have much left to play with now. It's going to be sheriffs, maybe light armor at most, who knows, a shorty or two, whatever they fancy coming in with, but it's not much, and they haven't had much to write home about in this half yet.
Calling my out of charges.
Yeah, and then the worry, I think you said it before, this is their map choice, right?
Correct.
For Kase, so that's a really, really bad sign. Like, don't get me wrong, when you're playing maps like Ascent Haven, I feel like most teams are going to be having those within their wheelhouse.
Stealing that.
But have you moved away from the sky? You always used to be the sky main.
I'm trying to broaden my horizons.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I saw Shao and I'm converted, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, Shao, the guy who can play every agent in the game, you saw him play one well and you're like, I can do that.
I can absolutely. If I just do the same as him, that's fine, right? So, working on it. Ooh, Alive is not going to be alive much longer. Ambi's going to take him down and maybe there's still a chance. Maybe there's a little bit of hope in this. But they still have to clear the site. They still have to clear main. There's a lot on the list of what Kase need to do, and they need to do it quick. They have the operator with full. They have the knives out for Ambi, who's desperately trying to fight for this. And they have their way back towards the site. 3 still stand, though. Chihuahua has res as well if needs, must. Mo holds the line. Ambi goes down. Where's the trade? There's one. Foxy's going to find Chihuahua. Wall goes up. It gets instantly broken. The head gets ripped off the shoulders. And now the defuse is just going to be held down. Maybe close, but Kase stay alive. 3 standing, 3 rifles come through, excuse me. 2 rifles and 1 operator comes back in. And Ambi, we said, look, we want to see more from this guy. That's a round that he's genuinely had impact on.
Well, that's the thing. Like, he was someone who was always like a jet main, moved to Giants, was a pretty damn good Sova, and then it seems like coming back into Kase, they put him back in that superstar role, and so far in this map, we haven't seen it. Like, sure, I can be forgiving on the attack. Like, you are literally diving headfirst into Jules, but the fact is, when it comes to this defensive side, that's where he's given the opportunity to thrive, and should, in this round, probably be given that operator as well, so...
Excuse me?
So it's you, then. That's what I've learned. It's you.
That's really upset me. It's really upset me on such a personal level, Tom.
And that's still the funny thing for Masters. I think me and Mitch had 2 technical pauses, which lasted, like, I want to say less than a minute.
Yep.
How long was your tech pause during the lower final.
It felt like hours, Tom.
Anyone have a
Absolute
stopwatch
hours.
for that? Should we all crack our knuckles again? That was disgusting, by the way. I was sat in the audience for that, and
right?
when you were like, "Oh yeah, everyone cracked their knuckles," I was like, I'm actually offended by what has just been put forward.
It's unpleasant, but I felt unpleasant. All right, so here we are. It goes full circle.
Everyone else will suffer with me.
Exactly. I don't want to suffer alone. I don't know what was worse, that or just hearing the word boxes for 400 times. Did you like the song, Tom?
The boxes? What was
Yeah.
boxes? What have I missed out on?
You didn't hear the boxes song.
No, I don't think I did hear the boxes
Every time it comes in from a break
song.
Okay, Tom. You're just
Maybe I just don't know the name of
It literally says boxes. That's all
Oh.
it says. Wow.
Okay.
All right, dude. No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough, man. Like, I don't know. I guess some of us pay attention.
I'm just too focused on the Valorant to remember the songs. So.
Well, the Valorant's not started when they're playing the song, Tom, so don't even start with me. No, but yeah, again, tech pause coming in. I can try and find out what said issue is. Bear with us a moment. Absolutely no idea. No updates. So, how has your day been, Tom?
Oh, it's been all right. I woke
Yep.
up. Someone said, "Do you want to cast with Pansy?" And I was like, I suppose. Like that.
Well, you could, try and sound a little more excited about it.
Yes! It's my dream come true. After we casted together in the UK CSGO scene once.
True. Yeah, no, those were the days. Those were the days.
Were they?
No, hell in a cell, baby. Hell in a cell. So we can talk a little bit about. We'll kind of keep it semi, towards work for a little while, and then we'll just spiral. Obviously.
Okay.
Any players you're looking forward to seeing in the kind of VRLs? Is there any player to you that maybe you'd seen in obviously the tier 1 scene previously that had either been changed over by roster changes or whatever? Is there anyone you're looking forward to seeing again at this point?
See, I've just had to censor my own brain because I was going to say baddie mother G, and I was like, I can't say that, so I'll say mother flipping G. I'd like that man, one of the friendliest human beings in the universe, and also probably the best stand-in there has ever been. I think that's safe. They literally won season
did
1.
Pretty good.
Yeah, but Baddie G won them season 1 in EMEA. Like,
yeah, that's fair. That is
playing
fair.
he used to play Phoenix, and they brought him in on Astra. Like, man adapted fast.
He did. That is
to
true.
be honest,
that is
like
actually
that
wildly
whole,
true. The Astra swap. That is insane.
The whole Vitality team is just exciting to me. Like, you had Hyber as well, who stood in for Fnatic. I don't think it went as well as it could have done, but he still
tough
looked
predicament.
fantastic.
I can't ever blame people if they are brought into the stand-ins and have the most explosive game. You're just trying to fill a role, right? So it's like, no, but you're right. I forgot about him being in there as well. I think Bone Cold's back around as well. Looking forward to seeing him again. I love a bit of Bone Cold. Yeah, true.
Good old Kiwi.
We've got some good names coming back in. So there's a couple of players I'm definitely excited to see how they fare in this because, as I said, it's hard to get. I mean, there's some really deady people out there who will watch every single tier of Valorant they can get access to, right? It's just like they'll consume anything they can. They love a bit of it. But again, for us, I think it's like we see pretty much tier 1, and then it's hard to dip out of that because it's so constant. But it is good to see these names back around. So it does seem as though whatever the issue was has been resolved. So all good. And we get back into it, 11-7.
Oh, okay. There we go. Ambi's already managed to find one. He gets out of there, but Roxy doesn't. It's going to be the trade-off. The two operators going head-to-head early, Alive, almost able to, I want to say pad the buy, but he could have literally bought an operator anyway. So they're just using this for fun.
Bit of funsies. 1-for-1
They got
trade
so
out.
many ults. That's the thing. It's the null command is such a. It's so hard to play against on a Killjoy on B side because you just lose all of your utility within a second. And just look at where the setup is for the rest of the team. I'm having nightmares already.
Very isolated. Good luck. If as said, that ult gets popped, it's not feeling too nice. But had to take waiting with Alive, maybe just testing options. Obviously, we know it is just that one man, and 3 still dedicated towards A, and no one going looking. And speaking of ult, there it is. To Wolfen, good luck, have fun. If he gets more than one, I will be so impressed. And he made a go of it. Doesn't get what he wanted. TP taken, and not much really to report other than there's a lot of them and the spike's down.
Yeah, this is a super rough spot as well, with Foxy lurking in the backlines. If they don't clear this, he almost definitely has a free couple of kills because he can hear them actually breaking the door as well. But he is playing that timer. They're also going to throw utility just to slow things down even further. And, well, this should be 2 free kills.
You're absolutely right. Absolutely on the money. Foxy, perfect positioning. Ambi not allowed to cross too far. XL had that on wraps, and you noted it early. Patitech with the ult, Mo with the investment of the ult. Maybe it was overkill, but obviously we knew there was only one. They don't know how many are there, so I can't blame them for that. But 12-7, this is looking like it's almost wraps here, considering the money as well. Look what they've got behind them in this. It's like 8K on these players. They're leaning towards max now.
Yeah, no, and the thing is they've got so many rounds to actually play with on the other side as well. So I don't know. I feel like we've had a few like really good rounds out from Cassie on this defensive side, but now coming in with a stinky buy, 2 ultimates that I feel like are pretty reactive. No, they're going to use it straight away.
Okay, try and brawl it out. You've gone for 1-1 trades. Live just appears on the periphery of Yuri's vision and leaves just 2. Wolfen and Roxy defined 3. What can he do with this? Can he hold this down?
I don't mind the readjustment. Trying to take back A main control. He can clear out the majority of information. The only thing will be how far he goes. If he holds this spot for when they actually go into the site, fantastic. But it almost might sell them a little bit of false information that this is going to be a B play just because they haven't seen anything.
Yeah. You're right. Here comes Wolfen.
Spike planted.
Oh, the angle. Oh. The timing's ridiculous. And now a 2v2, Tom, there's a chance.
Yeah, especially with the positioning back towards main as well. They have absolutely no idea. It's just the timing couldn't be working out better, and it's left all onto Foxy. He knows where both players are, but it's Roxy instead, his counterpart with an R, that's going to actually take this round down. I don't think any of those peaks could have worked out any better for Cassie if they tried.
That just felt so fortuitous. That timing on Cat then, like, oh my word, that was... I'm sure Alive's frustrated as hell during that, but wow, what a bit of timing for them to walk away with. That was so good. And it's a lifeline, Tom. Like, look at the buy coming back in. There's a little bit of wiggle room with this now. There's a little bit of something. They've got a real buy coming back into this round.
Yeah, and I think Ambi getting onto that operator once again is an exciting prospect, because he has had his moments when it comes to this defensive side. Gives them a little bit more control over mid. And they've almost fallen back into what I would say is their sort of standard, at least thus far.
Okay. Let's see if they can keep this up. It's back to the wall, Valorant, though. This is so tough. Fall instantly with the first one. They're willing to fight so quickly on this, Tom. Like, they're not holding back by a second. But Ambi has to deliver. It's, I believe, an arm. I mean, Mo's still standing on 31.
We found one.
Maybe clip the wall a little bit, but it's still damage at least. Alive, actually going to go walkabouts in towards B main. There was almost the timing there for him, but he's going to hear the rotation back. They've struggled to take down Wolfen for free, other than just doubling up their ults to actually kill him off. Now they've broken the turret. It's going to drag another player back over.
Oh, this fight could open so much space potentially. I think Fall's got it down. He does. Very patient play waiting there, finding Foxy. Patitech creeping towards the site. Position given away. Utility gonna chunk him down. 43 HP and barely still standing. Look at the damage on Mo and Patitech here. Down so low. Alive, not being given many opportunities. Does Wolfen overextend? No. Keeping composed under this pressure. And there's still that player close, tucked in the corner. That's gonna be Roxy. This is so good. Cassie finding these moments to come alive. They are now beckoning. They're really knocking on the door of double digits themselves.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, eventually we are going to see that cash start to run dry, and I think we might be at that point. Foxy with a little bit of extra in the bank to play with, but I think that we're almost starting to see these slower rounds being attempted for the side of XL just to try and almost bait out a mistake. But I'm liking the fact that, at least in the early round, Kase aren't shying away. Even with these passive holds, they're still fighting mid. They're still having these really aggressive push-ups, and XL are struggling.
It's high risk, high reward, right? Like, and I mean, Kase are doing it. I'm beyond impressed at their capability to just pick back up and go back in. Oh, man. Okay. So money's been broken for XL. I say that. Foxy's on 7K. Yeah. Everyone else sitting around 3.5, 2.9. So not too much to write home about beyond him. But how far do they take this now? And as I said, Kase now, the aggression from Fall every round, it's not alone either. Wolfen's been dabbling occasionally and, you know, pushing up a little bit here and there. Roxy, Yuri, they're all willing to dabble a little bit. Ambi too. They're all happy to try and take some space, but it's so risky, but it's still working. So
yeah,
again,
honestly, I'd love them to see them just blitz the B side. I feel like the thing that's almost worked out for Kase is the fact that we're seeing these slower defaults into mid, and ultimately they're very, very reliant on Wolfen. And I feel like that's something that can easily be isolated by XL with the current setup. Although I feel like they did predict that because they put an early position from Foxy there, or Roxy, sorry.
Was that Foxy, Roxy?
Yeah. It was going to happen eventually.
Yeah. But now, though, let's see where the attempts are made by XL on this attacking side. You've got that 3-play stacked kind of double set up towards Street. No, but the chip damage achieved early. Roxy forced off the angle. Roxy having to respect the utility invested so far, and patience being shown from XL. We do have the hero rifle out for Foxy. Everyone else kind of on the sheriff's, I assume, headhunter for alive. And on the other side, rifles galore. They have what they need. So no one overextending. Kase this time do need to be a little bit cautious, right? It's that little bit of patience needs to be shown now.
And actually, they're going to start rotating back. I'm not sure what information has actually been had by XL for this full rotation to come through, but it might be just because the wall's down. They expect that there's been a rotation the other way, but whatever it is, I don't think they've got the read correct.
There's a TP gone. Well, let's see. 3 players on the other side, and you're right, maybe this is a misread. Ambi is indeed here, still gonna stand. Not phased, not fussed, and the trade's a good fall. Massive impact on short as well, and Alive just can't catch that cross. This is gorgeous work from Kase, who've come alive in these final couple of rounds. Again, no over-rotations, no giving away opportunities early there, because you could see XL were looking for those chances, right? Any overpeak, any overstep, none of that was going to be coming through. Kase, good adjustment in tempo there. We saw them, and actually credit to them for that quite aggressive play prior, you know, happy to take an early fight or two, but reading the economy perfectly, didn't need to do it now.
Well, now the pressure really is on. 2 rounds the difference, 4 buy-in. You do have yourself at least the Nightfall available for Mo, but other than that, just a res, which again, just going to be reactive. Still leaving Foxy as this lurk on the Omen. Obviously, he can play most of his utility from afar, but I like the fact that Kase, again, still challenging for map control, still trying to pressure on the other side.
This could be brawly. Ambi going to be forced away from the initial angle, respecting the utility invested. And XL trying to weigh up their options. Testing the waters a couple of times, but I wave that next step. Ambi hasn't been forced away. They're still trying to re-aggress this, and Ambi's willing to stand and fight. Chihuahua's going to invest the res. Oh, that was almost another body dropped. Mo, you are lucky to be alive.
Yeah, they switched up their utility placement for KJ as well, so that information in mid has been there for the first time in a while. Alive still holding just in case there's a rotation, but it's very patient from XL. They're expecting some level of re-aggression to eventually come through, but I'm almost looking at the fact that eventually Roxy is going to have that dart back online, and this could give the entire game away.
Well, looks like the ult's ready to go. 2 players noted. Excuse me, maybe just no, there is absolutely 2. Ambi still good for it. Still plucks Chihuahua away from the window. Roxy good for 1 on the trade, but now XL have the site. It is going to be a 3v3 post plant. What do they have for this post plant? I guess Yuri's got res if they want to find the timing right to utilize it, but the ult coming back in as well from Palitek. So this is still going to be brutal to try and work in on.
Also, the res is at the back of the site, so you'd basically have to have won the round by the time you actually get anywhere near a res. Turret going to be put down just to try and take initial contact, but Mo's a little bit further back. Time are ticking now as they have to move in, and the thing is, it's unusual for this many players to be straight within the sight. A firing scrub for them to walk into, and while now fall, last man standing, no hope whatsoever. XL eventually finished the job.
13-10. That got so close. Now, we were kind of discussing how the composition could potentially work out on the side swap, but Tom, that got way closer than expected, because I think the half was, it was kind of like towards like 8-4 scoreline, right? It was a very one-sided affair, but things really evened out towards the end, and Kase kind of came alive. We started to see maybe why that was their map choice there, but it will still end in a loss though, Tom.
Yeah, I think they didn't quite get the adaptations in fast enough. I think that was the only issue, but I like their little set plays. I like their aggression, and you know what, Lauren, going into a map like Haven, there's a lot of opportunities for that.
There certainly is, and that's what we're going to be heading into next. But before we get there, we're going to go to a short break. Do stick around.
You can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Looks like bling blow, ayy. Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Looks like bling blow, ayy. Gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah,
I'm living my dreams, selling when I'm moving upstream. So they wanna get in my jeans, I don't wanna give him my ring. Can have been blowing up, growing up, hit him with the right hook, left foot. I ain't scared of the man, I'm not shook. I've been running this jungle, that's my book. If you're looking at the king, but the things right. No, they're looking at the ring like it's free ice. Wanna know what it is, what it be like. What you really wanna do, what is street life? Try to tell them come and follow my flow, but they ain't really follow my dough. Money might rule everything all around me, but me no way can I control. RMG, get the name, down with the gang. You may not heard me, you saw me when coming, but you know by my name. I shoot up everything, put on my life on the line, yeah, this cannon got aim. Life goes with the wife goes, lights out for the light show, yeah.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Looks like bling blow, ayy. Gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah,
got a name, you should know, CEO, I'm the code, meaning I'm running game, that's a lab like I'm sprinting pro, I keep this all on the wrist, I ain't got no other option, what other shot can I miss, rings round me like I'm boxing, we all wins, which our ETA, kiss gold, oh that's PDA, watch them fall, boy, watch them cave, with the dubs, that's an empty space, how they handle the kid, that's a question, wait, hold on, hit that step back for a lesson, ayy.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Looks like bling blow, ayy. Gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah.
What you gonna do?
We are back after Excel taking down Case Esports' map pick. And I'm certain that I don't think many expected it to be that lopsided in a way. It was crazy, wasn't it? It was crazy, and I'm sure, Sam, you've got a big opinion about this one.
Yeah, I mean, lopsided is the right word. It really was a tale of two halves, and it almost felt like Kasei were going to have a huge comeback there, but XL managed to bring it home.
I was really expecting Kasei to make a stand with their defensive comp in the second half, banking on their own defender side in the end. Well, they did delay the inevitable by quite a few rounds. Some nice comeback rounds they had there in the end, but overall, XL just bold, brash, aggressive, and that basically won them the round.
It was a very close game at the end of the day. Even though it started at an 8-2-4 half, we do have our stats now on screen. Are there any standout players, any performances you'd like to mention?
Oh, that's tough though, because it really does feel like Excel were working really well together. And I know like Pansy kept mentioning how Ambi really needed to step up a little bit. And towards the latter part of the game, he started to come alive a little bit there. But it really did feel like Excel's game to lose. And all of them had these standout moments. But you know what, me being me, I'm going to give it to my boy Chihuahua.
Okay. I can get on board with that. On the other side, I got to mention Kasei a little bit because Wilson had some really good rounds. We got that insane triple with the Spectre, for example. But other than that, the rest of the team as well. Some really good moments overall. Just maybe Kasei overall being a little bit too easy to read for Excel.
100%.
So we kind of saw at the end of the series what you sort of expected while you were analyzing it prior to it beginning, right? Something to do with the compositions.
That's the thing though, like at the beginning of the map, we're sitting there and we're going, it's comp diff, right? I mean, XL are absolutely dominating because they have an initiator, they have the fade, they have so much firepower behind them. And then you take a look at on the other side and it's like Killjoy, it's Sova, as Pansy was saying, you know, kind of stepping back in time a little bit there. They did start to make it work a little bit more on the defensive side, but they wanted a stronger attacking half. And I think they would have been able to bring that home a little bit more had they had something like an initiator to help them get in onto site. And that was the big struggle, right? Creating space.
I mean, how do you peek a corner here? You flop down a Killjoy turret and that kind of scouts for you. But yeah, that is exactly the case for Kasei here. They just didn't have the side entry, the retake potential, especially on the defending side, which is why, especially for example, that last round which won XL the day, they had no way to get on that point.
I mean, we talk about the space control, and that was a big thing for XL in particular, right? So we're now just saying that Kasei was struggling to get into the site, into anywhere they were struggling to break in because XL was so consistently in control. They were pushing out really aggressively. They were forcing Kasei back, and it was something that you'd mentioned. Kasei, they lose the initial fights, and then they can't stabilize.
That was very apparent on their attacking side because they were always 4 or 5 men stacking on either side of the map, no split pressure, not taking space in middle at all. So it was really, as I already mentioned, very easily readable for XL. Just they got these awesome Sova dots at the start of the round, pinging multiple people every the Fate utility, multiple people. They knew exactly from the start of the round where Kasei was set up, and rotations came in super quick. Pansy and Tom spoke about that as well. So just all around, not good enough. I hate to say it, but just not good enough from Kasei in that first map.
Yep.
Well, we've seen weaknesses from both sides, but now it's time for them to adjust them on the second one, right? We've got Haven, XL's map pick. Now they're on their own home ground. Can we see it, Case potentially making sort of some changes to try and build back their own tempo regarding their own difficulties that they found in the first map?
So we talked about the comp. I like the comp that Kasei is running on Haven usually a lot more, which is something along the line of the little bit more modern era. We have a Fade in there. We got the Raze, of course, Chamber, Omen, Breach. So nice combination of utility. You can do nice layering, especially on the side entries. You have that wonderful support by the Breach, who's, in my opinion, one of the best agents in the game we have currently. So there's a lot of playmaking potential, pressure for different angles, and I really hope they can step it up.
I'll be interested to see what's going to happen in the duelist picks. And this was something that I'd kind of mentioned before the first map, but very often we see the Raze coming out here. Sometimes we still see teams kind of leaning into that Jet a little bit more, and I think we might
maybe
see
some
that.
Neon?
You know, as much as I'd love to see it, I don't think it's going to happen. It would make me unbelievably happy. Bearing in mind that Alliance in Northern Europe were one of the very first teams to run the Neon on Haven. But I don't think that XL are going to follow in those footsteps, and neither Kasei. I think we're likely going to be looking at, as I said, the Jet, or more likely the Raze. And then I really want to look at the Sentinel distinction, because I know that XL like to run the Cypher here, which is going to be really cool to kind of juxtapose between whether it's going to be like the Chamber or the Killjoy, whatever Kasei is going to be running.
So you basically say they do really excel at these older agents.
Oh, come on. I love that earlier you even said the case with Kasei is, yeah, right, okay, we hear you.
That was actually no pun intended, but I'll take it.
Okay, all right, you take those, you win those. But you have to take those low-hanging fruit. You can't just lay them lying there, you know, just...
Oh,
yeah. But either way, right, we're entering Haven, right? We're entering Haven. XL also had their own little mistakes going on into that first map. It wasn't as simple as it would be. What would have to be different for them to be more comfortable on this one?
I need them to focus more on those anti-ecos. And I think that was something that both teams really struggled with. But we saw the very first anti-eco, and again, it was this like cheeky Alive pushing out way too aggressively, way more aggressive than he has any right to do. And then he gets that first opening kill, and from there...
He doesn't even teleport out.
Exactly, he like moonwalks out, right? And from there, the pins kind of topple. But then in the very next round, they get overconfident. And this has been an issue for XL throughout the second half. They get so confident, they think that they're like fully on top of their game. They think that they're totally in it, and they make these massive mistakes. And Kasei, super cool, super calm. They see the mistakes and they capitalize on it.
Yeah, their tempo just lends itself to that they are slow, methodical, really patient in their execution. So if you make a mistake early on, you carry too much aggression towards them, they're just going to punish you hard. They're going to get those initial kills and be able to get some nice side entries off the back of that.
Well, I'd love to see the agent select as soon as it is ready, of course. And, you know, what would be key agents for you guys in this particular matchup? I know you've highlighted some Chamber here and there. It'd be a big difference between, you know, the controlling the extremities and having that aggressiveness from XL. But in this one, regarding Haven, I know we're going through it right now. We're able to see the entire map as a whole. What is running through your brain? What speaks volumes about these comps?
I want to see some Paper Rex style double duelist, Raze, Neon with a Sage, some Astra in there. I'd love that. I'd love some high intensity action on this map.
As entertaining as that would be, I think we have to bear in mind that both of these teams do actually want to win, especially with this being match point. And Kasei have to win this if they want to stay alive, knowing that it is XL's map pick. So they're going to need to be that little bit more focused. I know that they also like to run the Breach, so I'm going to be looking at the Breach matchups to see which one of the two is creating the most opportunity for that duelist or duelist adjacent player to get the space that they need to pop off. And then, of course, the Omens. Foxy was doing so well on that previous map, bearing in mind he is the IGL and fragging on top of it. So I want to see how that's going to match up versus the counter Omen of Falla.
Yeah, Fall had a pretty good map, honestly, on that map 1%, even if it didn't go the way of Kasei in the end. It's still some impressive crossfire he was able to set up with his teammates, and quite honestly, Omen is such a great map, such a great pick on this map, that way around. I'm really, really curious to see where this goes, but also I brought the Fade up earlier already for Kasei. I'm really curious to see how they play with this little bit newer age style of agent choices. If they bring it in, and XL, they do the opposite. They bring back the Sova, bring in the Cypher as well as the Jet.
Yeah, I mean, this is really curious. So we kind of spoke about the Fade a little bit over on Ascent and how much stronger she is now, and her pick rate has skyrocketed recently, and XL were playing her. And now as they move in onto Haven, they're actually leaning into the Sova, which again is that little bit more dated style. But I think if it's going to be XL, this is a team that's going to be able to make it work. The interesting thing here for me is, of course, the two differing duelists. We spoke about that a little bit, and it's going to be both the Raze and the Jet. And these two duelists, they have two very distinct jobs in terms of what they're trying to achieve. The Raze is really good at getting a lot of space, using her abilities to push people back with the nades, the satchels, whereas Jet is kind of very much in your face but can get out of danger really quickly. And both of them are going to rely on quite a bit of support from the rest of the team.
What I'm super curious about is to see how XL uses this Cypher, because it would allow you to leave the Cypher alone on one side and answer aggression by Kasei with a little bit more numbers on your own end on the defensive side. So it's going to be super, super interesting. But of course, Cypher on the offense also always a little bit tricky.
I mean, it's Chihuahua. He loves Cypher. He loves he loves doing it well. But it's time to throw it to our casters to start off this game. Press that button. Start it now.
We will do. We'll get this one started. Tom, press the unmute button. Have you got it?
Well, I've already pressed it to unmute. If I press it again, I'll remute. So
Right.
is that what you're asking me to do?
Well, I was trying to be subtle about it, Tom, but fair enough. Let's dive into the comps, because we've got quite a curious thing occurring, right? That we've kind of had this switch to the new age for Kasei, and then we've got the kind of back to the basics for XL. How do you feel about this, right? How does this sit with you?
Compositionally, I definitely lean Kasei's way this time. I think that the combinations you can pull out from like the Raze and the Fade are really nice. So we've seen a lot of teams doing that, especially towards A long. I think Chamber as well. Like Chamber's just cracked at the moment. Like
Chamber
to not
too
play
good,
a Chamber on a map like Haven just seems foolish. I will, however, say though that Alive's stats on Jet are absurd. Like he's getting like 295 ACS average. So like I can understand if you have someone that is that good, you kind of go, all right, fair enough. Let's just let him run around. I think they've also, have they dropped him over an extra pistol? Because it's just like these guys, they're just going, Alive, go kill. I like it.
Hey, look, we saw it before. You know, Yampi used to become the raid boss. A couple of other teams would always do it, and Alive going to cop a lot of damage at the start, going to at least work away any of the additional he had coming in with this. So Frenzy, and a little bit of bait. I kind of like this, trying to draw the attention, but it's all leaning towards his B side. So again, Yuri not checked upon. Got away with murder for a second, but quickly put to bed. And now this is where problems begin. Already with a spike planted. This is so hyper aggressive from XL. A lovely little piece coming in here, and barely a response made from Kasei.
Yeah, I feel like we have to call that attempted murder because it went about as wrong as it could have done. Like, again, like a spot not being checked, but no real capitalization of it. Now XL get off to a flying start on their attacking side. And I like the fact that, as I said, in the last map, I feel like these slower defaults allowed for the setups to come through. In the pistol, they've just gone blitzing in towards B, winning most of the duels. And I think, in all honesty, that's where XL will thrive because I think they're just the better team pound for pound.
And have I left music playing, Tom, or is there still music in the game?
I'm jamming out. I quite like it.
Pepe D. The vibes are good. The vibes are good. I've not had this before. And you're looking for a clean round here if you're an XL fan. You know, they've got the purchase there with them. On the other side, I see a Shorty, I see a Frenzy, a Sheriff. It's not without a little bit of danger to it, so there is that to keep in mind. But we have to see the tempo and the pace now. Certainly a stark contrast to round one.
The thing is, if it's only me and you that can hear this,
don't.
You now sound mental.
I honestly, look, it was a long event at Masters. All right, leave me alone, man. It's absolutely washed.
Maybe I'll play into it. I'm like, what music, Lauren? I don't know what you're.
Don't do this to me, man. Don't do this to me, dude. All right, Plan gonna be coming in towards that A site. So for now,
spike planted.
I'm still really enjoying this though. I have to see if anyone can make anything of Yuri's utility. Could potentially play something back in. Ambi still got a nade. You've got little bits and pieces. Fall as well is something to bring to the plate. So could do some damage.
I'm just leaving it for music breaks. I don't need to say anything now.
No, true.
I feel like we're almost like pre-producing a highlight reel. Like you could just have like some of those extra kills coming through. I really hope that the stream could hear this, otherwise we do sound like a couple of weirdos. But
they've stopped it. No.
That means they're not going to clutch. Who could have seen that coming?
I know. And the last two alive, Yuri and Ambi, just gonna go for the spike. There it is. Quick way out. And 5 standing for XL, so a very clean start. And just by the first couple of rounds, this looks like this map very much suits them. I do want to see how it fares once we get into the full buys. Obviously, this is going to be a kind of the bonus round, so I'm not too fussed about it. But the lack of impact kind of coming in for Kase is going to really nullify much of the benefits of this round, right? You're still going to have light armor coming in. You're still going to not have that fully robust kit coming through. This could still be an issue. Those Spectres aren't going to be too shabby against this.
It looks like we're going to get an early setup, though. The C's combination alongside the Raze nade is just nasty. And they've even thrown in a stun, but interestingly didn't use it. There we go. I think that has completely missed. But I guess they were trying to almost bait them into jumping away into the nade, but it didn't work.
Shadows traveling.
You know, good intention. Sadly, the execution not quite there, but again, I'd like to see more of that. I'm never opposed to seeing, you know, some more pieces coming through, some more attempts like that to really try and bring the fullness of this agent composition into place. Now, a proactive approach towards sewer, but you can note that XL are still keeping an eye on this. They're taking space towards B while still showing a little bit of something on these extremities. So this looks at surface level like a crunch towards that A site, right? But again, they could pivot that back to B. They've got 3 of these players locked in towards this, and that B site bodes pretty well for a Spectre, a Bulldog, and such. So again, this isn't bad, and Chihuahua used to be so good on this agent as well. I'm looking forward to the later stages of what he can do. Roxy's having none of it, though. Absolutely none of it.
Oh, I like that. The pings were put across early from fall of the positions that they were in, and now any extra damage that can be done by XL would be huge. Not a lot of weaponry, a bit of a misstep with the check, but
that's fine,
it doesn't matter. Solid trading. I think either teams will be quite happy with how this round ended out.
Yeah, this is fine. You take these. Again, for Kase, at least if they'd lost another player, if it got down to 2, I'd be a bit worried. You want to stabilize that economy as soon as possible. I think with 3 standing, they can spread the wealth. They should be okay. It won't be perfect for a while, right? I'd still say XL will come out with a better buy here, of course, because there still will be that light armor. I'm still looking to see what they actually get to really pull into this. Again, though, fortunate to a degree, but Roxy, massive impact on this, and really quelling any of that potential danger of losing more than those 2 players.
Yeah, and I think also just the read that they had and the util put through from fall was spot on. Again, we're going to see this early C's. They used Ambi off the top of it. Straight in. No retreat for Patatek, but he will get out of there just in time. But a solid start. As you mentioned, was a great buy coming here for XL, but the start has not gone well at all.
No, this is much nicer for Kase. I like this. I want to see more of this. All that work that could we've been kind of theory crafting could work with this composition that we enjoy about it. Look, he's doing something. And also, can we just note Patatek's hair? Just looks like a Head and Shoulders advert right there. Unbelievable. And look at the
Are you really going to talk about hair when I'm here?
I'm so sorry to do that to you, dude. You know? Chihuahua. Yuri's been punished a couple of times for playing towards the back of the site. Now, it's a 3v3, but look at the positioning. With so much room being found by Foxy, and even Mo complementing that with his position, this is really brutal. Because as you can see, there should be a swing, and there it is. Mo's there to punish Fall, so a really good attempt, but this puts so much pressure now towards Roxy, who is towards CT. You can already see that plant is so favorable towards this slip back towards long. Man, this is rough for Roxy. After having great impact in just those prior rounds, this is now put him right back to test. Tap on the spike, could draw the attention of one. And there it is, jumpy for Patatek. And even on the other side, Mo, never far away from this. And maybe just gonna try and get it to half. And there we go. So utility's still there. And Roxy knows that, just simply put, they're not playing games. That's a shot though! Almost making something out of nothing there.
Yeah, I was almost getting some flashbacks to when we saw Shao do that. Not that long ago, just at Masters, because just able to win a round that looked like it was done. Nice attempt. I think we're still seeing the same issues that I had in the previous map, though. It's like the initial setups from Kase, fantastic. Like they've stolen the ideas of some of the best teams in the world. Like as said, that C's nade is something we see so regularly, but they added their own twist with a really aggressive push out from Ambi. The problem is the mid rounds, and that's where I think XL thrive. Like Foxy has found space on both maps with relative ease, and there's also a second layer to most of those pushes as well.
Bloody hell.
Close.
It's a dangerous game when you name yourself alive and you're still on like 14 HP. You know what I mean? You're really tempting fate at that point. A nice attempt though, making something out of nothing. But yeah, you're right. I do see a little twist on some of these, classics, right? Like an interesting take on the old fashioned, just something to really draw our attention to. We do still see that Bulldog with Yuri, but so far the chip damage did all go towards a life.
No more charge.
And Roxy falling to it as well. So this is not looking so good for Caste. Orphan gonna punish Foxy, but again, all trades there, just 2 left alive.
Wow, the A site now completely open for business, and again, it almost just comes down to how much damage can be done. Alive low, early flank coming through, but of course you still got the Cypher trips on either side, so any real aggression is going to be tough. And for Excel side of things, I guess to just keep it as clean as humanly possible.
Yep.
And surprisingly, they're not going to let Chihuahua plant the spike because his ult is kind of trash.
Damn. Doing that to Cypher, man.
We all know that Cypher needs a buff. Come on, let's be honest. It's good, but in comparison to Chamber, or maybe Chamber just needs a nerf.
Huh. Do you know what? Part of me just really enjoys the fact that something exciting is kind of OP. Like if it was like a boring agent, I'd be like, yeah, no, absolutely nerf it. But
you want 2 raise nades back, is what you're telling me?
Yes. I, as the viewer, find it exciting.
You're a bad person.
Yes,
correct. You're
correct.
a very, very bad person.
Roll it back, man. Keep me in that chamber meta where
buff the showstopper. Buff the.
Look, if Counter-Strike never updated the whole nerfing Kenny SJW, I'd be happy, man. Like those were the days. I love it. What about
the R8 revolver? Do you want that as the initial?
Now
initial
you've said something horrible, Tom. You've said something absolutely
You didn't enjoy
foul.
the triple kill body shot?
No.
That was a fun day.
I did like
it. It was better than the AWP.
I did like the old CZ. And I get a little bit of that with the Frenzy. I still think the Frenzy's a little naughty, but I don't want to say it too much because they might start taking away anything I find fun. As said, playing the game, obviously atrocious, but this could be quite good on the other hand. Alive just going to get to decide where's that next layer. They've taken the space. Foxy, perfect. Second one in, going to find Ambi. Clears the back of the side. It's so robust. And Alive, getting a little tempted, but he held off. He held off.
I feel like there was somewhat maybe Foxy. No. Don't go through the smoke.
Stop it. But man, they've got their work cut out on the plate. Wolfen, did he slip through on a bit of timing? I mean, they still have the back box alive, and yeah, that's where the box is going to stop. Yeah, there it was. A little bit of fun. No fun allowed.
A big round for Excel. And again, it's the same switch up of pace that we've seen. They go for these slow lurk plays, next round blitz into the site, and I feel like Casse are really finding it difficult to actually get a read on this. Like, the only real aggression we've seen from them is on the other side of the map. While even getting rid of these weapons at the end, Lauren, it leaves Roxy hide, I guess.
Yep. Hide and seek champion of the year so far. Doing really well. Do you ever play Prop Hunt, Tom?
Yes.
Great game. Can we get a little bit of that in Valorant? Oh, been found. Been found. Gets called out right at the end. So you can see what that's done to the money. They're in a bad spot, Tom.
The thing is, I know that everybody, if they played that, would just hide as the little bear every round.
Good. It'd be so
there's
good.
nothing else you'd want to hide as. Just I don't remember that bit. Like the one in the tire. I feel like you have to hide as the one in the tire on Breeze.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'll call up Riot. Riot. We get some Prop Hunt. I'll probably tell me to go away. It's fine. Oh.
And then you tweet out the fact that someone told you to go away, and then they're screwed.
There you go. You got to leverage your socials, Tom.
You got to weaponize the audience.
That's the one. If I say enough Pepe's, right, the audience becomes my friend, and then I can use them to get Prop Hunt in the game. That's the master plan here, all right? It's ingenious. And something that has to be ingenious is what they're going to do with this purchase coming in for Casse and how they plan to approach this. Because XL, I feel like, is starting to take some strides in the game. I'm seeing some depths here, seeing some good looks. I feel like watching XL on this map, I've gone, yeah, this is absolutely their map choice. They look comfy.
Yeah.
We've seen a couple of glimpses of actual decent looks from Casse, but they're just being broken back down to these half buys, and I'm a little worried. I'm a little bit worried.
Yeah, I think, well, I'm looking at XL about to go into C, and I'm about to say the phrase, I think the C site looks quite weak, so maybe I'm not the only person who's noticed that. They have a lot of set plays in towards A, even pushing mid this round. You've got Ambi all the way down in the window, but, well, you haven't had any resistance over the last couple of rounds on C, so just going to go for that push. Wolfen, though.
Where did he get 2?
All right.
How's he got 2? When did he get alive? All right, fair enough. Okay, post plant with 3, and let's see what they can do with these 4. Gangnam Fly apparently is the name of the game for more. Goes back in for more. Can't get it though. Good trades coming out from Kase. Now the positioning from Panitek. I think he's going to lose out on this fight because there's one coming in from Garage in a second's time. But Foxy's actually got his back. Maybe he's still a little bit of hope in this. No way. Remaining. He's going to sit this. He is absolutely going to sit this. You better check on that. Oh, right in front of your face, Panitek. May not have even noted what was going on at the time, but still, it is a round for Kase and a well-needed one at that.
There's so much to dissect. You've got the aggressive push. You've got one of the most audacious repositions I've ever seen from a team. They use a rolling thunder towards the spawn, but while they do that, they basically use that rolling thunder to mask from the shadows, which TP'd into spawn and then ran back in behind. That's why you had that second layer to the player holding. And then it all just tops off with a ninja defuse. So, yeah.
Solid round.
Yeah. Good one.
Good one. And look at this pace coming and walking over. Fair enough, man. I mean, fair enough.
Unlucky, Pat. 2 rounds in a row.
Yep. Come on, Pat. You got to win those, man. Sarcasm. There's nothing you could do. Play back in, though, finding alive as well. So taking away Patatek and alive from this, leaving the last 3. 2 towards long, and 1 trying to lurk in through Garage, and both have lost. Chihuahua goes down by Garage, leaving it all to Foxy. And this is good from Kase. Playing it back in perfectly, and look at that, just an army in front of him. Kase now going to get 3 on the board. This is the perfect response. 3 standing. This is looking much better.
Yeah, and I think having that operator for Wolfen just on C is going to change the dynamic quite a bit. Like, they've had some troubles financially in a lot of the early rounds, so getting that operator wasn't really much of an option. I think the rest of the map, they've been okay. I'm interested to see, though, if XL go back to those fast B plays, because that's been another spot on the map where ultimately they've been able to get into the afterplant for free, and the retakes haven't been great, but a lot of those retakes were attempted with weak weapons, so...
This could be nice. I am looking to see where XL go now. These have been 2 really good answered rounds from Kase. They found value, and look at the pace of this one. Ambi unleashes that spike now down. They try to get that crunch going on the other side as well. The 8 players pushed up a little. 1 towards 2 that got picked up. I believe that was either Patatek or one of them found it towards Fall. So again, already player advantage this early. We're at 120. This is insane already. The pace coming out from Kase, just hitting that flip. Patatek looking kind of sharp though this round, Tom.
Yeah, unfortunately, the rest of his teammates are getting ruined. You've also got that operator still there. It's a missed shot, and now the flash leaves Wolfen completely blind. He's going to be able to pull out the pistol. And well, again, it's just gone back in the favor of XL.
Okay, Ambi. Hit the perfect start. Can you bookend this round? 2 players, experience plenty. Gonna isolate 1. The tap was just off. Just a centimeter away. And heroics from Patatek that round.
Have you played Escalation? Like the game mode where it's basically gun game, but it's not because we can't call it gun game.
Of course.
And that's what I felt like in this round. Like, you've got one guy running in with a showstopper through a trip. It's just like... And then just huge plays coming out of Patatek. The thing is, I feel like he's one of those players who... I think he was even going into, was it Heretics? They even basically just went, actually, yeah, you're a superstar player who just hasn't been playing a superstar role.
Yeah.
But it almost works out better when he's not on a superstar agent because he just doesn't need it.
This early work coming out now is looking a little bit spicier, but that could have been so impactful. Oh man, Chihuahua's just nullified this round though. It was like looking kind of dangerous, chip damage on long, all of it. Right.
Kill him.
Right.
See, look, it's on him right now.
Just...
No, don't put another...
Back we go.
They have to have a decent idea that someone is here.
Surely.
This is not a particularly good smoke either, because they can get a little bit further than they probably would have liked, but it's just an on-the-fly one to almost try and force him back.
Okay. Okay, oh, it's gone badly. It's gone severely badly. Chihuahua just prying open the side. Roxy at the back now. Ooh, what a shot. An absolute screamer by Roxy, but it's all for now, really, as Ambi... Problem is, it's a shorty. Ooh. Yes.
I've seen Twiston make this work.
Right.
I will say he's the only player
right
I've ever seen make this work.
It's a good caveat there.
Yeah, I miss watching Twiston sometimes. Like, there's other times where I feel like I want to break my monitor,
statement? But I really miss watching him. Sometimes. That's all. It's like
anybody who
imagine we call out Michael, you know, Hypo, and be like, Mike, I really miss you. Sometimes, and then just hang up.
Anybody who watches Twiston enough understands exactly what I mean. It's like he'll do the most incredible things, but at the same time, you think about it from the other player's point of view, and you're like, I hate that you did that.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
For example, like that. Imagine how annoyed, upset Mo must be right now.
Yes. Yes. Brilliant. And this was the start of it. You feel if there was...
Oh, I don't know. Veto, I think that was on him.
This second shot by Roxy was out of this world. Look at that. Oof.
It's always pathetic.
Look, he gives them out. He gets them back once in a while. You know what I mean? It's how it goes. But we do see that combo work coming in. Right. And alive. Actually managed to stay perfectly unscathed. TP taken. Where the hell did Foxy just get to? Okay. 1-for-1 trade out, but the back lines are pretty much broken now. That A site looking vulnerable, and now there's problems. Ambi already down to 41. Mo gonna scout out at least probably 2 of these players. Alive teed up with the information, and Ambi already noted. Isolates 1, gonna find Mo. Checks back towards Tyke, gets another 1v1, but it's Chihuahua. It's never really a 1v1. This man is a walking army at times, leaving Wolfen far away.
Spike planted.
Yeah, again, I feel like a lot of these executions have been clean, and at Casse, other than the sort of blitz into mid, which they've now done twice and had relative success, a lot of their set plays have just been worked out. Like, okay, you're going to throw this combination of deep utility, we'll wait for it, and then we'll take the fight. And I don't think, like, you could even see the positioning of Alive in that round. Yeah. Like, he was so ready for any of the utility they were going to throw.
Yeah. Does he get to keep this operator? Ah. Orphan chilling down by the Soulcast incident.
Why?
I don't know, man. It's just anytime I see that corridor, it just comes to mind. You know? That's it. That's how I see the map now. 3 to 8. Yeah. And the problem is, again, at eye test alone, we've actually had some really close rounds. You know, the 2 on the trot back-to-back, the timeout going for XL. There was some really... quite close moments for Casse where I felt like they'd really started to take the control back, started to really, you know, come online. And then the pace change comes in. You start to see that depth with XL. You start to see the individuals doing bailouts. That scoreline's really quite drastic now.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like that's what makes this XL site so exciting, is they have actually built an incredibly good team by picking up a lot of parts that didn't quite make it in other rosters. It basically just means they've sort of... it sounds like a team of rejects, but I wouldn't consider it that way. Oh my god. That was one of the boldest players I've seen in a while from Foxy, and he gets away with it.
I don't know how. I do not know how. And you were talking about those fast B pieces. We'll get to see it, the spam on the site. No one's on it currently. Did not get it to half. Keep your mind towards how that spike is progressing. Already the lurk's been dealt with, so Alive gets taken away from the back lines, but there's another string to this. Chihuahua's on the way. That should be a trade. It is. Good work. And now it's all on Mo. There's the ult. And he's getting closed down on his Reddit correctly, but he can't do much about it. Casse gonna find the answer this time and make it to 4.
Yeah, it does almost seem like when the rounds get really scrappy, that's where Casse actually played better. Like, I think that the initial start from XL was a little shaky, and then I think just off a tap, they were spamming the spike for a good, like, 15 seconds just in case there was someone there, because they didn't have vision on it anymore. And that was enough for them, I think 2, maybe 3 of their players to just be caught a little bit out of position, and they were ultimately playing for that Hunter's Fury, but it was just too early. Like, there was no way that Mo was going to kill 4 players with the Hunter's Fury at the end of the round.
Yeah, and it's and I do want to kind of highlight how this kind of tees up in my mind, because again, when we look at some of the teams that kind of came out from the like quote unquote tier 2 scene, again, please don't take that as like a negative. It's not meant to be, we'll talk about tier 1 as the teams that qualified your masters, obviously your champions who play in the the EMEA stages, through challenges. But teams like Focus, teams like Big, these are such dangerous teams that came through. And speaking of danger, Wolfen bangs out alive to start with. They found my trap.
Uh-oh. Oh, okay.
Okay.
I thought he was the one in trouble.
Nope, just fine. Just fine. All good. Oh, dear. Oh, this is not pretty, is it?
He's got a teammate to help, though.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that's quite a nice start for Wolfen, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not really how I expected that pistol round to go. I like how the rest of the team almost just went, all right, you have fun. Well, we're going to just go plant on the other side of the map and just leave you to try and kill everyone. And yeah, XL probably a bit frustrated because, again, they had the opportunity to isolate this chamber, which is always going to be helpful, and they got wrecked.
Chamber good. Chamber real good. And it's a gateway, right? This could be the ladder back into the game potentially. Convert the next, keep them clean, as we consistently say. This man is he just wants his ult. He's gonna get it. It's the one-man army. Wolfen just tearing him limb from limb. You got Foxy, Chihuahua, and Mo left. And as it stands, this is perfect for him. Tour de force nice and early. Build up that money. And there's been almost no impact coming out as well from the other side. So XL being put through it. They are in the ringer right now. There is no way out of this one. And Foxy just has to face the music here.
Yeah, again, any damage would be nice, but I can't really see it happening. And there you go. Wolfen again.
One away.
Back-to-back rounds. And yeah, orbs on this map, specifically if you're going to go fighting in towards A long, like, you could realistically get a kill with the Headhunter. So he's currently, I didn't even notice, he's 16-8. Now, granted, he was 10-8 about 2 minutes ago. But even still.
Yeah, Wolfen's having a bit of a game. He's having a half. For now, though, we see the buy coming out. Not quite as worrying as... Well, again, they'll be missing bits and pieces. Light armor here, some lack of utility, I'm sure, but Wolfen's still trying to find it. This guy, if he gets any more, that'd be nasty. Ambi with a good trade. Gonna put Chihuahua under a lot of scrutiny, and he can't run away from this. Stand and fight. Lovely little crunch towards the side, but he does stand, and he does deliver. Ambi goes down. He's got 25 HP. If Chihuahua does any more, this would be heroics. The flash comes in, the pre-fire just spamming it. Does go down on the trade. And Kase making a round out of this. Bear in mind, the guns they came in with were not pretty. It was Bulldogs, it was odds and ends. It's what they had, but Wolfen, well, ult's out. He got what he wanted. And lucky to still be standing.
Yeah, the thing is now they've used a Rolling Thunder, a Tour de Force popped. They almost need to be bringing this round home. Swing back through from Paditek, though. And now it is left all onto that ult. First shot landed, and he'll get the second as well. Wolfen on fire. 3 triple kills in a row, Lauren.
You don't get better than that, do you? Wolfen having a highlight of a half. And you were right, though. The investment that came out from Kase there, it almost had to be around as well. Really heating into this one, trying to invest those ults they're working towards early. And this guy, because look at the work that Paditek put in, right? Clears towards long. Gets the reveal towards side. Yuri's in danger. Perfect. Cleans him up. But again, Wolfen so disruptive, and at this point, there was nothing the Mo could have done. Again, perfect work from Wolfen. Time to heat up on it. Absolutely stunning work. And this has sent XL right back to the Stone Age. That buy is shoddy, to say the least.
Want to go for another triple? Let's see how many in a row he can get. Oh, it's absurd. And that's the thing, like, we saw him on the KJ. He was pretty good in the last map. Like, of all the players that they had, he was all right, but I'm almost starting to think maybe they should just play him on Chamber from now on, because this has been absurd.
I mean, how can you have this and then not play Chamber on every map? Because in my mind, he only ever plays like this, and there's no downsides.
Of course. Like, he would never have bad maps and good maps.
No.
That's not how players or Valorant works.
correct. It's just purely chamber good. Play chamber. And now this
You
is
should be on the
standing.
desk.
I mean, look.
Spike planted.
Analyst desk. It's a lot of sitting around, Tom. Can't be doing that. Can't be doing that. Sweeping statements, though, that I can do. And this is looking like another round for Kase here. Chihuahua, Foxy, Paddytech. I feel like Paddytech's always going to get you 2 no matter what, but again, it probably won't convert to a round win. Yuri, isolated. Looked flashed. Looked very flashed to me there, but apparently not the case. Yuri just fine, and the scoreline tied up. And you got to say it, this start was off the back of Wolfen, 20-9. But the rest of the team now stepping up in kind.
Well, what I was going to say is, you remember in round 15 where I said, oh, they've used the Rolling Thunder. They have to win the round now.
Right.
He's got his Rolling Thunder back.
It's fine.
Yeah, didn't seem like it made that much of a difference anyway, but it just does seem like Wolfen and Yuri, they both had step-ups over the last couple of rounds, being able to, I guess, be a little bit more direct with how they're using a lot of this utility, and right now, XL are struggling. Full buy-in. They've got an ult or 2 of their own, and Patatech, well, I guess if your duelist is a little bit quieter, you become the duelist.
It is the bonus of having Paddytech, though. The guy is, you know, hella sharp. So at this point, you have the man advantage, and out of all the players to kind of headhunt, you want Wolfen gone, right? Like, you're happy with that. You're like, okay, we can hit the brakes for a second now. We don't have to worry about him. But there was the other string to that bow, which was Yuri, right? So again, let's see what Yuri can do with this. And towards sight.
Right here.
Mo looking to do that chip damage. And actually, XL going to try and pressure this one, but sent right back again, responding. The drop down comes in, and Roxy all too aware of what Mo wanted to do. Juan going to come in, and Kase and just digging their heels in.
Yeah, and they've used up the majority of the utility to get them back in. You got a couple of flashes out, but the remaining players just not peeking, holding back, and this flank still quite far away. Foxy even taking the peek before Alive can actually get anywhere near.
Yeah, and Alive can do the best he can. Paddytech needs to pull attention. Alive's doing well, trying to keep this round at least somewhat competitive. But again, Alive! Shot! And now he's got to know where this player is on the back of the side. Spins it! Oh, get it, Rocky. Saving Kase and putting them to 9 because that got way more dangerous. But we've got to talk about the timing as well on some of these retakes as well. Looks a little bit mismatched. Maybe a little bit of frustration starting to lean into this. But again, that was a 2v4. Maybe, yeah, it was a 2v4. They got way too close.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, it definitely looked like Alive was maybe a little bit later. I guess the only argument could be that you kind of want to start getting in a little bit earlier. And also, his flank probably would have been checked if no one else moves. So maybe he wouldn't have got as much done. But you definitely want to see them actually fighting at the same time. Good thing is, though, with that many kills, he actually gets a Blade Storm here. So it's something that they can hope to play around. But at the moment, I feel like the superstars on XL haven't needed to pop off as much, whereas on Kase, they are just flying.
Oh yeah, for sure. Ambi, first man in. Well, first foot towards the site, but you can see that XL sitting a little bit deeper this time, but it is Sheriff's. Bits and pieces. Actually, Chihuahua doing okay to find Ambi here. This is still kind of contested until about now, unless there's like a mad pop-off round. Yeah, not gonna happen. Wolfen's still fine. His pistol's bigger than theirs. It's all good. And now, Kase starting to tear into this game, man. It's 10-8. This has been, what, 6 on the trot now. And there's a reason we were talking about the comps at the start of this as well. As much as, yes, you know, we do meme a bit about, you know, Chamber, but it's super strong. And especially in the right hands, given the right opportunities, I feel that we haven't seen much of Alive really apart from that one round, right? Like that one round he had some impact. Yeah. It feels like he's been absolutely destroying this game. Wolfen's had his number every single time on this half. So
I think even just the setup kit as well.
Yeah.
It's like, I feel like Fade is still ridiculously strong, especially going into this attacking side.
Absolutely.
Just with the amount of utility you have to actually delay on retakes as well. Even the ult's pretty decent. I'd say Hunter's Fury is up there with it, but I don't know. I think we're starting to see the real strengths of having that sort of raised chamber combo with Ambi coming online as well. And on the other side, you are more reliant on someone like Alive, or, well, I guess in many of the rounds, Paddytech. So we have to wait and see what sort of response they have, because I don't feel like they have as many opportunities to go for those same set plays that we saw from Kase in the first half, even if they weren't as successful.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I do think this is a little bit of really expanding on what is incredibly strong about this comp. I mean, it's what we've seen throughout for a very good reason. Incredibly diligent. And the buy coming in, I mean, Alive's got his ult, so it's not too bad. We have to see if they can handle Wolfen. Wolfen has absolutely been shutting down Alive throughout these rounds, and here's the switch up. Looks like a B piece coming out this time.
Oh, Ambi already within the site.
Fair enough.
They've used the horn already to sort of force some of these players back. Foxy, that's a nice shot, though.
Would you expect another? Apparently you would, but Ambi still gets the better of Foxy, and now here comes that brawl towards the side. Patitek again alleviating some of the stress and bringing it back to a 3v3. Now Alive trying to deal with his presence, and Wolfen still good for it. It's Chihuahua to fall. Alive.
Oh, no.
He's had a nightmare. It's all on Patitek. It ain't gonna work. Kase coming through this absolutely hot to trot. That's 11 now. This is a blowout now in this half.
Yeah. No, especially like an 8-4 attacking side half. You go into that defense, and they've just been slammed. And the thing is, it seems like the reads have been incredibly solid. Like, they're able to use the horn early on to force back any players within the B site. You then reaggress to take control. And then the flank is basically just being watched by Wolfen, and he got the timing spot on.
Yeah. Down to a T. This guy's feeling the game. The money is swelling. 8k on one, 7 on the other. They are in a good spot, and they're feeling aggressive. Now Alive at least going to get one here. That's Ambi nullified, but that's not all this team has. They still have plenty more to put into play. Roxy still tons of utility to try and set the tempo. Same with Fall, same with Yuri. And then you've obviously got Wolfen. So this is going to be interesting.
Will he have time to react? Oh, they had a pop flash. That's such a
nice.
sick setup. That's such a sick setup.
And that's going to instantly slow this down. They have to respect that, right? And you can see that in response, XL slipped towards the site, sit a little deeper. That was actually really nice. Because I said, without noting where Patitek was, I was like, that's kind of weird. That doesn't look good. And that doesn't look good either. The Wolfen and Fall just managed to slip towards the site. And no one stopped them. How did they get that deep on the site without anyone being aware of the possibility?
Spike planted.
And Foxy's a mile away. That's now going to give away the game that he was on the flank. That should call Roxy into attention, who is low, but at least could just be acting like an early warning system here. Alive with the operator. It ain't pretty, but that kill was Foxy. Making a couple of steps towards the site now. Alive. Decimated. Wolfen's an animal. Absolute animal of this. And Foxy, let's see what you got. A 1v2. Not pre-fire. Not wrong. But to the left was Wolfen waiting. And this is 12. Tom, this has been an absolute clinic from Kase on this side.
Match point.
Yeah, it's like there's some fantastic ideas in this round, like at the beginning of it at least, but I do agree, it looked like a bit of a blip where you either just had the trips a little bit too shallow to catch players in time, or you just expected someone to jiggle peek on your team, because that's the thing, it's this. Like, that trip is meant to stop him from peeking. He just goes that little bit deeper and has a teammate watching. And that's what we've seen in the second half, which has made this such a clinic, is that I feel like the team play has just been fantastic from Kase. Like, sure, there's been one or two players popping off, but you've had solid trading, you've had good utility to set them up, and you've had that a couple of times from Alive. I feel like he's got too used to Chamber at this point.
Oh, it feels bad, Tom. This feels real bad. It's feeling like it's falling to pieces. And Kase making light work of XL, which is kind of surprising at this point. Patitek is trying to put up any fight he can. Gets out of danger for now, but still, Mo's there. There's still a little bit of a chance in this one. Still fight left in XL, and that's nice from Chihuahua. All for the 1v4. Would you dare? 5 shots in the tour de force. There's so much he can do. 9. First response from XL.
And it's Patitek again. I think he's had some world-class impact in this half, even though things haven't really been going their way. Dives in, gets a kill, Rolling Thunder. That sets up the rest of the team to actually do work. And I think also it was his aftershock that tagged Ambi to 30 HP. So that gives Chihuahua an easy kill on this drop-down. So yeah, he gets an assist on basically every single kill that came in on that retake.
Let's go.
The walk down mid for Alive. On a nice edge now. First fight, not won it, not clean enough. Roxy outdoes him. Well, Patatek's under pressure. That's enough to at least ward them away, and Chihuahua hearing no more steps can at least call this somewhat clear, but... Ooh. Where do you go now, Kase? You got options, you got a man advantage, you got time to play with.
Well, that's the thing. I think they could have easily put the pressure in onto Patatek, but they don't want to overface, over-aggress, and risk too much more. The thing is, though, XL's read looks pretty good. 3 players already rotating in. They've got utility elsewhere. But here comes the Nightfall, and actually, that's going to tag a couple of players. That's a lot of information currently there.
I think that's probably, what, 3? 2 at least? And away we go, straight in. Ambi doesn't care. Foxy with a snap. Gonna find 2, needs more. Gets one! Foxy! Saving them, at least in this round, but it's a Wolf on the prowl still in a 1v2, and Foxy is low HP. Down he goes, another 1v1. Chihuahua or a Fox. I don't know how I feel about it, Tom, but it's not feeling good for... Oh man, Chihuahua here, 24 seconds. Spike, still towards long, and Wolfen waiting. And the timing's right. It's around. Doesn't note him, though. Chihuahua just slipped away for now. Easy to hide when you're that size, and now he swings. Sees him, but he's got to play this perfectly. He's not worried. Ooh, precarious, but he gets it. Chihuahua gonna drag XL to 10.
Well, I can't believe what we've just witnessed from Foxy. Like, it definitely a little bit of luck in there, but his positioning throughout was solid, and coming out with 4 kills? I think most of them were why he was incredibly low as well. Other than that, though, it was, again, a pretty decent round, but this double kill, that's just absurd.
You don't want to be depending on this, right? Like, that's the one thing, is that you'll take it, right? If this is the round you're going to get that you need to save you, fair enough. You'll absolutely take it. But again, I still feel that Kase are leading this on paper, right? They had so much money built up. I'm still interested in what they've got here. Okay, they've still got a buy coming in on this. They're still okay for that. But they will be running down to the last bit of cash, and then they could be OT at this point. But will we have another Foxy round? Will we have a Patatek round? Will one of them pop off here? Because again, Alive's been a little quiet for my taste in this map here. Kind of been outdone by Wolfen a little. You could see him pretty much losing that fight, but this is scary times now.
Yeah, I think he definitely did his work on the attack. I think he was great in taking space, getting them into sites, and a lot of their executions were set up around him. Now that he's left almost more of a, I guess, a piece in the puzzle rather than the focal point, it seems like he's been struggling quite a bit more, and even just making mistakes. Like, this is probably gonna offend him a little bit, but this is reminding me of when Yassine first picked up Jet, and he kept just dashing head first into people, and I was like, yeah, stop, please.
Yeah, it is a pressure situation, but you gotta hold them to high standards here. Feeling the crunch at these points. And it is Ambi heading on in. Looking for the start, he gets it. Mo's been deleted here, and Fox is giving you pretty much note. Oh, okay. Does get noted, has to fall off. This spike now down, and is quick. Not able to catch anyone on the way out either. XL have their work cut out in this one. Down to 4 and a plant against them. This should be a freebie, and it is. Chihuahua behind the wire, but how do they get the rest of them?
They got the information. The neural theft is going to tell them that there's nobody within the site, and now you can start seeing all of that utility being pressured and the wraparound being attempted.
Oh, almost had it. You can see the impact alone, and now it's all on Patatek in a 1v3 post-plant scenario. It's not looking pretty. It's looking like the map 3 is calling. 42 HP in a bit of a dream, but he's already revealed. He's already been marked. He's going to take Ambi with him. But there's only so much one man can do. Yuri is there. Kase going to pick up XL's map choice. Tom, this is... We're going the distance here. I didn't expect it after that first half. I didn't expect Wolfen to have that swing up in performance. That was huge. What an impactful game from him.
Yeah, I think he, 19 kills in the second half, but also just the team in general looked better. Like, their setup executions, trading was effective, so maybe we're just looking at a team that really thrives on that attacker side. On the other side of things, I definitely want to see just that little bit more from Alive. Like, I've heard so many good things. I've seen the stats, at least, but fact is, he wasn't quite there in this map, but luckily, they won the first. There's still another one to go.
You're right. Icebox is on the horizon now. We get to actually see the entire map pool, which I think is fantastic. We get to know these players a little bit more. Imagine we didn't get to see that full look, and we wouldn't have seen maybe Wolfen on that side, or seen the depth of this team. If Kase keep warming up like this, and I don't know what Kase run on Icebox, I hope we get to see him back on the chamber though, Tom. That to me would be the ideal here.
Yeah.
I imagine a simple question though. Would you rather seeing XL also then lean back into those kind of newer age comps? How do you feel this one's going to go on Icebox?
I don't know. I feel like that a lot of the more standardized comps still work incredibly well on Icebox. I feel like I've been enjoying seeing a little bit of Fade. I think especially FPX have put that one on the map once again. But honestly, when it comes to Icebox, I still think you can run those like Sova KJ things. Like Fnatic have proven that many times before.
Well, that's something we'll be pretty much waiting to find out after the break. The desk will be joining you in just a moment's time. Do stay tuned.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could.
It started off as a game that could have gone either way. Excel had a really good stronghold over it. But then things changed. Case just stood up and said, all right, this is my map. This is where I get to go to the decider. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant Regional League Finals. And this seems to be just getting more exciting by the second. Lythi, what on earth just happened?
Kasey finally woke up. This is the Spanish team I was expecting going into the day. Map 1, quite honestly, I think they were just asleep. Shaking of some nerves, whatever you want to call it. They just didn't find their groove. Now they did it. Second half of the map, 8 rounds in a row. That's a statement right there.
Can we, speaking of statements, can we look at these stats for a second?
Hell yeah.
Wolf with a 333 ACS. He got 3 3Ks in a row. I mean, we know he's good. You told us he's good, but hot damn, I was not expecting that.
I'm so sad he didn't crack the 30.
It's just crazy to me how quickly it unraveled out of control for Excel, right? Because they seem to have a pretty good control over the game, right? We saw a lot of masterful pieces from PaddyTech. What did go wrong for them?
It was a rough one for them, and again, it was kind of a tale of two halves, but I think I'm going to bring it back to what we said on the first half, funnily enough, or the first map. Comp diff, which sounds really silly, but it was also, they took us back in time with such an old composition. We spoke about how Chihuahua loves the Cypher, and to be fair, he was getting a lot of high impact kills, but in terms of the utility that they were missing, it made a huge difference. Also running the Sova over the Fade, the Jet over the Raze, it really felt like they were missing some key pieces.
And especially the impact Chihuahua had, a lot of it was the first half, where Excel, as we just mentioned, was looking really, really solid. Then we came to the second half, and there the comp diff kicks in. The Cypher setup very far back into the side. We saw very deep tripwires again and again on that A side, and that just didn't bother Kasey at all. They were running that breach, that race, and they worked really, really well on that one. Beautiful side executes, and I mean, on top of that, everything else just came down to hero plays. Left and right, Wolfen on the one side, on the other side, Excel had their moments as well.
So we've seen the first 2 maps of these 2 teams, both of them losing their own map picks. How does this differ in comparison to what we anticipated, what we expected coming into this series?
Quite honestly, I mean, you'd usually expect the team that picks a map to do really well on that map. It's kind of flipped on its head in this case, so quite honestly, everything's out of the window. We'll just have to wait and see what happens next map, right?
Yeah, I think in terms of expectation, we expected it to be a good match, and on that front, it's spot on. It's a pretty good match. Map 3 incoming.
Well, Sam, I know there's a little bit of a segment that you've been looking forward to do. So yeah, there's a corner right there, and it's waiting for you.
You're sending me to the naughty corner.
Yeah, sending me to the naughty corner.
So there are a couple reasons why I chose this clip, and part of it had to do with XL mid-round adaptations. Unfortunately, that turned out to be not really the case in a lot of their rounds, but a big thing here also came down to PaddyTech. He was one of the players that I had highlighted at the start, and this is exactly why that is. So I'm going to start this clip here, if it would let me. Oh, there we go. We're just gonna reverse that. Get that playing. Is it playing? I think, yeah, we go. Okay, there you go. So it starts off with the showstopper that gets the very first kill for Kasey, and it creates so much unrealistic space. And then it's down to XL to somehow bring that back into their own position. And they actually do manage to do that quite well for themselves as PaddyTech gets himself in onto the site. Unfortunately, this seems to have frozen for me. So as much as I would love to show you the next section. Oh, there we go. So there's the showstopper. Okay. It seems to be lagging out quite badly here, so I don't think I'm going to be able to show you the whole thing on the actual iPad itself. But the point remains, we get a beautiful opening kill from Kasey. They're able to create a ton of space for themselves. XL then use that space to their advantage. They push Kasey back on the site, get themselves into a good position, and PaddyTech manages to end out the round with a phenomenal 4K. And a lot of that comes off the back of the breach utility, using those flashes to force Kasey all the way to the back of the site so that he can then push out and stop them from being able to retake. This is what makes PaddyTech such an impressive player in his own right, and why he's such a big asset for the XL squad.
Absolutely, and I mean, just adds to the hero plays we've seen the whole map over. Second half, we bring in Wolfen, absolutely crazy chamber plays we saw from him come in, and quite honestly, big part in the reason why Kasei was able to take this map. I almost wanted to say in a dominant fashion, but it
wasn't that close,
pretty
was
close
it?
at the end
You
there.
can say was pretty dominant considering the
first
right?
8 rounds of the second half were pretty dominant.
8-0, right? You thought,
That's pretty nutty.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Just got them that much quicker to that map point. So I guess that begs the question for Case. Now that they've gotten that momentum rolling, can they do the same over an Icebox?
And this is going to be the big thing, because we spoke, or one of my big points that I love talking about is how the map that gets floated is generally a map that you know that both teams are going to do reasonably well on. That's why they've both allowed it to float all the way to the end. So I'm actually really expecting this, as scrappy as the first 2 maps were, I'm kind of expecting this to be even more scrappy, because both of these 2 teams seem at least somewhat comfortable on this map.
They're somewhat comfortable, but they're also not super comfortable. So both teams know real difference in terms of comps they've been using. Both teams very set in what they play there. The only difference really is that on the one side, Excel loves to run the Omen, and Kasei, on the other hand, loves to run the Sage. Everything else is the same. And, well, it's going to be tight, that's for sure. Overtime on Icebox in the first best of 3 of the regional finals. Oh, I'd love it.
We'd love it, right? And it's Icebox, right? For anybody that hasn't tuned in up until now so far, you'll know that this is a 1-1 scoreline in the first best of 3 match between these 2 teams in the Group A of the Valorant Regional League Finals. Icebox being the last and deciding matchup, this will dictate which one of these teams will beat first straight out of the bat here in their group and move onwards on the upper bracket of the GSL. High stakes, we want overtime. What is your feel, Sam?
So this is the thing. We spoke about how the first 2 maps had a little bit of a comp diff going on. But when we go into Icebox, the 2 compositions that the 2 teams play are actually incredibly similar. There is only one major difference, and that is that Kasei like to run the Sage, and on the other side we have Omen coming through from Excel. And that, I think, I speak about stylistic differences, and this very much is a huge stylistic difference. The 2 objectives that these 2 agents are trying to accomplish are very different. And so that's going to dictate how they're going to approach this map.
Absolutely. I personally prefer seeing the Sage a little bit more, because you have more opportunities to go for a little bit safer plans and play around the after plant a little bit more. You can take tempo out of the enemy team if they go for aggressive plays. And Wall of Tube, for example, there's a lot of playmaking potential, while the Omen does, as you mentioned, similar things, just a little bit more on the aggressive side. So I'm really curious, since we've seen that aggressive playstyle out of Excel for the first 2 maps already, how well they can capitalize it if they actually go for this comp. But of course, we need to talk about the regional finals. Teams had time to prep, teams were boot camping, scrimming. They might have brought in some new things.
That's the exciting part.
And what I'm really also curious to see is, obviously you mentioned how the Sage is really good at like stalling and helping with the post plant. And on the other side, the Omen can almost play like another initiator if you can land those paranoias well. Okay, I know it's a bit of a stretch to say that, but that is kind of the idea here. You can, as you said, get much more aggressive when that Omen comes out. And there you go, as predicted, almost exactly the same down to the 2 agent difference. So the Omen and the KO, I feel, are going to be working really well together. And that's going to be the big change up from Case, who are going to be trying to control the tempo of XL. And I think that's really important, because from what I could tell, that's what Kasei was struggling with the most. It was XL's tempo.
Absolutely. Kind of brings me back to Ascent a little bit, where we definitely had the issue for Case that they were focusing too much on the sides, leaving too much space open for XL to just take. On Icebox, even more than so on Ascent, in my opinion, this can break your neck in record time.
Yeah. Really could. Who will break whose neck? That's a big question. Final map, the decider. I'm super hyped about this one because it's bragging rights on the line. Both of these teams want to get started off strong. Who is going to take it? Last map, who is it going to be?
Closed case for me. Kasei is going to take it.
Okay, dude. I'm so done with your puns. Just because you said that, and because I'm biased, XL.
Right.
XL? Well, I know you're not really. I'm not really allowed to make a point here, but it's going to be XL. I've got that hopium tube right there. It's going to have to be XL. Or it could be case. Anyway, the match is about to start, and I'll be throwing it to our casters, Pansy and Tom, to take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much. They feel a little split on the desk. I feel like, options either side. Tom, where are you going for this final one? Any expectations, or are you actually just happy to see, a good game in front of you?
I'm always intrigued when a team runs a sageless comp. Okay. So I'm just, honestly, after all the puns on the desk, I'm hoping it's going to be excellent.
You've upset me here today, Tom. I thought we were doing well. I thought we were having a good day. We're not. We're having a terrible day, but we do have a good game in front of us. So, again, I think maybe my expectations were a little skewed after map 1. I wasn't so certain as to which way this would go, but map 2 is probably right back on track. Right down the middle, really. So, quite happy that we get to see this brawly potential map 3. Again, Ambi now in the chamber rather than Wolfen. I want to see how that looks because, again, how could you doubt Wolfen after that performance? Coming through, looking insanely good. A lot to kind of take away, but learning-wise, I feel like we're just getting to know these teams now.
Yeah, for sure. And I want to see, Ambi's had his moments, but I feel like Alive kind of had his number going into that first map. So I want to see whether or not that matchup is going to go either way. This is very aggressive from the defense, though. Straight down mid early. What?
Wait.
What's just happened?
Sorry. Okay, I'll never doubt you again. I'll never doubt you again. No worries, Ambi. You're just as good. And Kase just coming out with a statement in round 1. Mo is left all on his lonesome. Does at least get the plant. That's one benefit, but 5 to find. Any damage would be great, but the wall goes up, man. This is wraps.
Yeah, Yuri maybe just wanting to earn up an extra orb, and Ambi is even going to continue on. They're going to give him the defuse as well, just to try and get that tour de force ever closer. And what a start from Cassie. And that's the thing I've really loved about this squad so far. I don't think in any round throughout this entire series, especially on defense, they've done nothing. I don't think they've just gone, this is our standard default where we'll just sit here and wait. It's always aggressive. And you can see it on the other side. Foxy just got the shock of his life. And so did his teammate.
The timing on the walk down tube as well, so good. Man, yeah, super proactive start like that. That sets the tone though, doesn't it? Right, going forward, it's like every round's gonna have something to it. Let's see what we have now coming out in this one. And we see the Force coming back through, the light armor and the Spectres coming out. Not the first time we've seen something like this, but they seem to stick to this one enough. They were happy with what they got done to be able to force around it, but I feel like they're walking a little into the unknown here.
Already. Again, we're seeing this sort of lurk coming out from Alive. Investment in, of course, on the other players as well. And, Fall is about to find that information out.
Well, this
I'm
is
stuck
brutal.
in the mud here.
Yeah. Does get to keep his life at least for a little. Gets to find the fight, but overwhelmed. Just that slice through middle. Now noting the purchase, of course, coming out from XL. This could potentially change things, but Ambi straight on the rifle, too. This is a big investment. Aren't going to come in. Does he get the fight on towards mid? Not really. It's going to be Roxy's side towards Foxy, of course. And now Alive and Mo come together. This is big. Ambi and Wolfen now. That rifle still in play. I don't really want to find the impact until then. Mo's gone down. Spike carrier now denied. That's not going to be a plant anytime soon, but Ambi left in the 1v2. How's he going to divide this one up? Mo's this one towards kitchen. Live, now noted. So he knows both players, Tom.
Or a chance to isolate one of them, but isn't going to get anything from it. At least we'll be one away from his tour de force, but we saw this attempted by XL previously, and they managed to basically make it work this time around, get themselves that extra rifle, and also, it's going to put their opponent's Kase in a very, very weird spot, other than, as said, if they could fight for an orb early on.
1-1. Seeing kind of the best of both sides, right? We saw Kase with that super proactive, creative round 1. Round 2, the Force comes back out from XL. I kind of like seeing this, right? Learning the personalities of the teams that we don't get to see so often. We go back in, seeing a bit of a walk down tube again. So proactivity being the name of the game. Maybe trying to put Ambi in motion on this again. Doesn't find anything. Flash timing's good. Gives them a chance on Chihuahua, but not much of a chance. It was a limited opportunity. Again, look at the rifle coming in. They still got the Spectres. They've got the heavier armor now to follow as well, supplementing this purchase, and it should be clean. They've really removed the one big threat that could have really come into effect.
Yeah, I think for the rest of the team as well, you're almost going to sit there and go, do I want to use any of my utility? How? How?
Huh.
Okay.
Well, Tom, sometimes things happen in this game, and I don't know what to think of it. When it was the Headhunter, I forgave it, right? You know, it's the Headhunter, you're like, oh, it's really powerful, it makes sense. He started with a classic.
Yeah, I genuinely have nothing to say for how he got away with that one. Like, it's not even like the player re-peeking did anything wrong. It's like, well, he's got a classic, he's killed my teammates, he's got lucky. I've got to now swing this.
Oh no, I'm also dead.
Yeah,
right.
That made no sense.
The mechanics on some of these players are unreal. Like, as much as and again, the caveat, don't like saying tier 2, but we'll call it what it is for now. The mechanical capability of these players is just stellar. Now, a decent information reveal, and then coupled with the fact that Ambi's taken a lot of space towards A and got no contact, should be a fairly decent read, but look at this pinch they're just trying to set up towards catching this mid presence that XL might bring out. Again, you got two players kind of lingering around towards kitchen. You got, you know, who is it? Yuri sat towards mid. You got on the other side, full there as well. This is a lot of strain and emphasis put towards this. They're almost giving up, or pretty much are giving up that B site control.
Yeah, and I guess a lot of this just comes off of firstly having that fast rotation, but also just having Ambi so deep into A that you know there can't be a push coming in anywhere else. The problem is this will likely give an afterplant, which is honestly one of the sort of queries we had with XL, is getting an afterplant without a Sage.
Oh, the push. I actually really like the push in combination, but was met by force. Alive still standing, Chihuahua and Mo. Looking for that plant, trying to get into that post-plant setup. Is anyone going to try and deny that? No. They're respected for now, but Alive's going to get the ult online. This has to have impact. Not going to overstep, not going to overswing, but it's allowed Roxy close. This is still a little bit precarious. There's the swing, and he doesn't get away with his life. The trade! Oh, Chihuahua! That's the man we've missed. And it's such a treat to see again here. Such impact found in those moments. You blink and you miss it. That was 3 players back to back.
He had no idea he got the third.
Surely not.
I don't even care. If he sits there after this game and goes like, yeah, no, I was definitely aiming for this third kill while I was running away. Like, there is no shot. This is absurd. Like, look, it's the fadeaway shot.
Wow. Okay. Okay. This is one of those games, huh? We've had Wolfen hitting some, like, dirty shots, right, already, like the 2 taps with the classic, basically. You've had Ambi finding, like, a 2-for-1 in the first round, and then that from Chihuahua.
Yeah.
All right.
Ridiculous.
You know what? The regional leagues are looking kind of... they got a little spice to them. A little juice to it coming in. All right. But now you're going to start seeing the money becoming... if goes to plan, if we don't see another one of those like weird classic pop-offs or something of the such, this is where it should start to stabilize, right? Like this is when it should become normal. And here's again some of that weirdness we even saw in the early rounds. This I think again, when the vast majority of things we witness are the hyper refined, you know, Masters champion level performance, you don't often get to see this sort of like hyper aggressive play, this, you know, risky play coming in, but it's kind of fun.
Yeah, it's brawly. It's at times it can be a little bit messy, but the one thing I want to see from Kase though is like, especially on the B side, just have someone playing Snowman. Like you are ultimately coming up against a team who can't wall off the normal plant spot.
Yeah.
It's the easiest place to spam in the world. Like we see teams do it even when there is a wall down. So the fact that they played retake, which I'm fine with, but I feel like you're playing up against a comp where playing plant denial just makes more sense.
Yeah. Well, finally Ambi going to get tested on this side of the map. Something that they'll have to note going forward, that he is playing a little lent forward. So could note that to keep in mind the rotations if they feel like they're being read early on here. Obviously, you know, first round that they've really seen it though, so not too much to take away. And taking most of the site as well. So pushing Kase deeper and deeper, having to kind of let them bide their time on this flank that's still pretty far off. Again, you gotta be looking at Wolfen and Yuri to find a little bit of space here, right? Try and maybe close that gap in, because as it stands, the two players, one towards stairs, sitting all the way back towards rafters, and it's been noted. Chihuahua knows now that there is the secondary plan in motion.
Yeah, it makes it difficult to get anything done. In fact, they even have the pop flash out. Paditek. I like the idea of him playing a more aggressive agent. I think we saw him still play that aggressively while on the breach, but this one almost just makes that little bit of extra sense. And while Roxy maybe just want to go down to the spike here, an extra free kill on the way out, and actually might be able to lock in Foxy as well. He's now going to have to try and escape that spike and won't be able to.
Okay, 2 go down, but again, money stabilizing. You're already starting like 6k on a couple of players here. Starting to look pretty comfy, and the ult economy is coming through for XL. All barring alive, but that's fine. He's, you know, been popping that ult when necessary. Has plenty of funds to go into the operator anyway. You've got Chihuahua ready to go, Foxy, Paditek, all 4 of the other players ready with the ultimates now. So they have options aplenty on the other side. Roxy, at least going to have theirs, Yuri as well. So they have a couple coming through, and finally we get a bit of a purchase. Yes, there's still light armor for 4, but again, finally the buy comes in.
Well, this is where I want to see Ambi sort of lock things down a little bit more. His ability to get aggressive and get out of there. Drone already looking to force him off. Now, the ults that are there for XL could make things a little bit awkward, but Paditek just a slight peek wide, and that's enough for Ambi to get the opener.
Oh, the timing was gorgeous as well. Just in between that drone coming through, finding that space so perfectly. And now the final 4, what do they do with this? Chihuahua has been exploring in the meantime, so he's trying to take a little bit of work over towards A. See if he can either get a backstab or maybe call for rotation. Again, though, they are committing with this spike, so it will be essentially just that backstab, but they need the plant. That's what they desperately need, and you're going to hear these steps. Yuri just above, Ambi coming on over.
Spike planted.
How much time can they buy for this backstab to come into effect? It's 3 players against 5 right now. This is a really tough task for XL to hold, and Kase set for another round here. And the time again, the clock dwindling, the patience showing here. Experience ahead of his time from Foxy. The spray's good enough to get him to. That's time purchased, and Chihuahua is that back line. Hunter's Fury coming through to try and keep them off that spike, and this is when Chihuahua can strike. Death from above. Chihuahua, perfection. Experience in this man's hands. Full has to try and face this fight. And Chihuahua trying to play around it, around the world, gets the timing right, and there's no options left. It's perfection from Chihuahua. Beautiful work in the end. But what an effort that was to buy that time on the site for him.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I feel like at the moment XL are showing they've got those sort of big game players, because again, the start is there. Sort of mentioned it before, that getting into an afterplant, it should be tough with this composition, but it really hasn't been. And then you've just got slip-ups. And that's the thing. Like, okay, this late lurk from Chihuahua was fantastic, but it's just the not clearing an angle on the site. Like, I know it's a bit of an audacious spot to be played, but you have to clear that.
Yeah. And they'll be kicking themselves, right? I'd say that goes differently. You have the additional player standing. It could all have fallen in a different manner. And Ambi maybe getting a little red here now. Well, the first time he's tried this, and probably won't be the last, but Chihuahua taking eyes off it for now, giving Ambi a moment of respite, and a bit of a stack towards B this time. Kase trying to maybe commit these players here. Correct read for now.
As patient, though. That's the thing. It's like XL have not just been blitzing into sites. They've been very good with their utility. I think the double initiator especially has done well to make sure they're not walking into any level of trap, and you can see it here. They are well aware that there are aggressive positions. Didn't think Ambi would be this far forward, though.
Got the trap there as well, waiting. This isn't bad. And Foxy may not win this fight. No, doesn't. Buckshot to the chest, and away we go. You're still going to see Wolfen at the back of the site here. They've called the rotation correctly. This is good. Kase still have players here. Flash comes in, buying a bit of time. This is nasty. XL might be starting to sweat a little bit at this point, especially with that. Shot comes in from Yuri. Trade comes out. Wolfen's there. And Alive looking dead at this point. And you can see the time being bought. Yuri just tucks his head down. Oh, still damage. Alive doing everything he can to try and make this one count. He just can't clear Yuri. Oh, finally does it! And a 1v1!
No.
Alive. Would you dare? Would you dare do this? 5 bullets left in the mag, and he's dead! He's dead and gone, and Full makes it there in time, but what a valiant attempt. But bear in mind, Kase came into this with so little.
Yeah, it's definitely a back and forth. Like, I don't think we'd be saying much against Xilv if Alive managed to pull that one off. But and that's the thing. I've been so impressed with how they've sort of cleared stuff so far. But there was just 2 things in this round. One, they basically spammed everything, and so they didn't expect Ambi to be here. That was the only angle that went unchecked. And this, like, you did actually get the detection on that player initially. I guess they just didn't expect it to be a judge, because if it's any other gun there,
you win.
Foxy probably gets the kill. So I can understand it, but those are just, they're blips. And Alive still nearly won them the round.
Almost. Not far from it. The timing just a little bit different either way. Could have been a totally different outcome, but this is... It's given them a chance. And we know that if Kase get given just like that little inch, they will take the miles. So do they find repetition in that success, though? Have they found an actual answer to these gun rounds that have been coming out from Excel? That's what we need to find out now. The buy, better. Got the operator out on Ambi. Got the ult ready on Yuri. And patience being shown now from Excel, trying to get the lay of the land here.
And the thing is, I've had a lot of faith in XL when they have ultimates. The fact is, you've got yourself a Viper Spit available. You also have the null command as well. Like, these are high impact ults, and well, Foxy, his lurks, and more importantly, his space taking have been phenomenal.
Oh, Yuri!
He still gets it.
Actually got that kill. Okay.
Oh no!
Chihuahua, the punishment, and look at this Kase just absolutely shutting these rounds down. Foxy is fighting a mad fight right now, though, but the timing's gonna be good for Wolfen. Swings around and finds him at the back of Yellow, and it's just 3 standing. Operator still in play. Ult now online for Wolfen. Starting to come together for Kase here.
Yeah, I can't. I get you want Panatech online, but I don't feel like the Viper should be doing RS, because it just, like, it removes the pit completely the second he goes down. And well, this is where the round falls apart. I like it from Roxy, though. It's a bit of a bold play, and again, it's a spot that's gone unchecked, but as said, the second you lose Chihuahua, this round is basically over. You don't have any cover anymore, you got no chance for an afterplant.
Ooh,
good initiative from him, though.
Tom, there's 3 players leaning forward towards the A site. This is so risky. And actually, the Frenzy up for the challenge. Wolfen, though, farming, needs more, gets more, 1 more.
Spike down A.
Tour de force on deck. Foxy with an operator. It is unconventional, but they're going to have to try and make it work. Yuri has gone unchecked for now. Surely they're aware there's something on the back of this site, though. Do they even check? How do they pry one of these players away? Force position will be considered now. So dangerous now. 1 step forward, alive, dead. Just line of sighted. Yuri so comfy there, and Foxy not really given much of a chance.
It's such an irritating setup to get around. You got the Viper screen, you got the combination of the Sage Wall, and you just got the players wrapping back around. And again, just having these more aggressive positions. The thing is, though, in this round especially, it wasn't much invested for XL. So you've got, okay, that Tour de Force is the extra little bite, but other than that, they kind of got what they would have hoped for.
Yeah. You've got to take the silver linings. And a silver lining to this, of course. If you do want some additional thoughts, old Sliggy's doing the co-stream. Are you part of the Slug Club, Tom? Do you dabble?
I do dabble. I partake.
You're a dabbler.
Every once in a while, I go and watch myself some Sliggy and realize that I need to up my game. Is basically how it works.
Yeah. I don't even reflect that far upon myself, and I merely apply it to everyone but me. It's the best way to do it. Everyone's fault but my own. For now, that's going to be a boatload of information. Hello, it's all players. I have found them, guys.
B. Yeah.
Guys, they're coming B.
Might be B. And just look, instant response from Ambi. He goes, if there's 5 there. Oh, what? Okay, Chihuahua just is a nerd.
I missed
just
that,
knew
dude.
exactly the one angle that could have been taken. That's ridiculous.
It's so ridiculous how good this player is. You know what I mean? Like, the guy's impact potential is off the charts, but it's so good to get to see him again and and learn some new players and really get to kind of understand the scene. But all that information found, this has kind of slowed the roll down. 40 seconds now. You can see the ult comes out from Wolfen buying a little bit more time. Doesn't get the tags he wanted though. So again, XL slowly taking space here, but still need to focus on getting towards that site.
30 seconds
Again,
left.
a huge opportunity on this side of the map to just play that plant denial. Not having a Sage wall can be difficult, but I think they've done well so far with the utilization of the paranoia. Roxy, though, just avoids it this time, is patient in waiting, and actually doesn't go for the plant denial. They're just still managing to hold on. The defense is there from the other side.
Mo was 1 HP. Mo was 1 HP. Or odd Mo. Does get out of there for merely a second. Shut down into this 2v2 post-plant. Flash in hand, that's all the utility now invested. Actually catching both, buying a little bit of time here. They want the fight. Wolfen wants to clear at least one of these two players. Vol's going to do it, and they know where Chihuahua is. How does he do it again? Is there any chance of it? No. Wolfen is going to take matters into his own hands. And this man is becoming a little bit of a superstar in the making, potentially. I'm curious to see how much more this one player can do, because he is always being so instrumental in these rounds.
Yeah, and it's on a range. He's played 3 different agents in the 3 maps that we've seen and has been the best player in all 3 of them so far, which, hey, I'd say to Cassie, make sure you keep hold of this guy, because there's going to be a lot of players, or a lot of teams even, having a little look around. I like this adaptation, though. That's the thing. They expected the paranoia, because that has been XL's main way of getting in onto this site. So paranoia through, and they get aggressive to make sure that they can get the plant down. And although they do get the plant down, now we're seeing those much heavier losses coming in from the side of XL. Yeah. At the initial rounds, it was a little bit more free because, hey, it's not the most functional way to play this map.
No, it's certainly not. Now, looking at the knock-on effect, you can see as to why XL have hit the brakes here, potentially identifying what they can do with this purchase, really. I mean, getting close a couple of times, losing out in the post plants, having their money back and forth, but it's still a close scoreline. Sitting at 5-5 here, outside of, I don't know, how do you divide this up? Because we've seen some pretty polarizing rounds already, Tom. Do you think anyone's actually, eye test leading this, even though obviously the score is neck and neck?
I will say that I think that XL's composition should work a lot better when it comes to the defense, because you don't have that one glaring problem of I can't just Sage Wall and plant.
Sure.
And they've done well to adapt to that. The thing is, though, Casse, at least from what we saw in the last series, also look a lot better on the attacking side. So I do agree. I think it's about as middle ground as we could be in right now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays on that side switch as well. Ooh, big damage initially. Full has to respect that and give up the space. Now, XL laying a bit of a claim to this middle area. Going to post up alive. Potentially look at other options now. That's going to force rotations into a really uncomfortable scenario. But again, space taken. Let's see what they do with it.
Well, they know where Roxy is, that's for sure. Alive's position is definitely going to cause problems, but you can see they're well aware. They're already looking back in that direction, rotating players over to try and get that position locked in. And they've been so reliant on Ambi on the other side of the map that they don't really need to gamble so much. But this is where the move begins, and that's perfect. Cleared out Alive. The man in the back lines is gone.
And that could have been so critical, and Yuri's going to spot this. Chihuahua doesn't get to be that second string to the bow. And this is sharp work. Padatech going to find Fall in kind of no man's land drifting, but still they need more than that to get back into this round. Gotta note that Ambi is just posted towards that A site, not moving a muscle, but again, intention noted now. Rotation should be on the way. Denial of the plant. Oh, Wolfen's done well with that. And now Mo and Padatech. Such a rough situation to try and make the best out of. They need a miracle now, and 10 seconds to find it. Padatech does well to find Rose 3 that round, but Ambi made it there in time. And Kase will take the lead.
Yeah, as said, I think the adaptations they have made throughout this map have been fantastic. Like, one of the main issues they had, Chihuahua getting in on the flanks. Even after catching Alive running through mid, there is somebody watching for that secondary flank. One of the other problems is they were playing retake rather than plant denial. Wolfen waits up top, even though he's smoked off. He has his dart go through. He does a lot of damage onto Padatech. Then moments later, shock dart, spam into the smoke. There's nothing that anybody can do to save him. So these are just the small details that you're like, okay, that's something you spot with our view from like the third person, seeing everything. The fact that they're making those adaptations from within the game, very impressive.
Absolutely. And the purchase coming out here into the final round for XL is pretty brutal. Palitek with the rifle, Alive with the rifle. The others who've got Guardians and Spectres, so certainly not pretty to try and make something out of. Alt even to deny further progress. All there on the back of it. Has support too. 2 players to back him up, and Chihuahua, this mid lurk, has been dealt with almost every time. And it gets dealt with again. Again, Ambi, all too aware.
Too predictable.
Yep.
But they've also made a ridiculous amount of noise outside of the A side. I think 3 different players have dropped down. He's placed the ult not above, which is normally the way you'd go about it, but it's because he's got 2 teammates. So he holds on to the bottom line, although nice kill from Alive. He does not expect this many players to be here. Even still, though, Lauren, traded out quite well.
They're making a round out of it. I don't know if they can get the res. They're going to try to... I don't think anyone can deny that right now unless they really commit to it. No, okay. Back to a 3v3. Game back on until the cross comes into question. Ambi pins Mo to the floor, and now you're going to have the spike left. And that couldn't be worse. How do they find any of these players to remove some vision on it? Alive even gets noted. They're adjusting to the back of the site. Cross still being watched by Ambi.
No
Flash.
shot.
Time. Alive! He's found them a chance!
Oh my.
They had no right to that round, Tom. No right.
Let's play.
This guy is so good. And it's always in the rounds where you're just like, okay, this is now done. We shall move on with our lives. And then Alive just, no. He completely declines. Almost managed to win a 1v4 earlier. Closes out this round where, in all honesty, I will say the fact that he could be this accurate on a zipline is still one of the stupidest mechanics in the game. But hey, man hits an instant headshot. You can't really be too mad about that.
No, you're right. Maybe it's just because he's on chamber, dude. I don't know. You know, the chamber dies on the other side. I don't know how it works. No, it's 6-6, and you can see how streaky this game was, considering how close the rounds felt. It was, what, 6 on the trot one side and then 5 on the other. It's just been so close between these two. Now, I think something you noted, though, which is extremely valid, is that Kase were fantastic on their attacking side. Really stood out to us. It kind of, highlighted them as a team. So we have to see a little bit more of that now coming to the second half. They have to break away somehow from XL, who are keeping up on most accounts toe-to-toe.
Take flight.
Again, the reason we're seeing both teams with Sova on this map is just for that early clear, but so much information already found from the knife out of the likes of Padatek. There's 3 players spotted. Actually, Chihuahua is watching for this cross, but they're going to be able to bypass him without too many problems.
Oh, no, another pistol round with Ambi. Come on. What's he going to do this time? Oh, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Oh, he's done nothing with it. Fair enough. Okay, well...
What's going on? No one's watching behind! It's just 3 kills of 4! He killed one of their teammates!
I think my internet dropped out in just defiance.
Oh, don't blame you. I wish mine did.
How are we here, Tom?
Well, hopefully Alive's got something else in the locker for them, because to say that's a blunder is an understatement, and while Wolfen is going to close things out, I'm genuinely so baffled. Like, he kills one of their teammates, and then the way that I think it was Padatek reacted was like, well, you know what? If I can't see him, he can't see me.
Oh, no.
Just baffling.
Thank you. Shout out to my ISP for just straight up packet lotting me out of that round. That's great. That was super kind of you, because from the sounds of it, you're not feeling great. You're not feeling good about that one.
No,
not happy.
I'm also glad that we don't have a replay. Thank you.
Wow. 7-6. We go back in. This time, XL down to the Sheriffs, the Shorties. And Alive noting all these footsteps, all this utility. Now Drone will give away the game. How much can that one man do? Not enough. Has to back away now. Give up that early access to the site.
Yeah, they've also removed his headhunter as well. It won't be gone for long, but it should be enough time to get into the after plant. Wall obviously denies any chance for wall bangs, which can come in, but they are making this competitive already.
Yeah, it's a 4v3. Now Yuri is gonna stabilize things. It's fine, it's fine. It's all fine. 3 alive. It wasn't the prettiest, but it gets the job done.
Teleport's ready.
Yeah, only technically lost 1 gun, because it can be picked up by Ambi, who's just using a headhunter. Everything is fine. Everything's awesome. I've heard that one before. Yeah, 8-6. This is where I think things should get a little bit more interesting, though. You're going to have to purchase up. Everybody having rifles on the other side. Alive now able to potentially be a little bit more cheeky towards that A site, although he's attempted it in the early rounds. And I like the fact that so far it looks like Roxy has just been using his knife to just take away his TP and his guns.
It's quite a lot to take away from someone, really, isn't it? Just everything you have. As it stands, though, masses of intent noted and a slip through in middle as well. Falls making decent enough progress, but Foxy's not backing away. Sticks around long enough, but tees up Palitek on that secondary swing. One slipping the net, but I think Palitek's even aware of it, yeah. Had support there in the form of Chihuahua, and yes, Falls made some decent progress, but to what end now? They're all too aware that there's no one else pushing over towards that long side of things, so they've slipped the net somehow. How much can one man do? No 1v4.
They spotted him in mid, so he shouldn't be able to go unchecked. Like, they have to have a decent idea of this. But instead, oh, there you go. Panitek even gonna get him. You understand it from Fallow. Like, it's an attempt to win the round and do a lot of damage. 1 kill ultimately doesn't change a thing.
No, you're clutching at straws at that point, right? It's just, you're just hoping for the best. 8-7, Spy coming back out now. Now we get to see how this will really unfold. Both teams on that decent purchase. And this was the kind of closer of all of it before. There it is. And the timing, it is what it is, right? Can't do much about it. So, all progress. No one achieving masses yet. Fall not far off. Yuri not far off. Palitek actually pretty close by. See if that continues forward alive, though. Taking a very aggressive lean and losing his head for it. Roxy all too aware of what Alive wanted to achieve. And a 5v4 to start with this early on.
Definitely not the start they were looking for. Mo is going to try and get them some extra information towards mid. But it has been heard, and it doesn't really tell them too much. Someone lurking back, but they might try and re-aggress off of this. The fact is the defenders have to try and do something into this round, because a straight-up 4 fight is unlikely to go their way. Especially if you see Fall actually plant. That's a Viper's pit.
Yeah. Let's see. For now, Palitek. The information is huge. Pops the ult as well. He knows what's coming his way. Gonna call in the cavalry as well. Foxy en route for this. Roxy takes the fight. Stunner of a shot. The follow-up as well. Mo's dead and buried, but the response. This is a bloodied battle. Yuri's position has been found, has been considered. Palitek can keep the information on this side. Now that's gone. Loses that little bit of information. What does Foxy do with this?
If Yuri gets a plant, that's res, which could be a difference maker. Just going to try and section things off. In fact, it's almost a bait just looking for info, but now it gives time for Foxy to re-aggress and take that extra space back. Oh, it's not pretty! In fact, the shots are completely weird. Gonna go back in with the classic, and Yuri takes the round. I might ask my girlfriend to unplug my router so my ISP can go as well.
Damn, dude. It do be like that sometimes. Ooh.
I'm glad we don't do caster reactions on this one because I'm slumped in my chair.
Feels real bad, man.
No, we don't need to see this again. He had his slow out. He had his slow out.
Oh, man. It's just one of those, dude. It's one of those. 9-7.
It happens.
Foxy had been exceptional as well. That's the very souring moment for that player. this point, though. The ult does come through, so that's going to keep at least one side of the map looking inaccessible. And the pacey piece coming through, they're going to try and get through mid. Res comes in on the other side, it's alive. And well, because the rest of the XL boys going to shut it down for him. Doesn't have to do much about this. Spots well on the cross out. That's Roxy gone. Ambi and Yuri barely making it out of mid.
And they've got so much info. Chihuahua's pushed all the way deep in towards A. Flash is going to catch a couple of players as well, and they're not even going to be able to get that res online whatsoever. In fact, it looks like they're going to try and split their way back in towards the A side potentially, but I'm not necessarily sure there is much of a plan here. Just the wall up in hopes that they can catch someone off guard, and it's not looking likely, especially now.
I just like the noise of that gun.
I bought it solely for that purpose.
Nice work. Nice work. I like that.
30 seconds left.
Feels a little inevitable that cresting this corner, it's not going to go very well, but let's find out. There it is.
Team Ace.
And they gave it a go, but Cassie just got put in the blender. Man, that was brutal from all sides. This game, though, you got to again say it's back and forth. The pistol round obviously does kind of create that little additional space, but again, I just feel like it's the money being broken is the only thing that's going to kind of add maybe back-to-back rounds here. XL should convert this. I say should, Tom, because stranger things have happened. But I don't know, man. Still feels weirdly close to me.
Yeah, and it makes things really interesting for this whole group, because we've considered it the group of death, I think. Even just from our eye test, we were like, okay, this is an XL game to win, and then likely have to face off against the likes of Vitality.
Sure.
If they go down, there's not really an easy way back through to qualify. You're either going to have to play Casse again, or potentially play Vitality, which, again, it doesn't seem like a good option. So XL not coming out on top here, it could be pretty rough for them.
There it is, and the back and forth potential continues. Player advantage, 5v4, but again, the buy. It's classics, it's bits and pieces. Obviously, the ult can give you that little bit of leverage that you need. Maybe hesitance could work in favor. 2 still posted towards B long. It's 2 on the site here. Now, Chihuahua.
He's mad.
The timing. That's the spike. Oh, God, there's so many. That's a rifle recovered now as well. I don't know if I love this. I don't know if I love this at all. 30 seconds now. That spike should be planted.
30 seconds left.
And the ult as well.
Viper's pit in. Okay, big kill coming out from Foxy. Making up for the previous round. The spam, though! That was actually an off bullet! I don't even think that was even close to where Alive was. And now you got the flank as well! Oh dear, it's left all on to Pat.
Ball at the back of the site. Palitek just spams away, tries to find any sort of connection. Flash goes in, no one to push through, and on the other side of this box, you know where he is. Palitek has to move forward, though, step by step, and Casse convert it. Shocking scenes. XL will be devastated with that one, and again, we go back and forth. We said it felt inevitable, and it came true, right? A couple of misplays here and there, a prying open the first, but Chihuahua doing this just feels so risky.
Yeah. I want to say, if someone wants to just get the clip of Lauren saying that it probably won't happen in this round and then pair it with the end of the round, that would be cool. But
Thanks, Tom.
You're welcome.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that of all the rounds to try that, this is the worst one. Like, you know that they're with a weak buy, you know that there's not much invested. Wasn't necessary to be a hero, and especially when you're the Viper, you're the one with a lot of the utility for any sort of retake. You're just screwed at that point. I don't like it at all.
No. How many did they get from that? 2 or 3? Not sure if they got all 3 on it, but should have a good idea who's around this corner.
Look at where Fall is. Absolute rat.
Yes. Big rat time. No one is flanking currently, so sadly the rat will not get... What do rats really eat? Like mice, I think cheese. Rats, I'm just like bin juice.
Anything.
Yeah.
Anything.
Fair enough. Anything that comes through towards, you know, T side. Oof. Oof. Palitek, go. Gonna take a little bit of the contact here with Chihuahua. defining the lines of this battle, and if it holds true to trend, this will be an XL round because we just go back and forth here all day long.
Yeah.
And yeah, at this point, where are they going to go with this? They have no access to that side. They have no means of entry. It's look for options
30
elsewhere.
seconds left.
I think you've just witnessed the difference of when Chihuahua is alive and they try and execute into a site and when he is dead. Like, they had to try and make plays through the Viper screen, get absolutely nothing. It gives Patatek the perfect setup to make his flash plays around. And yeah, now they're running into this site with, what, 10 seconds left?
10 seconds
the only
left.
position that's really interesting for me is the lurk from Fall, because it means no one could come through. And Foxy, I understand the play, but I'm not sure this was the round to make it again.
They brought it back down to a 3v3. This has become so feasible. Alive, making noise. Gonna hear these steps, and this is time. This is all time purchase. Paul just has to play to the clock, and he's doing that so well. Eventually, they'll just have to cut their losses, and Alive wants him dead. But Fall is just going to play it to the clock. This is perfect work, and now they have to try and focus on those backlines, those defenders. Chihuahua does well to find Yuri. It's on Roxy. Roxy good for it. Catches Mo, catches another. And Chihuahua bleeding by the wayside. 3 HP, and now the utility invested. His options are... Okay, there's still options apparently for Chihuahua, but the time will disallow this. And it will be Kase to get to 11.
Yeah, this was, again, it was a spot where XL were in prime position. And I think that the play that was made by Foxy is one that in the majority of rounds would have been good. Like, okay, they've got, what, 6 seconds left? If I get the kill now, round ends, we win. It's just the position they were in. You're in a 5 versus 3. You didn't need to take a risk. It just was... And the fact is, they got the plant down anyway, so it wouldn't have actually made any difference. So, I can see the logic of the decision. It's just when it's made, and that's the same as the last round. It just wasn't needed, and instead they've thrown a couple of rounds away. It sounds harsh, but I think that's the truth.
I mean, yeah. And the problem becomes you've got to see 12 off the back of this, right? Like, it's a full purchase coming in for Kase. You look at the economy scenario for XL. They've got Patatek ready to ult. Mo not far from it, but they don't have Alive, able to invest that. They've got 2.9, 2.5. It might be enough to get them something, but again, I'm a little worried at these mistakes that are coming out. And mistakes is a harsh word, but I think it's the only one we can really characterize it with. Maybe some over-aggression. And I just want to see the purchase now. I'm seeing light armor coming through. Chihuahua's fine for the bite. Not ideal, but it'll be enough to be able to put up a fight this round. And yeah, Spectres, there it is. This is dire straits.
Well, they're going to try and get back in the trend of these swing rounds. Chihuahua again, getting a little bit aggressive early on, but instead it's more just going to be the trade out of initial KO utility that it's going to give some information back. You can already see the slight rotation from Mo just to try and bolster up this defense, but it seems like Cassie might actually just go for something a little bit more basic in this round after what has been some heavy lurk plays and even some heavy A-site pressure.
Okay. You say that. Biding time, there's
Yeah, null command denied them. That's the thing. They wanted to drone through deep, but the second that drone is hurt, Patatek reacts and just removes all of their utility. So they now don't know if there's a whole team here or just one person, but you can't risk it. And actually, they're just going to try and take him out.
This is... I don't know, maybe a little much off the back of very little. No information received and nothing found for that ult. This is so tense. And look at the rotations now. XL have 4 players on site, 1 double checking mid, just checking back towards A.
30 seconds left.
And again, now you can see the deeper wall come in. And the plant. Little out of sorts, but the curious one, spam comes in, the wall's going to take most of it. It's Patatek to find Roxy, though. They're close enough by to still be putting up these fights. The mid lurks are going to meet. Yuri's still posted on the site, though. Good for one, but the trade comes in. Wolfen is good for it. He wins that fight in middle now. The cross is the problem. He is the problem. And XL are not getting away from him now. Foxy, nothing is safe. Left is a problem, right is a problem. He's got no safety to go to. He has to take this fight. And he loses it.
So
Wolfen, that positioning is divine. The timing is gorgeous as well. It's 12 for Kase.
Match point.
Who the hell plays a Sova lurk? Like, man wrapped back around. But I guess it was almost just that ruse of like, okay, I've used my utility. I might as well get all the way back around. And that's the thing. I think that XL played that round relatively well. They had a lot of time wasted in denial. They basically won a lot of the early duels to sort of slow them down. I think the ult pop from Padatek was sublime. Like, it denied every single piece of utility. But there's just these big game players at the moment from Kase. And Wolfen has been, as said, probably the best player in this whole series.
Yeah, absolutely standout. Like, from map 2 onwards especially, you can't but be looking at what he's achieved. But we go in again, and this looks a little bit pacier. Looks like Kase want to kind of turn the screws now. Sitting on 12, a couple of rounds to play with, forcing some of the players further back. You can still see Chihuahua lingering around, but Hunter's Fury, and that's a lot of information, forcing the swing. That's good, but the trade's better. Ambi's still going to keep this one competitive. Many tags coming through, not too many. And Alive going down. The res comes out. Roxy back on the feet. They're back up to 5, back down to 4. And they're trying to fight for this side. XL aren't giving it up just yet, but Wolfen still stands. And this guy can change the outcome. He doesn't even need to this time. It's 13-8, and Kase destroy XL in the end. Icebox was their domain. Tom, I'm a little out of sorts with this. I genuinely thought XL were going to, really tighten up the ship here, but Kase absolutely outplayed them there.
No, and really impressed. I think we've seen... I've definitely learned a lot today. I'll put that into perspective. I think XL, we come in knowing a lot of the players from previous rosters, still seeing the likes of Padatek and Chihuahua playing to a very high standard. Like, don't get me wrong. I think that XL were good today, and it was maybe a few misplays that could have made the difference in the game. But I've also learned that there are players like Fall in this map particular. Wolfen is god tier.
Yes.
And the fact is, they didn't actually, I wouldn't say they had Ambi anywhere near his best in this series. If he can pick it up going into that upper bracket match, well, who knows where they can go from this one.
Well, that's where it gets scary, right? Like, that's the thing where it gets kind of a little bit more nerve-wracking is what can this team become? What is their potential, really? The more, practice they get in front of us, the more we like to kind of really explore these new players, because I think you highlighted it perfectly. Yes, we were more aware of XL because of the names. We got to know them a substantial amount. Your expectations were set. And for the large part, especially into map 1, they kind of held true to those expectations. But then it just kind of conversely just went through the series and completely changed. And as Wolfen to me is the MVP in my eyes, straight up. Now, speaking of MVP, though, it's not just for us to decide. It will be for you guys at home. There'll be a lower third. No, we have no influence, Tom. None. As you can see down below, you have your options. Make your choices. It has to be Wolfen. If you don't pick Wolfen, you're wrong.
That's basically it. I don't know why we'd go any further than this. Maybe you come from a different community that Wolfen is not currently a part of. Sure. Unfortunately, today, you have to admit he was the best player, especially if you go look at if you're, a stat Steven, you're just going to sit there and you're going to... Scoreboard Steven, that's what I was looking for. Stat Steven still works, though. But, if you're going to look at the scoreboard, he's at the top. If you're going to look at the big plays, he's at the top. It's easy, isn't it?
It's easy in it. Thank you very much for that one, Tom. Really rapping.
British.
It's not looking good, bruv. Right, we are going to be spinning out of here in a second. Once the production tells me we are good to get away from us and we can go to that break after you guys have got those MVP votes in. As said, there is only one option. If you are anywhere near close to in your right mind, it would be Wolfen. So hopefully, producer will let us know when we're ready to go, because I think we've kind of said everything about this. I mean, we could talk about the other series and everything else coming up, but has that changed your expectation overall now, Tom? Seeing a team like Kase come in and outdo XL in these moments?
Yeah, no, I think that there's definitely going to be opportunities for the side of Tenstar, and I'm excited to see them play, because I saw the old roster. They got sold off to Mad Lions. It did pretty well. I think Tenstar have done exceptionally with talent. I'll be honest, though, Lauren, I've seen an up next thing come up in the lower third, and I'm hearing music. So I'm going to do this one for you, if that's all right. And I'm going to throw us off to a break.
don't stop. When you're rolling in green, they flop. Look at my ride, too clean. Interior Krispy Kreme. Roll around with the team. Better get with the regime. I don't do no pretending. Take you to new dimensions. Shawty all in my mentions. Shawty won't give me inches. With a bossy baby, I'll get you frosty, baby. Don't care what it costs me, baby. I'm feeling flossy lately. I got the rock, I got the rock, I got the sauce, I got that drip. Can't f with no op. Drinking my cup, pull up the rock, stay getting lit. Yeah, till I drop. 4 a.m. and I can't feel my face, yeah. Pour me up some more, a bubble, yeah. Nothing new to me, so if you trust me, I can make you love me. Baby, do you love me? You love me. You with me, know you on the right track. Drop a couple bands and get it right back. I'm just dripping black diamonds and Louis. These niggas like ooey. I'm so bad and bougie, it's a movie, yeah. Count my wins so I don't take a loss. Baby, can you handle me like Kyrie with the cross? I don't like no boy and you know I cut you off. Katie with the block, too shady with the ops. I got the rock, I got the rock, I got the sauce, I got that drip. Can't f with no op. Drinking my cup, pull up the rock, stay getting lit. Yeah, till I drop. Oh na na na, 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 oh na na na.
What a game this was. What a series, but it's a reverse sweep of Casa Esports to take it home in the end in Icebox. I am in awe. I think everybody is. They managed to overwhelm the opposition. It was a fun match.
Honestly, I'm really impressed with Kasei because obviously they came into that first map and they looked a little bit shaky. We thought it might just end up in the 2-0 and somehow they came up on top.
Well, we've got an interview with Ambi straight away, so let's get him in here. Ambi, congratulations with your victory. Super, super impressive. I'd love to hear your thoughts and thoughts process and the emotions of the team after that first map. You know, you lost your own map pick. How did it turn out after that?
Hello everyone, thank you for the nice words. The first map, I think we were kind of sleeping, to be honest. It's our first official after the LAN, and we just need to take the rust off. But after the first map, I think the two maps were kind of in our lead. I think we found the weaknesses of the enemy teams and we abused them pretty well.
Well, you definitely did so. I'm actually very impressed how you were able to do that because it was the adaptation straight after, right? But, you know, I'm actually wondering, right, because you yourself didn't have the best game, right? You actually came online at the end. What sort of allowed the rest of the team sort of to take that hurdle? What was it sort of enabling the rest to do the heavy hitting?
Well, it's hard to say what enables the others, but we all know in the team that we are 5 super good players. Everyone can carry the game. So we just need to focus. Every one of us need to focus on our jobs. Support needs to support well. I need to just go in full balls and yeah, we just need to do our job and the result will come.
Well, obviously this was your first match of the Valorant Regional League Finals, which means you're playing against teams you haven't really played up against so far, right? You've played only in the Spanish region recently. So what difference in the play style have you noticed from Excel in contrast to your own region?
It's hard to say, but today they surprised us with the new comp on Ascent, that's for sure. But we screamed against this comp. But yeah, we couldn't adapt on that. But like from the playstyle, I don't think that there is something different. Like in the Spanish league, I think we had the best teams possible from like the regions, and yeah, I think we were like prepared to play against them.
Well, we saw you pick up Chamber at the end, right? We saw Wolfie also doing the same. So I'm also very interested to see what the thought process around it when you pick up that same agent, when you have two players doing the same thing, taking on the same role. When is it particular maps? Is it who's feeling it? How does that work?
Well, it depends. But when we like started playing with Wolfen, we picked him up as a main Sova. Then we of course like knew that he's super good from the beginning. He showed us that he's super good at Chamber. The character is literally Wolfen in the game. You know, it's it's actually funny. But yeah, on Icebox, we just stick to this. I think we were actually thinking about the like change because, as I said, Wolfen is super good on Chamber. I would say that he's for sure better than me. But we stick with this. I think we are comfortable like this. Wolfen, as you can see, he is having impact even as a Sova, so like it really doesn't matter.
Well, thank you very much, Ambi, for the interview. Really enjoy having you here. Congratulations on your victory as well. It's a massive one, first one of the tournament. So yeah, thank you for joining us, man.
Thank you as well. Bye.
Take care. All right. Well, I love hearing Ambi's words here. Love hearing the interview. Very wholesome, very down to earth, and seems to know how this was all working with his team. What are your thoughts coming and listening into the interview? Does it kind of tie into your thoughts from the game? What do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things he mentioned was that they were being able to pick up on Excel's weaknesses and then pivot off of that. I'm paraphrasing. And that was pretty much what I had noticed as well, because in the first map, Excel looked to be very much in control of the situation, and then they started to make a lot of mistakes. And I don't know if they got into their own head, maybe it was the nerves, but there were a lot of questionable decisions that were being made, and Kase just did a phenomenal job of picking them apart and taking advantage of it.
Especially on map 3. I mean, we gotta talk about Wolfen's flanks on Icebox through the middle. Some incredibly impactful rounds. Paul with some really, really good lurks as well. So they played this out properly, punished the mistakes wherever they found them. And yeah, he mentioned shaking off the rust after map 1. We were kind of wondering, okay, Kase after map 1, this isn't really the team especially I was expecting coming into this tournament. Map 2 and 3, completely different look, and I love that they pulled this out. This is the Kase I was expecting, and this is the team that can win the whole thing.
I just need to pivot off of your point on lurks and flanks, because I think that was such an important theme throughout this entire map. It was something that Tom had mentioned as well. So Chihuahua starts out the map, and he's constantly on the flank, constantly lurking. And eventually Kase is like, hang on a second. And they consistently stop him from doing that. Then they start implementing flanks of their own. Fall and Wolfen consistently getting into these crazy off-angle positions. And Excel, despite the fact that they do the same thing, are not prepared for another team to be bringing that to them. So another instance of Kase with fantastic adaptations.
And then you add in a little bit of nerve, some whiffed shots. Maybe you get into your own head at that point. You're down a few rounds on the match point map in the first game of the tournament. Probably not a great position to be in. It's not a great feeling, and in the end, well, looks like they kind of broke on that. I love that.
Gotta watch that again.
The timing on that clip is a little bit painful, but
yeah, it really does happen, you know. And I think you need to also beg the question: was this also Excel having a lot of nerves after dropping the ball on the second map? Right? It seems like they were kicking themselves. It seemed like they were very nervous coming in with also Foxy on the IGL position, making a lot of mistakes. Does that tie in mostly to Excel's misfortune in the third map?
Maybe a little bit. I mean, stat-wise, still look kind of okay. We've seen some good rounds from Excel, but also what I kind of want to bring back up is what you guys talked about before we got into this series at the start. Was Excel just not tested properly in the region? This kind of looks like it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a solid point. They had some really broken teams to play against in the Northern European region. Now that they're finally being tested, they're getting pushed hard.
All right, got myself some hopium. I need that. They've got the lower bracket. They can still make it. It's not over for their journey, but we do have our MVP, and I think it may come to a surprise to everyone. It's Wolven.
No.
No, right?
Pika gasp.
Oh, yeah, right. Pansy said it like...
well deserved.
It's
Yeah,
well deserved.
100%.
Very well deserved. Wolven did a splendid job throughout the board when it comes to this matchup. And I think we can dedicate just a few words for how he was able to really do in this particular matchup, right? It wasn't only in the second map where they won, but it was also in the third that he came online.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the Wolfen that won that finals MVP in their respective region, and he just showed up once again, as they mentioned. Map 1, Shake Off Some Rust. What's more interesting to me is the fact, as Ambi mentioned, they brought him in as a Sova main. They brought him in as an initiator. This dude can play Chamber to an incredible high level. I am so curious to see where this guy can go in the future as well.
I just did want to chat about one little thing that I think is like an important thing for players to have. And we do have like a short clip of it as well. This is in particular Foxy, who has some insane trigger discipline here. And I think that everyone watching was losing their minds because look at this. He's able to only get 2 kills, but it sets up the rest of the team in such a phenomenal position. The Hunter's Fury comes out to create some space. That's less of the important storyline because here Chihuahua once again on the flank in an unexpected position is able to get those 2 kills, and he will inevitably end it up with a 3rd kill on the round, which does secure them this round. Sometimes being able to stay your hand and wait for the perfect moment is everything you need to turn the tide. Unfortunately for XL, they just couldn't do it enough.
They just couldn't do it. And I think that's enough for the first matchup of the day, of the tournament as well. It's been a splendid pleasure being able to witness Case and Excel perform. But it's time for 2 new regions to take stage. The Eastern European scene, as well as the French one, with the representatives Tenstar and Vitality. And talking about these teams, I want to dive straight into Tenstar. I know you've got a lot of talking points about this, Sam, but I'm going to let Lythi take on this hurdle first.
I mean, we got to talk about the Surge team. We got to talk about this Polish super team. They brought in all these star players from the country into this one team. And you mentioned U-Break when we got into the opening of the day, but there are some other players you definitely need to keep an eye on. Bolt, their IGL, absolute giga brain. Definitely someone you need to keep an eye on. And of course, apart from that, you got Styx, who's an incredible support player. And we're kind of continuing this thematic of incredibly talented and really, really high-level support players throughout the day and throughout this entire tournament. I think it's going to keep going. So Tenstar fitting right in there. Even if I did not have them as one of my higher-rated teams for the power ranking overall, I still think these guys could be absolutely incredible.
And the thing that I think is going to be the biggest boon for them is, again, that IGL and how pivotal that role is, because watching them play in Surge and watching how their executes work, I was saying a little bit early on in the show, but it really is, it's like watching a well-orchestrated ballet. It is so cool to behold if they get it right, and that's going to be important because they are coming up against Vitality.
Absolutely. I mean, at this point, we also got to ask ourselves the question, is this still an underdog region? You already spoke to the fact that we don't have minor regions anymore in Valorant. Everyone's on even footing, basically. So we really got to talk about this one as well. Tenstar, maybe not the underdog.
Yeah, and the other thing we have to talk about is Maniac.
Yes.
What a player. I love that we all just agreed in unison. That's fantastic. We spoke about U-Break and he's fantastic, but Maniac, we talk about the duelists, and this is one of those for the books. Very reminiscent to me of like a Zipan-esque player. Definitely going to be a player that we have to keep our eyes on throughout the next few maps.
Well, of course, that is our first team competing in this series, but we've also got the French representative Vitality, which I'm sure everybody is looking at right now to be one of their favorites, one of the favorites of the tournament. So, Sam, why don't you just take us through that team in particular?
So, of course, when we look at this roster, the first 2 names that pop out are Bone Cold, previous World Championship player, and Batty G, who, as we've mentioned a couple times, have played with FPX. But we don't really talk too much about the other players. I mean, you look at a player like Natank, who came from one of the Greek teams, so I know you're a big fan.
He even got his own song.
He got his own song. He's like Ents, but cooler. All right. I mean, that is how cool this player is. And then you consider the rest of the players on the team as well. Sender, who is pretty much who the team was built around. And I mean, even Hyber, who has a ton of competitive experience behind him. This roster was clearly built with the intention of being the best. And you can say that for a lot of teams, but I feel like this team kind of took that to another level.
I feel like that also is going to add in an additional point of pressure because, yes, you have this star-studded roster, but you're coming into a tournament with the necessity to prove yourself.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, this team was built for success. They have the caliber of players to pull it off. The question is, yes, they won their respective region, but are they good enough to measure up against the other top teams from the regions?
Well, of course, this team has done quite a lot. The gruesome playoff stage of their regional league has been insane. But I think you can also talk about their maps, can't you? We kind of see how that is coming together.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows I love stats, so I'm going to throw some more stats at you like I did a little bit earlier on. Look at this. They have 2 maps with 0% win rate. Not that they've never played it. They have 1 map that they've never played. 2 maps on 0%, okay? I don't know how they won France with this. I think it's literally just a case of like they were needed to get some time to gel, practiced with each other a little bit, got into playoffs, and then it was like, hey, we're kind of good at this game. Make sure that you ban out the maps that you don't want to play, excel at the maps that you can play. But this is what's concerning because it tells me that they don't have a particularly deep map pool at the moment, which can be exploited.
They have not played a single game of Fracture, so I'm expecting that they need to invest a ban on this because Tenstar, on the other hand, they are doing really well on Fracture.
Well, there is one head-to-head that we can be looking at in Vitality as well that we can break down. Really cool stuff coming our way. Who is it going to be? It's Bone Cold and Baddie G, of course. Players that have represented this team or other teams in bigger stages.
Yeah, I mean, this is what makes this team so exciting for me, and I think for a lot of people that follow the VCT closely. Bone Cold, there were a lot of question marks when he left Ascend, and of course, when you read his explanation around it, he says, you know, there was a little bit of friction between the players, between what their vision for the team was going to be. Nobody thought that he wasn't a good player. It was just a dynamic. So now he's found himself a new home, and clearly this dynamic is working a lot better. He's now coupled up with Baddie G, along with the other players, and Baddie G, of course, a very seasoned player at the moment with a lot of experience under his belt. So this is going to be great for Vitality.
Well, now that we've gotten a good idea about how these teams look, what their strengths are, who to look out for, it's also time to see what maps they'll be playing on, what will be their home grounds respectively, to see how this series will kick off. Having a look at our screens, it's Icebox first, Bind second, and Split as our decider, Lythi.
Yeah, I really like the Bind pick. I mean, it is one of Tenstar's best maps. On the other side, the Icebox, well, they are undefeated in the last few weeks on that, Tenstar at least. That is just 2 games played though, so this is definitely going to be interesting, but for me, maybe an angle for Tenstar to make an impression, to make a statement right out of the gate.
Yeah, I mean, you were mentioning Fracture and how that could be like a bit of an interesting one because it is actually Vitality's perma ban while being Tenstar's best map. So thankfully the teams do get a ban first.
What a lucky break there.
Thank goodness for that. So I think that this map pool actually works really well. I don't think it favors any one team more than the other, and it should end out in a pretty solid slugfest.
Well, Icebox is our first map of this series. I'd love to hear your thoughts on how maybe this will turn out because, you know, we've seen Icebox before. It was the decider, but this is the map that will be kicking off this series. So let's see how this one plays in comparison to the rest.
So the funny thing here is, and I'm going to throw that back to continue the topic of VCT teams, I'm going to throw it back to G2 and their Sentinel comp. That really, really nasty, super passive defense triple Sentinel comp, because they also play a Killjoy, they play a Chamber, they play the Sage, agent names already, together with a Sova and a Viper. So just very, very defensive, very, very, a lot of playmaking potential. I'm really, really curious what the opposition is going to be. Their Vitality, either they go a little bit more offensive to kind of break through that, or they pick the same and everyone tries to duke it out on defense.
What I find really interesting is it seems like Vitality run a very stock standard composition where we used to have the Killjoy, but now they're bringing out the Reyna a little bit more often. So I'm curious to see if they're going to do that again.
Well, I don't think we'll have to wait at all because we'll be jumping straight into the agent select. Let's see what these two teams have picked up for this map.
Yes!
Ooh, how'd you like that, Sam?
There it is. I'm so excited for the Reyna. Now, a lot of people don't realize this, but the Reyna plays a very, very similar role to the Killjoy. And so instead of having the Sentinel and the duelist as we would have had usually with the Reyna or the Killjoy and the Jet, they've actually swapped things up quite a bit now. And stick with me here, Chamber is the duelist and Reyna is the Sentinel. That sounds very confusing, but it is accurate in how they play this. Reyna is very much either going to be a swing agent or she's going to be an anchor on one of the two sites, using her Leas to create space and allowing the duelist to swing off of her. I think that this comp is phenomenal and it's very Vitality.
I'm totally with you there. Angry Titans actually loves to run the Reyna as well, so seen a bunch of that recently, and it is always incredible to watch on Icebox. On the other side, Tenstar swapping out the Killjoy for a KO. Really love to see the robot. We saw last game already how well this KO can work on this map, and honestly just slides right in perfectly into this comp.
Well, they've had approximately a month to play out, reconfigure how they play their map, so it may be a surprise what we'll be seeing in this matchup, but thankfully we won't need to wait long. Our casters are ready. It's Pansy and Tom.
Yeah, we certainly are ready. And Tom, you said just to me, Reyna, it's happening.
Reyna.
How do you feel seeing this? Where does it take you on an emotional journey right now?
I feel like I almost have like a devil and an angel, I guess, on each shoulder. You've got Naori on the desk being like, love Reyna, and then just screaming from Lothar on the other side of just like, I hate this more than life itself. But the fact is, I feel like it's almost a confidence play. Like it's something where Hyber is just going to go into the game and he's going to try and bully everyone with these aggressive plays. The thing is the adaptation coming in for Tenstar, throwing a KO into the mix, that makes it a bit scarier because you're now going to have two aggressive agents. Like Reyna's not going to play passive. The same can be said for Chamber on the other side. Both of them with their sort of escape mechanics that can be instantly denied by one knife. It's a little bit scary.
Right. That Reyna's it's just staring at me, Tom. It's just, you know, deep into the soul, but I believe in Bone Cold supremacy. It's fine. Like, I'm a believer in this. We have to see how this looks, though, because it is a confidence pick. There's no two ways to discuss it. There's no two ways to even talk about it. It's a confidence pick and a half, and it can work, genuinely. If you're one of those players, you can just snowball, spiral. It can absolutely work. Now, will it work is what we're about to see. So far, the site's all theirs. Plan looks like it's coming in pretty much uncontested, too. So, again, 5v5 post-plan here.
Yeah, the snake bite's at least making things a little bit more awkward. It's Hyber. This is what we expect from him, but no, he gets absolutely no value in that first round out of the back. And well, they are getting slaughtered on the way back in.
Oh, they're getting torn to pieces. Now, the one bonus is this position didn't get checked on initially. And in combination, Vitality answer right back. Tenstar left to one. And this has all gone to pieces, fallen apart. Too many targets, too little time. I can't believe what I just witnessed.
That's the thing. I feel like we've got, obviously, the tank in Counter-Strike. I think anybody who's ever watched Counter-Strike knows who I'm referring to.
Sure.
And now we've got N-Tank, who's come into Valorant as well. And honestly, he basically single-handedly won in this round. Like, because he didn't have the wall to plant with initially, because he had to use it a little bit earlier on. But then just slaughters everyone, basically just playing the battle sage and catching every single player off guard. Like, that was a fantastic retake coming in from Tenstar up until they ran into the Frenchman.
I'm still just reeling off of round one. I'm just getting back together, man. Like, what's going on here? Hey, guys, it's so hard to look beyond just the individuals in this Vitality roster. Like, it's such a scary roster on paper. Batty G, Sender, Bunker, all of Hyber, they're all so good. Like, every single player is super diligent. So Tenstar, first time I really get to see them. I want to see how they look, what style they bring. Again, it does look like it is going to be brawly. But now, all that attention being kept towards A is just off the back of one, but couldn't quite connect as much as wanted. Hyber's still fine. Sitting pretty enough to be able to get towards the site. Take some space, wall goes up, pawn goes in. No problems yet, but the retake did get a little dangerous in that first round, but now it's going to be classics, but it has to be this headhunter to do some serious work.
God, I don't think there's going to be too much more they can really hope to achieve in this one. The tank going to be in a little bit of an awkward spot here, but he's got teammates alongside him. And although taking a little bit of damage, they just haven't really been able to clear him just yet. Trying to farm some orbs up. The thing I wanted to sort of mention to you, Lauren, if you want to know how this Tenstar team are going to play, so do you remember the team Ballista? Slightly crazy.
Yes.
There was a man called Baddie G on that team who was pretty good.
Quite good.
The in-game leader of that team is now the in-game leader of Tenstar.
Huh.
So I'm expecting some madness, if I'm honest, because that's the thing. That team always had fantastic executions, like a lot of good ideas that revolved around a pinnacle point. Now I'm waiting to see if they still have someone like a Baddie G who can just run in and headshot everyone off some fantastic utility.
Okay. And the initial trade outs do come through. And as said, a lot of information on these opening duels, but they still have their 4 alive. Baddie G will be the first one found, but the rest comes in. We noted earlier that the tank had been building up those orbs very, very swiftly. So back up to 5. And this bonus round becomes so much more prevalent now.
Yeah, it's unusual to see a res so soon. One of the more expensive ults we have in the game, but it just proves how much the Sage has been doing. This position from Bold, well, Bold by name, Bold by nature, just sat up close is going to be able to turn things back into an advantageous spot. Sender's operator makes things interesting, but this is a battle Sage and a half! Just re-aggression after re-aggression, and well, yeah, this does remind me of Ballista.
Yeah, flashback to this point, and that's a...
what?
I don't understand. I've watched so many games of Valorant, I still don't understand. Sender in the 1v2. Spike is down. Once one doesn't get one, the second... Leo! Come off it! Sender finds sticks. Sends him down the river and now break on the other side. Gets to play the plant. Pinged out for him perfectly. So Break knows what he's got to do. He's got to get close. Has to win the fight somehow. How are you going to force Sender out of this? That's the question. Do you get a chance in this one? Oh, I didn't quite see the pixel and Sender's got it. Vitality playing dangerous games but winning dangerous prizes. 3 on the board now.
That's one of the most ridiculous rounds I've ever seen. There's so many different levels. You've got... Yeah, well, you've got Bold, 3 kills by just basically... Like, if I was going to just remove the agent, remove the skin, and you're going to tell me what he was... I would have thought he was on Reyna.
Sure.
Because that's what I expect the Reyna to be doing. Then, yeah, I don't know how Caspi doesn't get the kill there. That might be the whiff of the century, unfortunately.
Bloody hell. So I feel like Tenstar keep getting, like, almost there, and then Vitality do something ridiculous.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They should have won that last round. Like, Sender played that 1v2 incredibly well, and yeah, Baddie G got a straight BS kill that he should never get.
Baddie G just firing off now, warming into the game. I still want to see find a little bit of that impact if you can warm into this game. Getting absolutely backhanded.
What were you saying? Sorry, what was that?
That's why I want to see him warm into the game. You know what I mean? Look a little cold. Now, though, not much to really do much about the wall, so that's going to come into place. Facilitate the plant. Baddie G considering the ult there, but there it is.
That might actually help out Tenstar, because they're just going into this with pistols. Yeah. Up in the face, and I don't know. We'll see if it actually works out for them. I guess it also tags them incredibly low.
Okay. Tank's still alive.
One enemy.
And yeah, Vitality just denial. Oh dear. Oh dear, this is going to be one of those weird games, isn't it, Tom? Because this is not playing out like, okay, we've just come off the back of, like, high quality, really refined, beautiful Valorant, even, like, at the high tempo, right? Like, even Paper X style, like, it's still super refined, still got method to the madness. This feels
scrappy.
Just chaotic. No, it's just so much chaos in this.
The thing is, I feel like we sit in a weird spot right now because you've got Tenstar, who I think, at least in my eyes, are one of the best teams in the world, or orgs in the world, at finding talent. And then you got Vitality, which are great for buying talent. It's just go, oh, you're selling Bone Cold. We will have him. Oh, Batty G, you're not going to be the 6th player of FPX. I will buy you. And it's just like, on the other side of things, Tenstar basically like start themselves from scratch, build a roster, and it looks decent. The problem is, they don't have those like crazy money players on the other side to just bail them out every time.
No.
Yet.
We might learn a few of their names this time as already. That's a good little double pick up there. So you can deny the start that Vitality would have wanted, but even at a 3v5, you still feel there's a chance. I was doing absolutely nothing in this one so far, but this time, look, it's the duality of Reyna, all right? Sometimes it hits, sometimes it don't. That's why I'm not an analyst. However, Batty G, damn good at this game. Picks up the pace and slices through the middle. Now, Break's going to have to commit to this to try and sit safe from Batty G, who seems so aware of this position. He saw the barrel. He saw the barrel. Oh, and Break's dead and gone. 2v2 now. They're working this one out. All off the back of Batty G finding so much space.
Your duty is not over.
Surely not, right? They're going to get the... Oh, the Batty G! Oh, I've missed watching this man play. Still, it comes back to the 1v1.
Okay. Tender's got Spike. He's got 20 seconds. He's off to
I
A.
got so caught up in the madness of basically Batty G just swinging. I assumed it was because Sender was sticking the plant, but actually, no. He's going to have to fall all the way back, get into that after plant. He does have Tour de Force, but the man's holding an operator. I don't really know why he'd use it here.
He'll be... Technically could be fine, but Caspy's there pretty quick. Not hit that reload yet, but shouldn't technically need it. Oh, and the timing here is disastrous. Again, if you are Caspy, you're probably banking on him sitting in a more traditional post plant as he's trying to check right now. Gives away the game here and allows Sender now to readdress. Caspy is no... Oh my god, it's a whiff. It's a whiff. And it could be more.
I'm busy.
You don't often get chances at that. You don't often get to live to take that fight with your back turned to an operator. Caspy's a very lucky boy today.
That's the thing, though. It's the duality of Valorant. He had a massive whiff when trying to kill Batty G.
Sure.
Now his opponent has a big whiff and gives him a kill, you know? We're right where we should be.
It all makes
sense. This is ridiculous, though. Batty G, like, he put in work.
Oh.
I didn't need to see that in slow-mo. Just so you know, production. Didn't need to.
1-4. Now, bear in mind that the money had built up enough for a nice little cushion. The Vitality. They do also have Sender with that Tour de Force. And on the other side, operator that was there, passed through to Maniac's hands. And so far, gets the first pick and hits the brakes.
And not really any reason to reaggress. You can see it's being cleared by Vitality. Drone just going all the way through, but they're not going to find anything. Fallen back, cross-held, and it does mean the tank's actually been able to get quite far. He could even lock off this cross with his Sage Wall, but of course, doesn't want to do that until his teammates are actually in a position where they can play off of it.
Yeah, but how far does he try and get? Does he get a little greedy on this? He oversteps almost. Maniac there waiting for anyone to try and hit the traditional cross. Spots another, that's Bone Cold, but now you can see Sender's going to take that position up. Now, again, it is just these two, Bone Cold and Sender. Not really having much luck on the way in here. No, Bold could be holding it as well. Bone Cold's gone. And now it's Sender. 1v5. And not really many easy chances here. They're not really giving him too many peeks, but that's one of them. First start. Now they knew Bold was here. He's still there. So, 2 on the board now for Tenstar.
They got the operator back as well. I think that's going to be a big part of this because Maniac has been... He's been very aggressive so far. Like, the couple of rounds we've actually seen him have a gun, it's been this one and the round before where he was deep within the B site. I think that him now having that weapon on board, it could be the difference maker, but also I'm really enjoying watching Bold. Like, considering he is the IGL, like, a lot of the time, you are going to be like a Bone Cold. Like, okay, I've got my setup. I've got these pieces of utility that I'm going to utilize to help my stars find what they need to. Bold is not one of those IGLs from what we've seen within 6 rounds.
Yeah, it is kind of learning on the job, though, it feels, with these two, kind of seeing where they're at, how they play, what depth they have. And as it stands, Vitality leaning into this B piece. Now, we do still see Maniac there. Gotta be careful not get caught in no man's land here. And he doesn't. The tag goes down. Untraded as well. Maniac's gonna try and stay on this. Gets himself out of danger eventually, but gives himself an option. Iber closing on the side, but that spike yet to go down again.
That was really close. Oh, it's not pretty from Iber. A chance to maybe catch something, and he's popped the ult when on low HP, so he's going to get absolutely nothing for it. The Empress would have been a chance to heal back up if he got the kill, but now, well, they're trying to even just get this plant down. It looks impossible.
No, but Baddie still stands. So there was a moment, but Maniac's starting to come alive. This operator in hand is looking really, really robust. But 3-4 here. We're starting to see a little bit of a turn of the events, right? Tenstar actually looking good and forcing Vitality into the timeout. Good shout from them. I gotta say it. Hyber not looking all that impactful right now. It just looks a little out of sorts here. But Maniac, this has been beautiful from him. What a nice debut for our eyes to see this player in motion.
That does seem like an odd ult pop. I guess he was just so confident he's going to hit an instant headshot. And also the fact is Empress is probably at the very bottom of ults. Like, I guess even the From the Shadows probably has slightly more value. The thing is, though, it's like, it's not even so much the fact that he's playing Reyna, it's what you kind of lose. Like, you look at the other side and you have Caspi on that KO. The ability to pop flash. Like, think about like other duelists that have actually picked that up on other maps. Like, you do have so many different opportunities. Like Trex. I think Trex is probably my favorite example on this map, that he's still very aggressive. He's still taking space, but he has those extra flashes and also the ability to deny the aggression of opponents. Reyna has none of that. Okay, you have the Leers, but in terms of flashes, they are the weakest in the game.
Yeah. Again, we'll check back in on this as the game goes on. If he starts warming up, could look completely different, right? Like, again, have seen people on Reyna looking absolutely hot to trot on this. It's one of those that are kind of hard to characterize, so I think it is down to the player, but you already see the information instantly. Gets denied this time, so finding out the tendencies of Tenstar, and now going through the motions. Paddy G slipping the net just a touch. Unaware of him making this progress. See what information he gets off the back of this. Pre-fire from Maniac, not going to quite find the timing correctly. Now going to get towards sight, and now you can start seeing that lurk come into play potentially, but I don't know if they checked on that, and I was getting a little bit more room than maybe they'd like. Maniac's still there, and the flank didn't find much. Paddy G's gone, and now it's lost all of that potential venom to this hit.
Yeah, and with no wall, you're basically trying to just raw face into this one. Almost 2 for 1, but Sender survives on his last legs, and I guess they've at least got something for this round. I will say on the point of Reyna, I feel like defensive Reyna has so many more opportunities just because you're basically aggressing and escaping, similarly to Chamber.
You're a Reyna apologist. Interesting. Okay.
On the attack, though, I do think it's literal trash, so take that as you will.
They found my trap.
30 seconds left.
I'll really mull that over later. I'll get a nice, glass of wine or something and really go through the emotions of that. At 4-4, though, Tenstar starting to really get a grip on this game, and Vitality hit that timeout, came back in with, just odds and ends. This is what it should have been for. This buy that's coming out now, we've got to see something from them. And it's still not a great purchase. Glass cannon for Sender. Hey, it's not terrible, but again, not the dream as Maniac's coming alive, and you said it, that obviously we know Vitality has the money to spend, right? They purchase the best out there. Now, on the other side, Maniac's looking really pretty serviceable so far. Have to see how he fares going forward. Money nice and built up, sitting pretty. I'm really quite interested in this player because new to my eyes, right? And that's always an exciting prospect. Let's see if he can keep this sort of tempo up, though. Just bringing that scoreline back up to a 4-4. And now, Sender, we can see if there's anyone over-aggressing. I think Tom's just timed out, so that's good. Hopefully my internet holds up. And here's that first fight. Timing! Sender's got it. Finds Maniac this time. We overplaying it a little. You see the ult getting popped on the other side as well. So Caspi trying to slow the roll down here. Denying any springboarding off the back. But a difference of pace drastically from Vitality now. Certainly plenty of time being taken, and a lot of information should have come off the back of this. I'm curious as to when they decide to hit some support up, because Caspi is all alone still. 2 players dedicated towards middle. Bold and Stick still over towards this. The side takes coming in whether they like it or not. Ult comes through. Hunter's Fury going to come out in response. Does this find what they want? So far, I believe, maybe a tag at best, but Bold just unleashes, finds 2. Just a bulldozer towards the site. Now the 3v3 post plant, but that Viper's Pit in the way. Paddy G looking to do as much as he possibly can with this. Sender keeping it safe. Lovely shot. Much more impact this time for Sender. Finding form. Paddy G does go down, so a fair chance of this now for Tenstar. Welcome back, Tom.
Hi.
There's Sticks to find Sender, leaving it just down to Bone Cold. Has his own Hunter's Fury, so this should be a formality. Not much more can be done about it. Those ults coming through did not get it to halfway, and now is noted. So Bone Cold happy enough with this one. And Vitality having to invest a whole lot in this round. How much of that did you get to see, Tom?
None. My PC crashed.
Oh, it was a crash! Nice, dude. Nice.
I love working from home, you know? It's really fun.
Have you missed it, right?
Yeah, you know, like we go to the high-quality production of Masters where I just walk in, put on some headphones, and have a wonderful time, and we get back, and yeah, it happens. Was it a good round?
Either way, it was a pace change. Vitality looking a little bit more tempered. Maniac being found instantaneously. You know, Sender's starting to warm into this game now. So, yeah, Sender's starting to warm into this game now by doubling down, finding Sticks as well. So, the 5v4, Rez has to be invested in on a bad shout potentially. But already the site being considered so heavily by Vitality. Bold on the other side was good for 2 in the previous. Needs to do somewhat similar scenes here again.
Oh, this is risky. Right around the edge. The wall has at least sectioned him off a little bit. And you're going to see the snake bite trying to force him back. This is where Hyper actually makes his move. And finally, we're going to see him onto the board, but he's quickly traded.
Yeah, so little impact in that regard, but there's still the back line holding this site. They haven't really gotten onto the site itself. Rez comes in to get Bone Cold back, but it is just that 4v4. Still no step towards the back. That's huge from Baddy G. Finds a moment to move forward because Caspi's still here, lingering at the back of the site, waiting around, and it's a denial of all varieties. Sender called upon in a 1v2. He's got to know where these 2 players are, though. He's got to be aware. And the timing, it's against him. Sticks has got it. And Tenstar answer right on back, considering Vitality come in with the big names. All of that value we know attached to them. Tenstar are taking this fight straight to them.
Yeah, no, it's... Again, I always love these sort of teams where it's like they come up against what we would call the big dogs. Like, just looking from that sort of, like,
On
history
paper,
perspective, yeah. And it's like they are fighting tooth and nail, and honestly over the last few rounds especially, they've looked like the better team by quite a margin, especially with the amount of economy they've been able to build up, and just the fact that it hasn't just been like the likes of Baddy G or Sender dragging them through rounds. It has been the whole team looking good.
All this pace, all that information found, but they're going to carry on forward. Tenstar know it all. They know exactly what you're up to, and Maniac's there again. Tenstar so prepared, and this buy was still far from perfect. Bone Cold, give that man a sheriff, and you know what you're going to get. Sheer value. Baddy G hit the brakes. The rest of the team got absolutely melted as they came through middle, but he's bought a little bit of time here. You can see Break considering it. Oh. It's not pretty from Baddy G. And it's all on Bone Cold. Does get an operator to hand, but he's got 3 to try and get through.
Yeah, and the spike, unfortunately, was on Baddy G, so it's probably in one of the worst spots it could ever be in the map, so he's just got to try and find value elsewhere. Oh, they've walled it as well, as if it wasn't bad enough. There's now only one avenue he can really come from, and they are watching it like an absolute hawk, so tough times. There's almost a part of me that wonders if it's just worth holding this into the next round. It's a long save, but unfortunately, it might be the best one.
30 seconds left.
No one's giving him anything either. Like, look at this. That wall in the way should just be insult to injury. He's going to get maybe one chance at this, but how do you string together these kills? Presence noted. Found. Bod's got him. Tenstar looking prepared and equipped to handle everything that Vitality are throwing at them. This is actually pretty wild, considering Vitality had, what, 2 rounds off the back of, the pistol, right? You put them in, in the mind. Tenstar, once they got to the gun rounds, have been off the charts. Between Bold and Maniac, they have been unreal.
Yeah, I think if you go 4-0 down and the minimum you're getting in the half is 6, I think you could be very, very happy with that. And as said, like when I watched this team previously, that a lot of it came down to those attacker side executes. Now, again, I still think there's more to be seen on the other side, but ultimately you've had a couple of clutch rounds out and you haven't capitalized off this.
Again, this guy.
He's just running. Full W key.
He's so good, though. He's landing these shots consistently, being a problem consistently. He's sticking around. Why not? He's in the right place for it. Trying to slip through mid is Baddy G, but that might be considered. There is a player just behind him. Tender close to sight, but it's break to find him. Baddy G was found in the end. And this cross, we saw how valuable this was before, how good he was at holding this. But the timing, the shot just goes between. Piper gets to keep his life, but Cast... Oh, okay, Sender's got it. Okay, they've got the side this time. There we go.
Bone Cold also has managed to find another.
Find that?
This starts to become a little bit more workable. Sender's still exceptionally low, but the same could be said for U-Break on the other side. And well, Hyber, there is that escape mechanic. Oh no, never mind, not quite.
It's Bone Cold. This guy's clutch, and he knows where both players are. He wants in on this. Timing's everything, and you can see who's watching it break. Low HP though, 15. Bone Cold finds him. Has to try and do this. In the 1v1, we know he's not on the plant. 8 HP though, and there it is. Six comes around the corner. Impactful round from him. But again, Tenstar seems so equipped here, Tom. This is actually so impressive to watch. I don't know why I underestimated them so much. I think the big names caught me, a little off guard here. I maybe overread into it, just recency bias of seeing, people like Sender, people like Baddy G, right? Teams and names that we know. And coming out, Maniac, this guy has been everywhere, being a nuisance and a problem constantly.
Yeah, and he has very much nullified one of the stars of the other side. Like, Hyber's attack side performance is, well, missing. I think it has to be said. If you're going to play a Reyna, I'm a lot less forgiving than I am when you play a Jet or when you play a Chamber, because ultimately, well, maybe not so much Chamber, but especially Jet, a lot of the time your role is to dash into sites. He's just been slaughtered. Even when he's ready for the peak to come through, it just hasn't worked out for him so far, and there has to be a much better second half, because again, Lauren, this is their map choice, and they don't play a lot of maps.
No. Okay, here we go. What? Sender and the tank just got deleted off this map. Just straight in the bin.
Oh, it's so quick.
Oh my god, these guys are good. Sleepy work from Vitality, not gonna lie there, just kind of caught completely off. But goddamn, Tenstar looks sharp as hell.
I think I'm almost disappointed. I'm disappointed in myself, and I feel like you might be once I say this next statement. From Counter-Strike, no matter what level a Polish team comes from, they are always good. It's always been the case. Like, even if you went from VP all the way down to the likes of Kingwin, whatever, they could win a tournament even if you'd never heard of the players before. And some of these players we have heard from previous teams, but losing the pistol and then losing 4 rounds in a row and then just slamming them ever since.
Gosh. You're not wrong. Like, the talent in the Polish community has always been unreal, right? And it does feel strange that I think the last big, obviously, Polish side was still Virtus Pro, right? Like, out of all the scenes, everything else, like, it feels like it's got so much intrinsic talent in that region, genuinely. So great to see a couple more players finding all of this sort of impact and this sort of impressive work.
I guess the thing as well is that we have it in Valorant, they're just not on a Polish team.
Yeah,
so like you have Starza, you have
absolutely.
Zeke, you have Paditek, like there's so many solid Polish players, it's just they're not all in one team. And that's the thing. We've got a Polish team here who look cracked.
But they're actually like I can't say this enough. It feels like learning on the job with these teams because we don't get that history apart from obviously Vitality we know, but Tenstar, man, this team looks sharp. I keep feeling like, oh, but don't worry, Vitality will wake up, and then they walk around completely unawares in the first pistol, and I'm just like, oh, maybe not. And Synga has a chance here, but still gonna get 2. Good damage done, but mitigated at the end before it got to really breaking point. Gives them a chance, though. If I see Bone Cold with a Sheriff, there is always hope. There is always something in mind. Make something out of nothing, but he needs something from Baddy G as well. Plant gonna come down, and Maniac already considering this. This guy, hyper aware of the positioning. Read well by Bone Cold, can at least send him back further and has to slowly, step by step, work it back in. But Baddy G also has been noted.
Toxins going up.
Oh, he might even get pushed on. A chance to catch something, but ultimately with such weak weaponry, he's almost hoping that Bone Cold will be the man to make the move. But I feel like he has to be the distraction here. Give the player with the weapon some extra space, and while they get absolutely nothing from it. Good recovery for the first couple of kills that came in from Synga, and I'll be honest, Lauren, so far, I feel like Synga has been one of the only sort of glimmers that are really there. Like, Baddy G is definitely the other one, but a lot of the other players have just been a little bit flat.
Yeah, they have. And I'm sure they'll be as frustrated as we are watching it, right? Because it's one of those games where you get that bigger debut. We get to see what they've been working on the back lines. You get a tough opponent, sure, but you should know them well enough by now. Wow, okay. Let's see what they've got. So this is the bonus, right? This I want to see if they have a plan in mind. That's what I want to see, is like what this is going to look like. Anything special coming out from Tenstar. Rifles out. Light armor still. You can see how one-sided, how clear-cut this has been. Vitality really unable to get much going. But Synga, as you said, the one redeeming quality is in the right place for this potentially. But they've already slipped through middle. So again, keep that in the back of your mind.
They destroyed the trap early with a shock dart so that they were hoping this would be overlooked. And by the looks of it, it somewhat has. Timing going to be everything. I think he's been spotted. And Bone Cold swings off of it. So that's at least, I guess, the snake in the grass removed. But there's still plenty more to play with. I also like the fact that we sort of mentioned that in-game leader difference. Boulder's gone, if we're having a hero rifle, it's on me.
That's... Yeah,
I agree with him. He's been nuts so far.
Yeah, it's absolutely fair enough. Bone Cold is dead. Okay, now the map gets just sliced in half, right? They get the information of how many are probably going through here. So they've got a little bit of an idea, but again, Hyber's not been having the best games yet. He's looking rough around the edges. He could wake up at any moment, right? It's just that sleeping giant. That's not bad, though. Finds one. Needs to get... Bruh. Happens sometimes. But you just hope not in these games. But now left down to a 3v3. Now, keep note, there are 2 rifles. One is a Bulldog, so it's still not a pretty purchase. 10 seconds. Spike needs to be looking towards sights, and the trades are effective for Vitality finally. Break gets caught, and the bonus here is still doing damage. It's taking them down to 2 players. So if we look at it in that way, right, if we look at it kind of removed from the round, that's still good damage done. And if you're Vitality, you'd be happy you got the round, but probably not in the fashion it went down.
Yeah, for sure. I think a saving grace is the fact that because Synga has been doing quite a bit even in their eco rounds of Tour de Force, so if they win this one, they're still going to have a decent position. I also think here, like Hyber trying to escape, I think he just didn't want to give away Synga's spot. So Synga was hidden in the cubby that would have been the obvious choice, and he was just like, okay, I'll try and escape elsewhere so that he's still left. So I don't mind that as much, but it's still more costly than you definitely like.
Yeah. Well, now we get the kind of thick of things, right? Now, Bold will be down on the Spectre. Now, I wouldn't say it's the end of the world, but again, on the other side, you still see the Judge coming out, but it's a Judge, so it's probably the most viable gun in the game. And it's holding a lot of space. If you keep in mind where Hyber's got to, B Long, he's got that on wrap, so early rotations coming out, pops of the ults on either side. The tank overwhelmed. Nasty. Good trade from Baddy G, though. Finding a little bit of room here. Wall gets broken. That's now vulnerability for Bold. Got to be careful. That angle's not as safe as it once was.
Oh, the flank coming through with the Judge is going to be rough. It only comes down to the position that's held, and while easy for Sticks, nobody coming in on the flank anymore, and this leaves 3 players just trying to make their wraparound. I think also that's tour de force coming up for the attack side, but again, Sender just so good at finding them ways back in.
Player standing.
Maniac. Oh, Sender. This is a big round for Vitality. Converting this 3 standing, lovely work together. Confidence can brim off the back of that. Up to 7 now for themselves. And at least they get to try and build their economy back as well. But again, so much danger throughout that round, but it is going to at least break the money of Tenstar too.
Yeah, and I think even if you look in that clutch, Maniac actually pops his tour de force, so they're not even going to have that as a little bit of a backup plan. I really like the initial execute though. Like, you've got the snake bite combo alongside the slow. Hunter's Fury then thrown into that corner. Like, Netank had no chance. There was absolutely zero chance for him to get out of that alive. But I just feel like Sender has been so instrumental for this team of just getting them back into rounds. Like, that afterplant probably should have been enough, but he gets 2 high-impact kills.
We go again. What now? Sender. We said, look, out of all the players who are stepping up, Sender is really stepping into the role, right? He's finding form here. It's in the first kill. But,
Oh, he's not going to see him. He's not going to see him. Oh, it's free. Oh, no, it's not free. It's not free, but he gets the 2. What?
What? He gets 2 out of that. There is no shot he should have gotten to. Tom, you're the analysis caster. Break that down.
You just got to whiff so hard that, like, some sort of higher being feels guilty for you, and then you could just hit instant headshots. That's about all I got.
No, that's fair enough. That was pretty decent. That was pretty decent. This round should not have been this close. Now, they did get a rifle out of this one, right? Gaspy coming into this with more than he started with. 30 seconds. They need the plant now. Tap on the spike to try and draw the ult, but look at Badig's positioning as well. Closing the net here. Spike now found.
Spike down A.
Ooh, careful. Sticks noted. And now time's against them. They've got no safety here for Tenstar. Left, right, and center. And actually, Pansy gets overwhelmed. It, again, should not lose more than this. There should be a formality, and it doesn't feel like it is because for some reason, they're going in 1 by 1. This is a plant now. This has gone from bad to worse to potentially a disaster, and Bone Cold's been noted. Gaspy does go down. What more can Bone Cold do? Noted. Heard the shot comes in, but it was close. It was far too close.
Yeah, I'm not enjoying a lot of these rounds. It's like it's so back and forth, but also just Vitality looks shaky. Like, the fact is, it seemed like in this round they even realized their mistake of having that gap in mid. They go back to look for it, just don't check it properly. And these are sort of slip-ups that you just can't allow, because they are going to be pressured on. I think Tenstar have done very well to sort of find those gaps, to find those space. And the fact is, what? They had 4 pistols and a hero rifle. They get 4 kills, and I'll be honest, they probably should have closed this round. It's just because Bone Cold is able to isolate these duels, and unfortunately this time for Sticks, the pistol doesn't land.
9-8. Didn't really expect to see the scoreline where it is, Tom, if I'm honest.
No. I think we're going to get that throughout the VRLs, just from what we've seen in day one.
It's so
I feel
volatile.
like I can't underestimate anyone. Like, the Des did their tier list at the beginning of the day, and I'd love them at the post show to revisit it, because it really is like, that's the thing with sort of regional leagues in anything. The second it becomes an international event, or not international, but you get what I mean, like a different layer of event, everything just gets thrown out the window. Like, we came into most Masters just going, can't expect much from Japan, top 3. Can't expect much from SEA, top 2. Like, it's happened to us so many times. Brazil, top 2. Like, it's so many times now. Crew. Like, I think anyone other than fans of Crew did not predict them to get top 4 champions. But that's the thing. There are no such thing as real minor regions in Valorant. Anyone can compete, and seeing this Polish squad really fight tooth and nail with a huge organization like Vitality are one of the big boys, it's exciting.
Maniac again. Right place, Maybe right time. Endless battle with Sender, it feels. Now the pause for thought.
It's like we're trading pieces. We've seen the drones go through on both sides of B to try and get information. I don't think either team really found out too much.
No, I don't think they even got close to finding it out.
But this is also incredibly direct. Like, no lurks being held, at least initially, for Tenstar. But it seems like Vitality, although they have some aggression, they don't want to overplay their hand anymore because they've been bitten a few times in this match.
And if there's 3 players around that corner from Maniac, and they're starting to explore now, right? If he gets even just 1, that'd be impressive. I don't think he will. Oh, no, the shot goes astray. Bone Cold, gonna pick up any sort of slack left behind, but this is just a weird round. Look at where this retake's coming from. It's 4 players on the flank. It's a fully free plant. Nothing's gonna deny it. And the ult comes in. This is a bizarre round. Flip it and tell me it doesn't look like a little bit of a round backwards almost at this point. Yeah. But the retake's on.
I also think the fight coming in onto mid could be everything. Like, if Natank goes down, it really does just become one prong. The more already sticks, he's holding on to that spawn area. 2 headshots back to back. Finally, Bone Cold will deal with him, but he's lost another teammate.
He has, and they've yet to really identify and address this problem. They've got this slightly off-kilter plant, the ult to really supplement it, and Sender just sends it, dives in. Bone Cold got 1. Oh, no. Sender's right there, and now the cross being watched. Caspi has to be ice cold about this one. He's still got to be careful. There it is, gonna catch Sender, and the time was on his side, but it got so damn close again.
That was so well played within the Viper's Pit initially. Just the snake bites thrown out. You then had that spare player. I say spare, they were a man down in the form of Sticks, who basically just gave them all the info. Because it's like, yeah, okay, he gets 2 kills. That's fantastic. But he can tell them 100% that no one is coming from their flank. And so then it comes down to what is some ludicrous plays being attempted in the dying embers of this round. And Caspi just being that last man standing. Again, I feel like Vitality... There's been many a times where I've looked at rounds and gone, okay, you've got an advantage here, and Tenstar are never out.
I think that's the best way to characterize this. It's just... It's never quite wrapped up, right? It's like there's always someone who could do something so off-kilter, so out of character in the mid. It's what?
You were saying?
Yep, here it is. Oh, and yeah, Hyber's in trouble. Hyber's in real trouble. He's gone. Keep in mind that mid look. There it is. Whoa! What? Again, just so snappy. Maniac is so snappy. I don't understand how this guy is so good all the time. Sender and Bone Cold now made to feel irrelevant to the outcome of this round. It's a 4v2. Yeah, Bold's got a weaker weapon. Yeah, Break doesn't have the full rifle. He's got the Bulldog, but it's still fine. They've got so many players to try and get through, and so little time by the time they get close to the site.
Especially with this elevated plant. Maybe if you have a Sage Wall, you could try something, but I don't even know what the plan is here. Snake bite down. And this is the thing, it's almost that duality of Tenstar. It's like you've got that hella aggressive, like off-angle, spicy plays, and then you just got this. The after plant's perfect. And he's almost just waiting to see if he can catch it right at the end. I don't think he's got this. I don't think he's got it.
No, it was a nice attempt. Not close enough. That's 11 now for Tenstar. They've gone into the swing of things. This was looking pretty volatile, pretty precarious, Tom. It was kind of that, 3 on the trot for Vitality, looking like they're right back into things. Sender coming alive, yet the whole team really starting to work it out. And then they flipped a switch, right? And they found room. Tenstar, just, again, Maniac is just... This guy's terrifying to me as a prospect. Because, as I said, not seen him before. Not cast his games.
That's the thing. He's like a superstar lurk, which is just that must be the most irritating thing in the world. Because even if you could, like, a lot of the time Caspi's taking the initial fight, or maybe Bold, and then you still have to be thinking about, like, okay, where's the guy that could just obliterate us? Oh, he's behind me.
Great. Well, and there he is again. Can't keep his name out the kill feed. He is outdoing Sender now, and B's looking open. They focused on middle for Vitality. Yes, Hyber's going walkabouts. You can see a couple of the others joining them. Bit of a write-off here for Hybo. I want to see how he looks going into the next maps potentially, because unless he has a pop-off round, this has been a very quiet performance, but we know what that player can do, so not too worried about that long-term, but for now we need that plant to come in for Tenstar. Spam on, and actually, they get the plant down. One benefit to this, they still have the plant in place.
Yeah, and with that tour de force still available in an after plant, there's plenty they can play with here. Even a Hunter's Fury available as well. Like, this becomes incredibly difficult for the defense. Now, they do have themselves the res, but if you look at where that player died, there is a 0% chance that they ever get to use it. Hunter's Fury already. Aggressive push, but actually they have managed to find a couple of kills. The thing is, though, the time.
It's got to be now, Tom. And Break is saying no. Denies 2 of them. Phone call going to dip forward. Tap on the spike, tries to draw the attention. Does at least get one of them, but again, you're going to pull the trigger on this one. Sticks takes the fight. And he's bought enough time now. Just has to play his life. Phone call, no time anymore.
I really like this team. I like the fact that there's just layers to this roster. Like, whether it's like your star player lurking, sure, like an onion. Nice. I get that reference.
Man, watch Shrek.
I did watch Shrek. As did probably 95% of chat, I would assume.
I don't know, man. Shrek's kind of old now. Made a resurgence recently.
I feel like the memes alone are enough, but yeah, I think the fact that they also just have that raw entry at times, but then you also have players like Styx, who it's almost like he's just got a ticker in his head, and every single time they're in an afterplant, he's causing issues. He's causing them problems with the shock darts, or whether it's just aggressive swings and wasting time, and that's so good to have in a player, that you can have someone like Bold or like Maniac who's going to be like swinging and taking fights, and then you have someone who's just in the back, just going, okay, I'm going to win us the round.
I mean, at this rate, are we going to have 2 of the, quote unquote, lesser known teams, right? If you're, looking at pure paper alone, fan bases, please relax, essentially causing upsets here. Because Vitality, of course, bigger names, bigger players in that regard. Currently 8 down. Currently 4v5. This is looking like Tenstar are really onto something here. It's taking a claim on this one. And this player has been formidable. Yeah, Maniac's still good for it. There's that superstar lurk potential you were discussing, seeing that in motion once again. More goes up. The breaks for a second, but actually the overswing. I was going to get the punish on this. Couldn't convert the second, though.
30 seconds left.
And now still just one left.
Remaining.
The tank with it all to do. How much more can one man bring? Not enough. It's 13-8. And Vitality get put to bed here. Tom, I'm a little surprised, and call me naive. Call me not too aware of the tier 2 scene, and I completely and utterly respect that. But I didn't expect that result. I didn't expect 13-8, and I didn't expect someone like Maniac, someone like Styx to be such an outstanding player.
Yeah.
Where there's so many stars, even on that other side.
Well, I think the thing as well, you have to look at just, again, this 10-star organization. You're going to sell your entire roster to another team, who, by the way, didn't make it. Just throwing that out there. By the way,
yeah.
And then you're going to go in and take on Vitality and look like the better team pretty much throughout. Like, hugely impressed with what this organization is able to do. Yeah. Honestly, whoever is their talent find might be one of the most valuable human beings we have in esports at the moment.
I mean, wherever their scout and Mini finds their players, like they've really got their finger on the pulse. However, that is it for map 1. We need to head to a break, and when we're back, the desk will talk you through everything they just saw and what's upcoming, because this game is now heating up, so do not go anywhere.
battlefield.
Tenstar at the start of this stage, they sold their team to a French org and now picked up other players, Polish players, over at the Eastern European League, the regional league, and they completely destroyed it. They come here and they beat the French org as well, the French representative, and they've done it on the first map. This is so exciting. Lythi, just react.
I'm gonna try to channel some of your excitement about this, because this is crazy. This is Vitality's map pick. We talked about this super team. They have a literal world champion on the roster. They picked up Betty G as well. And even though Sender put in an insane game on Chamber, it is just not enough. Individual top-tier plays, but the team play, nowhere to be found.
And I feel like this is a common storyline for both of these two teams. Also, we just had the stats. Maniac is indeed a maniac. 335 ACS, come on. But seriously, this was something that we saw from both of these two teams, but particularly from Vitality. It felt like the tactical awareness, sure, it was there, but it felt like it wasn't as strong as it could have been. And then you're relying on like Bone Cold to get a 4K. You're relying on U-Break to flank and get a 3K so that you can actually somehow win out the round. And that's not ideal.
And especially, I mean, we talked the last matchup already about hero plays. Once again, this is kind of the case, but Tenstar, quite honestly, especially at the start, their side takes are really, really solid. They were struggling a lot with the after-planned phase of the game, which is where Vitality found a lot of ground, found a few of those rounds, but in the end, we definitely saw that change for Tenstar.
And this is where adaptability becomes so important for teams. You have to be able, you can't just have a good start of the round or a good end to the round. You have to have a good mid-round. And the ability to adapt, to realize, hold on a second, our post plants are not working, we need to change something because our executes are on point, we're getting the spike down, but then we're losing out in the end. So they take the time, they figure it out, and they make the adaptation. And unfortunately for Vitality, they weren't able to counter-adapt.
I know, because in the green room you kept on telling me, okay, they've got excellent takes, but what's going on with the post plants? How did that change for Tenstar?
I think it really is just a case of like sitting together, having a conversation and realizing, right guys, we've got the spike down. We're not getting into position accurately, right? We're peeking unnecessarily. When we're trying to play for time, we're clearly getting a little bit too nervous and peeking out and giving them opportunities. We're not using our utility effectively. So you take a break, you take a breather, break, and you start to slow down your pacing a little bit. And we saw it so much better towards the end of that half there, buying time, using the Sage Wall, using the Snake Bites, and just completely disallowing any space to get onto the spike. It was a much better look towards the end of the half.
And you mentioned adaptability. That is exactly what separates the good teams from the great ones, and especially over the course of this tournament, it's going to be an important factor. Tenstar already showing us that they know how to do it, that they know how to adapt, especially when they are facing a tough opponent that is in some parts even out-fragging them, outplaying them on the gunplay level like Vitality did. But on the other hand, this might not be enough to pull out the series, because now we're moving on to a much different topic.
So talking about separation between the best, right? What in this matchup kind of stood out for you guys? Because for an instance, it felt like, okay, there wasn't too much of tactical prowess. It seems like individual skill was taking over.
100%. And what really concerned me was just how often it was happening. I think that both of these two teams, and we've said it so many times, the Polish super team, the French squad with the world champion, there is so much firepower behind them. And I think it could be a little bit of nerves. You had kind of mentioned it. We spoke about how it's kind of an overarching theme for a lot of these teams, but they haven't played for quite some time, about a month since their grand finals. And sure, that, a lot of prep time goes into that, but you're not grinding out in officials, and that can make you a little shaky.
Yeah, scrims are just a whole different beast. No matter who you're playing against, no matter how well these guys are going, it's just not the same.
It really is not. And I think there's another point we may want to bring out, right? We were talking about at the start of today, at the start of this matchup in particular, when we saw the agent select, we saw Chamber, we saw Reyna. You made a very clear point. Reyna's going to be the sentinel, if you will, and Chamber's going to be the duelist. Did that actually pan out as you expected?
It actually went more or less to plan. I think that the two of them worked really well in unison, so you couldn't really point out and say, okay, this one is specifically trying to be a duelist. I think it was a conversation we had kind of off air where we were talking about how duelist is no longer an agent, it's more about a play style. And I think that the two of them working in harmony, particularly on their defensive half over on the B site, they were playing off of each other incredibly well. The Leah's opening up space so that Chamber can peek out and get those kills. It's an important thing to be able to do, to have that synergy with the teammate. But as Tom mentioned, on the attacking half, it was kind of like, Reyna, try to go burr. Reyna, don't do too much.
I love that point. Lythi, talking about, before we go on to the next map in particular, go and look at all the intricacies of what can go on there. Is there anybody who stood out who maybe we need to keep an eye out for the next match as well? Tough one.
Tough one. Yeah. Definitely a tough one. I mean, on the side of Vitality, we need to keep an eye on Bone Cold. He 100%. Was clutching things left and right. But on the other side, quite honestly, Tenstar just across the board playing absolutely fantastic. So maybe we're talking about another team where you don't really have this star player. You just have a full roster of absolute badasses.
I'm going to throw like a spanner in the works here. And I'm going to be like, okay, so everybody probably thinks that Maniac is someone to watch or whatever. But I really had my eyes on Build. Right. I feel like, so we kind of spoke about the importance of the IGL role and how that can make such a huge difference to the team. And it really felt like, not in terms of a site anchor, but just in terms of an anchor for the team, it felt like he was there. He was where he needed to be. He was using the Sage utility to create the space that they needed, being the rock that his team needs. So Duelist, as I said earlier this evening, Duelist is over party. We're all about the Sages.
I mean, we also spoke about the adaptability, right?
Yep.
And the IGL is one of the absolute centerpieces to these things. Yes, you get your timeouts, you can have a little chat with your coach, but in-game, it's the players and the IGL that has to know all the plays that you've prepped, all the moves and strats for the map. And I mean, Bolt, we knew he had a big brain coming into this. Definitely showing it off.
Yeah. Well, I think it's time for a flyover of the next map in particular. We know Tenstar have taken momentum so far, and from the previous series, it seems that momentum may be the play of the game, but now it's time for Bind. It's time for Vitality, Sam, to show us if they can remain in the series.
And what's really scary is, bearing in mind, this is Tenstar's map pick. And we've had some really interesting stuff. So obviously, Lythi and I were sitting around, we're looking at the possible agent compositions, and it's really exciting because it feels like there's a lot of interesting adaptations coming through here. But count them 2 times that Vitality have played on this map in the last few months with their 0% win rate, they've been playing on Omen, which is questionable at best.
Yeah, on the other side, Tenstar is running the Brimmy with the Stimmy, but which is an agent opposite to the Omen I really love. You can do so much zoning with the ultimate, especially on that A side, but also Brim smokes. I mean, anyone who has solo queued into a Brim on Bind will absolutely know this is a hate scenario. You really don't want to play through these smokes. On top of that, you gotta say it. Vitality has played 2 games of Bind. They've not won a single one of those. But what I am super curious about is the defensive side of Tenstar on Bind.
Yeah, what I also kind of found interesting is we've also got the Viper available for Vitality, which could come through here. And that could make the defensive half that a little bit more difficult for Tenstar because it doesn't look like they're going to be running a Viper of their own. And that's going to possibly put a spanner in the works of space control. But they are running the Fade and the Sky. So there's a lot of information gathering there. There's a lot of potential initiation.
One final question before we look at the agents as well is the fact that these two teams haven't been playing in officials for about a month, and keep in mind, teams that competed in Masters came here to scrim. How do you think it may change their agent select and their performance in this map?
Well,
we'll get to see it straight away, I guess.
Yeah, well, there you go. Definitely seeing some of those changes that we were hoping for. I see where you were leaning because the Astra is out, and that is super fascinating to me. I know that like Paper X was running it on like Breeze. Some really interesting results there. Yes, we bow to the Paper X supremacy. I don't know how well this is going to work out. I do like the fact that we've got raises across the board here, but again, that Viper difference could be night and day.
So I got it, as someone from the DACH region, I got to channel my net sesh here a little bit and fangirl about this. I do like this pick. I still think the Brimstone is, if not equal, if not better than the Astra here, but I still like the flexibility she brings to the table, especially with the stuns, with the gravity welds, and of course that ult to just divide aside and even out, well, either the approach or the retake or the defensive side, whatever you really want. On the other side, you got Raze, Fade, Chamber, just good old classics. It's a solid offensive comp that Tenstar is running, and quite honest with you, I think that's a 2-0 for me.
I'm sure you're very glad to see adaptations from the previous agent selections they've had on these maps. So really cool to see they've now come into their own, but it's also time to see how they work in practice. As we head over to Bind, it's our casters Pansy and Tom.
Yeah, thank you. And Tom, I think the desk was alluding to this as well, but are you worried now looking at this map coming up in second place after we've just seen that obviously Tenstar is far more dangerous than potentially I expected, which is, my bad here. With this map now on the horizon, where does this put your expectations?
I think, honestly, coming into this one, you have to favor Tenstar just because it's a map. It's one of the weaker maps. Unfortunately, Vitality have a few. Now, I will say I like the adaptation they pulled in. If your composition doesn't work, steal Fanatics. It's a very good way to live your life. Yep. So I think going into this one, realistically, there's some decent opportunities. I also think Batty G is a fantastic Astra player. So I think that it might lean into some of the more comfort choices that they could have had anyway, and if it's then also Fanatics comp, that's just a good couple of things that you can play around.
So, as the desk kind of alluded to, we know that this isn't a commonplace map for Vitality. However, where does this sit for Tenstar in your mind? Is this something that they can lean on? Is this a map that they have played before? Have they got decent results here?
Yeah, they've won it the last 5 times they've played it, so I think it's very much a comfort pick. Also, the last 3 of them were against the same opponent, and they got better each time, which I think is always like, even though I haven't watched those games, I'm not going to claim that I'm the big nerd when it comes to Tenstar. If you're playing the same opposition again and again, and you're improving your result, that's impressive, because even if, again, I'm going to bring up Fnatic, can't believe I'm doing that, but you look at their fight versus FPX on Icebox, it got worse over time because FPX started to adapt. Yeah. If you're getting better, that means you're adapting to the things that people are trying to adapt onto you.
Yeah, it's quite the prospect, right? So let's see what Tenstar does on this attacking side. Anything that garners our attention, and how does Vitality look? Because, I've got to say it, Sender did start really hitting his stride throughout that first map towards the end. Started to find a little bit more value. And well, they've just found a completely free site, haven't they? But fast wraps on the way, and are they just pushing CT? Oh my god, they're just pushing CT. They're just going straight through. It's a train of destruction. They left Caspi back to take some of the damage, but they've succeeded. They've almost oversold here. Hyper has to now go huge. They're caught in between a rock and a hard place, and maybe there's still a chance at this for Vitality. Badigi getting closer and closer, but Hyper's gone. They've lost the back line, and now these two feel just, a bit like a paper tiger. Not particularly as intimidating as expected. And no, Maniac now just turning up the pressure. Badigi reads it really well, but again, he'd have to still find, even if he wins this fight, 2 more opponents, and he's not going to do that. This is a perfect start for Tenstar, and what a tone to set. Pushing CT after the back of that.
Yeah, I will say if you watch that piss around you and I'm going to try and use that in my matchmaking game, don't, because I think they did the hard work of taking the entirety of the site and then went, well, we could take both sites, and just started running through. I think mostly the reason they stopped was just because Baddy went, do you want to run through my smoke? And everybody in the universe said, no, please don't do that. But yeah, the fact that they still win it relatively clean, even with some of the most audacious pistol round strats I've ever seen, fair play.
I don't even mind it that much, considering there was that crunch on the way coming in through shower. I actually don't mind them taking a little bit of a proactive fight towards CT, keep some space. It's risky, but I don't mind it. Now the buyback in, it is a Shiko, and obviously we've got Spectres on the other side. And shower control should be pretty much taken over now.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if there's anything on the Vitality side that they've like specifically practiced in some of those like breaks, I guess, between Masters and now, because ultimately going into a match, an important match, and one that obviously you're 1-0 down now, and picking a new composition, it's a bold way to go about things.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it looks like this B piece is en route. Now, those to stop it, the tank would be one of them, and Baddy G the other. So timing on this, but the set piece on way. You can already see its intention. Baddy G has to stay topped on this, and he doesn't get noted, but they still check. It wasn't the cleanest check, but Caspi still got it. And the shutdown's coming into place. Hyper the last one alive, and it is flawless in this round. This is quite clean, to say the least.
Yeah, I also want to watch out for Maniac on this map, because realistically, he's gone from Chamber, where a lot of the time you're going to be posting up. He was lurking quite heavily. Sure. Now he's very much that tip of the spear, and they've taken that role and put it onto Caspi, which, considering he was almost the opposite, like he was playing that KO, pop flashing through, taking space, and setting up a lot of the rounds. So it's quite a drastic change from the previous map, but I'm just like, again, I'm really enjoying Tenstar. There seems to be a lot of versatility within their own players. And that is rare.
It's wonderful to see, isn't it? It does give you some high hopes for these sort of teams. Now, the bonus coming in here is critical for Vitality in my mind. I want to see no mistakes. I want to see, at bare minimum, 3 alive. You're holding them to a higher standard now. They have the rifles. It is still light armor for vast majority, so certainly not comfortable. We have to wait and see. Because Tenstar, if they've got a plan in mind, it seems just like traditional default, nothing too wild, trying to build a little bit of a battle over towards showers, drawing out that utility. You can see them slowly starting to congregate over towards that short plate. Really, I'm looking at Sender to be critical. Smoke's being called into effect. They know that that commitment towards shower is still in play.
Oh, control already taken. Grab wells so far have been on point from Baddy G, being able to slow down pretty much everything. Now they know there are players towards showers. They spotted them in the early fight. It's Sender that might be a bit of a nasty surprise. And Sender, well, he actually only gets one. How have they traded that so well?
It's so much information garnered at the start and so much capability to work off that information. Baddy G and the tank, not particularly complementary positions now, but Baddy G tries to make that individual play just around the side of the smoke, and Caspi all too aware, all too quick to respond to it. And this plant isn't particularly complementary to where the tank's working from. They're safe from this angle. Yes, you may note one off the back of a heal, but the tank's got so many threats. 2 of them swing. And my God, Tenstar, you're making a fan out of me here, because again, when I said Vitality had to win this round and do it in good fashion, I didn't expect Tenstar to win it with 3 of them alive, walking away with 3 rifles. I mean, what a dream come true.
Well, bear in mind the last map, Vitality got a 4-0 start.
Yeah.
So that's a terrifying prospect. Like, this could be an absolute slaughter if there's not a quick response. And that's the thing. Like, you look at the actual setup there for Vitality, they keep the 2 showers, but then they have Sender basically as that snake in the grass, the stab in the back. He gets 1 kill. They're so ready for anybody to make that move, which honestly is ridiculous, because you've seen those other 2 players. I don't even know why you're thinking about that 3rd one, but it seems like Tenstar always are.
We're going to see this default tested. We saw Tenstar hold this even in the last round for quite some time. It was all kind of working towards that A piece eventually, but I'm wanting to see how well it fares here. Maybe seeing that they could maybe aggress a little, but again, you can see the check back in here from Styx. No freebies here. And this default seems to be holding true to the test of time. God, this just bodes so well for that I guess, in-between area from tier 1 to tier 2, right? These are the teams that can take maps, that can look dangerous. You know, you look at, Big, who qualified, Focus, who made it through to challenges before. And I still think, given opportunity, given, different circumstance, they could have even taken more damage against the big boy teams. Now, for now, Vitality are calling in for support. They're in the right place for this. The double stack up towards Octagon. You got Sender there, tucked into the corner, anti-flash. Great contact.
Oh.
There's the flash, turns it. He's fine. It's not clean. Oh, mistakes being made in unfortunate situations. And, well, Hyber with a shot.
Maybe a little bit early with the Seekers going through moments later, but they've spotted nigh on every single player on that side of the map, so just going to be the quick rotation. Time is of the essence, though, Lauren, but that flash has actually forced Smoke called back.
Yeah, and it's giving them that early heads up. Nice little molly hitting towards that CT side. Yeah, that flash was great. Just gives them that little bit of inclination the player is that second closer. This retake becomes so difficult. Badigi needs something here. Did at least get the rifle, and it's gone. Blink and you miss it. That rifle's on the ground. Hyber hit a good shot before. Not going to get a second shot at it. Flash again. Bone cold. He's not getting away with anything. Ooh, gets away with that, though. But no more. To stand, and Tenstar are just going through the motions here. This is very good Valorant.
Yeah, well, this is the map that, as I said, when we saw Ballista in the past, made me a fan. Because they were more than willing to sort of re-aggress and take space that a lot of teams won't take, but they're very aware of where they need to place all of their utility. It seems like Bold has sort of brought in that same mentality here with Tenstar, where it's like, okay, we need a flash to catch the rotator, then we need a Molotov to force them back. And that's with 17 seconds. Like, you could blame any team for being a little bit panicked there. No, they're controlled. Calm.
And Vitality trying to at least get some of those ults coming through online. We need to start talking about that ult economy as well. Obviously, Styx utilizing theirs. Maybe the timing was a little hit and miss. Maniac got his. Bold not far away. Caspi, of course, hearing that ring through the map. Ooh, the tank. Playing dangerous games. It has to back away. Gets noted. And you can see the space now being toyed with, being taken. And Badigi wants to overextend, and rightly so. Takes a little bit of room back here. Maniac now down. Does he catch the fallback? There it is. So smoke goes in the way, gives a little bit of safety for the rest of Vitality to fall away to site. And they have held this default the entire time, so they still have options towards this A site, Tom.
Yeah, there is still utility to deny them that extra little bit of space. I imagine a Gravwell is going to come through. The second contact is made. Even still, though, there's only 2 players within this site. Now, steps have been heard. Straight away, Poison Orb up, and that would delay them at least for the moment.
But can anyone get punished on rotation? The flash, I don't know if it actually caught on Caspi, but regardless, the rotates are on the way, so he needs to get over there and try and help these boys out. Spike cannot be planted just yet, and there's the TP taken. And bear in mind that Caspi was a little bit further ahead, right? Now, the tank going to try and dip back through as quickly as possible, try and catch him on the way back down. There it is, good shot, and a great follow-up as well. Fighting Styx is perfect. Caspi now. Oh, my word, Caspi, he got the follow-up. 10 seconds. Is there any more to be found here for this man? No. 7 seconds left, it's all but over. Badigi secures the round, but that got dangerous.
Yeah, I think a bit more patient. That's the thing. They get that initial aggression. Funnily enough, it's Badigi. Like, I don't think you want your Astra taking the first fight in too many rounds, but hey, gets them that opener, and then they slow it down. They have all that utility to fall back on it. It's the first time where we've actually seen some of these fights really go their way. Natank doing incredible work, but there's always still just these blips, these moments from Tenstar where you think, no, surely this one isn't going back.
Okay. First one found, Vitality. And it looks way heavier committed towards this A site now. And the ult's ready to go. Okay, shower control instantly found, but nothing there. So no giveaway on that. No tell off the back of it. We can hear the ult being popped as well. And instantly they back away. Maniac going to take all that space clear through by U-Haul. When's he posted? Maybe just down towards CT. Yeah, gets nothing, but he gets the sight. That's enough for now. Paint shot to follow and looks towards heaven, but the site's theirs. We're in post-plant territory so early.
It seems like Badigi about to utilize a Cosmic Divide. Try and section them off from the plant, but there's still an aggressive position of Caspi. It's such a nasty spot, and it has to be cleared.
Caspi, how much can you get? Maniac's still good for one. On the timing, not good. Extended with a perfect swing and the perfect follow-up. Doing it all to sticks and break, and that molly is on the way. This is still going to be difficult. The ult comes in as well. Time being bought and bodies being dropped. Tenstar still hold this down. Forced to spray. Sticks, good for it. 70 HP. He's going to force this one. Force the issue. He's got it. Tenstar are just different right now. These guys are playing a fantastic game.
And the heartbreaking thing as well is, okay, they used a lot of ults. That would be the one takeaway I have from that round is you needed to use those to win the round. The problem is that's fine because there isn't much to fight back with in this next one from Vitality because their economy is in the bin once again. Like they'll have a few ults that they can invest into, but there's just so many players on that opposing side of Tenstar that can step up. And well, we mentioned Sticks in the last map having impact plays. He's done it once again, and for the other side, well, as you can see, it's a buy, but it's not a good one.
Yes. It's not good, Tom.
They can have Viper's Pit, you know?
Right?
But Sender's bought a Sheriff, so he's not using it unless he's mad.
No, it's all good. It's fine. They okay. Didn't get the full information. Here comes Crunch, turn splash. Oh god, he just turned that so easily. Sender with a banger, finds two. Okay.
Okay.
But they are going to take this side in the meantime. But do they get to catch the spike on the cross? Bald's on the way. He's absolutely hooning it. There we go. Spikes across. Bone cold. There is another player left behind, which will be Caspi. He is Badigi a mile away.
Teleport.
We'll give away his position.
He's got a trap, so he knows they're not there. He knows they haven't pushed far enough forward, so he has the information that fight was free to take. It's intelligent, and now can isolate, but Bone Cold's made this one interesting.
Oh, coming on. Does it go deep enough to reveal any of them? No, and they can take that space back. Bold could potentially go back if he wanted to, but it does at least tell them that there's room to work with here and give them the idea of potentially these post-plant positions, but it's tricky. And Tenstar look calm, they look composed. And that's going to be the pain shell gone. He's dead, yeah. Panic dead. And doesn't even get it to half. Now Sender up against Bold. And he's got the timing right on this one. Doesn't need to overcook it. There we go. Bold's done really well here. This is lovely work. Extremely composed here. Tenstar just going through the motions, it feels. Currently outdoing Vitality on all accounts.
I love the commitment there of just making sure that nade lands because that player is 100% dead if they go anywhere near the spike. It's just, again, it's the same moments where we're talking about Tenstar and saying, like, a lot of teams in really high-pressure moments will crumble. This team thrives. Like, they're willing to sacrifice themselves for the squad. And again, okay, in terms of investment, it wasn't massive. And Vitality, that was a wonderful set play. Like, Sender getting a couple of kills. They now come in with a purchase. The problem is you're already looking at a 6-1 scoreline, so there has to now be a response.
Well, there's that ult that you noted is going to be committed towards that B site, so locking off a fair amount of things. But again, you've just got to say, Tenstar just seems so well equipped for this. And I'm a little flabbergasted, and again, call it my naivety towards this level of play and who these players are, but you can see so much potential in this 10-star roster. Some of these players, the way they approach the game is just fantastic. It's fabulous to see. How much more do they have left? All the information in the world.
Blinded.
Flash gets turned, but still, they know that Showers is going to be a contested point. That addition of Badigi committed here, though, could be influential. Oh dear.
Ooh.
That's time for a panic button press. Has to get out of there. 55 HP. Better gets to keep his life. And look at Maniac just instantly on his trail. This guy's ferocious. Takes over U-Haul. He's going to continue to push. This is the CT play again. The deep flash he eats. Just a little too much for the kind of pressure off the back of it. And the tank on the other side. Waiting for this, and here comes the pressure. The flash is great, but he eats too much of it himself, and Caspi just holds Town Mouse 1. And again, these plays, these deep CT plays are maddening. They're completely just negating any of that shower presence. They just say, screw it, keep showers, we'll take CT.
Right. I'll be honest, I can't think of a single tier 1 team that does that.
No.
Definitely not twice. Definitely not twice. But that's the thing. And the thing is, the last team I can think of that did do this was Ballista, which was, again, led by Bold. It's just a thing of this in-game leader where he goes, okay, well, you've confined yourself to this idea. screw your idea of how we play the game. We're doing it our own way. And yeah, sure, like the compositions they're running, it's not like it's anything particularly crazy. They're very much within the meta, but it's his calling. And it's not like these plays are like stupid or anything like that. They all come with a basis of utility and a basis of information that they already have. It's brilliant.
It's really nice to see this map being looked at in a different way, or at least kind of divided in a different way, right? Like, we have seen teams completely navigate around that showers control. If someone's committed to it, they'll just, you know, adjust a little off the back of it, kind of play around that, but not to this extreme degree, right? No, I don't see many teams taking, you know, deep CZ control, not just once, but, you know, a couple of times, right? This is now getting to the point where it's like, oh, this is something they actually do. And for Vitality, they look completely unawares as to how to handle that. It's just not a common thing we've seen, but I think it looks wonderful. It's really quite cool to witness, and I'm sure if teams got, you know, a longer look at this, if tier 1 teams got a hold of these pieces that they like to run, the tells that they have, there'll be a counter. But does Vitality have that capability? That's the big question in my mind, is how the hell are they going to deal with this? Do they have that ability to adjust on the fly now?
Yeah, and I think the hardest thing as well is that most of these have been mid-round calls. It's on the fly stuff. So to adapt to it, you almost need to be adapting to it in the moment. And while Bone Cold is an exceptional in-game leader, but as of right now, he is being played.
Oh, straight up playing chess and bowling on the side. Well, it's just what are you meant to do with this? They're so good at this game. Like, I don't expect this level of outplay. I really don't. Like, I know that sounds so, I don't know, almost underestimating teams, but just to this degree, like, experienced players, you constantly get, you know, poached to come up and, oh, we need a fifth, we need someone to stand in. It's always players from teams like Vitality, right, that we see often being brought through, that we saw at the very start of Valorant on that cusp. We're just seeing this really well-rounded 5-man squad, Tenstar. So sick to see.
Yeah, and the thing is, in these anti-eco rounds, making it look easy.
Yeah.
Catching the aggression, they're playing these slow defaults, they wait for that execution to come through, they wait for any sort of play that can be made, and they shut it down. And even if they get caught slightly, they're very good to just react and bring themselves back into the round, especially once they get into the afterplant. It just seems like they're devastating. Lovely shot from Sender. The thing is, though, as said, he's had his moments throughout the series. He has, but he's not on that role anymore. He's not playing that agent that allows him to basically just run and try and find them opening jewels. And he has done it at times, even still in this map, but it just seems like there needed to be someone else to step up, and unfortunately, there has not.
No, and I think if we holistically look at this, just, you know, almost kind of above table, right? You've got to say, as a collective, Tenstar look a million miles better in this. Vitality, we know that they're good 5 players, right? They're exceptionally good. Like, we all know that they are very, very talented mechanically. Like, we're just throwing that around. I mean, perfectly put into place by Sender. But again, as a 5, this looks like a robust team rather than 5 very talented individuals, because we're just not seeing that synergy be able to handle what Tenstar are doing. So a little bit of a different look this time. Far more emphasis on taking that kind of, you know, B-long control, early control towards Hookah as well. This is much different pace to this.
Yeah, looking like after the Hookah controller's gonna miss, they might attempt a re-aggression in towards long. Pop flash ready. Player blinded, but, well, he's gone.
What's the end goal here? The end plan. Hybers just unleashing through to the TP. One goes. Could be caught on the other side of this, though. So expect that in the kill feed, potentially. Oh, well. Paddy G completely unawares, and there was that kill in the kill feed coming in. Bone Cold finding Styx, who took that TP. They still need success on the side, though, because Tenstar are outnumbering here. And look at the last 2 positions. Sender and Bone Cold are so far away from this site.
I don't know how they managed to win those fights so cleanly. They knew they were in the smoke, but even still, both players land the shots, and, well, the flank control is coming through, but just getting these players out of position, that's the thing. Tenstar, after plants, well, thus far it's always been a dub.
Look at these positions. So hard to pry them out of. Got the ult as well. That's another couple of seconds. Lovely stuff. Take that. Next tap, who's going to take that first fight? There it is. Bold there.
All of
ready
them.
to go.
All of them.
All swing at once. I mean, they outnumber them, right? Like, if you swing together. And the scoreline is now just drastic, Tom. We're at 9-1.
Oh, they're getting pounded. In every sense of the word, whether it be the entry kills, whether it be those after, like I think that's actually been surprisingly that's been the part I've actually enjoyed the most because every single after plant, there's not been a moment where I sat there with Tenstar and gone, they could have used that. That would have been smarter. That would have been better if they did that. No, every single piece, and then you just got the timing again. Like I think other teams would have had U-break would have had a hesitation like what? So basically I'm going to swing and die and going to rely on you guys? No hesitation. Instant swing. No doubt they're waiting for him. But then his teammates easily get the trade. They have so much faith in each other. I love it.
Oh, man. These guys are built different. I can't believe Vitality is out one round. Like, bone cold. Send it. Like, I look at that roster, I'm just like,
man won champions.
Like, can we take a second to appreciate that? It's the pace of this game, I think, if anything, right? The evolution of teams. Now, Bone Cold's in a position to do something with this, and he goes for the first. Could have probably let the play across.
He didn't even get the first.
Nope.
He didn't even get the first.
Nope. Nope. Bloody hell. Bloody hell. What are we... Oh! So put a fork in it. This one's done.
Lauren, do you remember when Guild X accidentally forfeit?
Yes, I do remember that, Tom.
That might be a good strat for Vitality right now.
Man, it's just, I haven't seen a lockout like this in a really long time. Genuinely, like I never expected to see it to this degree, right? And that's saying even with big coming into the and focus when they qualified through. And we've seen one-sided scorelines. It's not that. It's not even the scoreline that's how it is. It's how these rounds are going down. They haven't been close. Like they haven't. This is rough for Vitality, and I'm sure quite the wake-up call. They're obviously not out. This is a decent format here, so they do get the chance to kind of run it back through, but. Man,
it's going to be them versus XL.
Yeah.
Like it's basically going to be the elimination of the big orbs.
Yes, that's the mad part to me, right? Like, can you believe that's happened already? What is this?
Oh, that's wild. And now you're just seeing like, wow. I'm going to call them audacious strats, but if you're sat in your own poison orb in mid, I feel like you might have run out of ideas. It looks a bit silly now when there's no poison orb.
Doesn't look as good, no. And again, I think this just kind of really characterizes how important map 1 was to Vitality's potential success in this entire matchup, right? Like, this is purely the knock-on effect of having a very limited map pool. That if you get put into these positions and you haven't got that map veto right, this is what can happen. Again, way different tempo being shown by Tenstar here. The timing. You're very lucky. You're very lucky. Very, very lucky. There's going to be a lot of players here.
Sticks. He has to die. He has to die. And they actually managed to escape and get the Viper's Pit. You know what? That was a success. But Bold is already wrapping back around behind them. Okay, never mind.
Spike down A.
There we go. There we go. Sometimes you get a little weird with it.
How's that the strat that worked?
Don't question it. Sometimes you gotta, play outside of the normal realms.
10 seconds left.
Maniac's in danger. I'm in danger.
He's got 6 seconds to kill everyone, so, I think there's...
It didn't happen.
And it is Sender again. Like I said, he's been that sort of glimmer of hope for Vitality. He's going to have an absolute worldie of a second half because, I've heard of the 9-3 curse. I don't even really believe in that. I definitely don't believe in the 10-2 curse.
Last player standing.
Well, again, the internet getting a little frustrated with the outcome so far, 2-10. And I think the main thing here is how we got to this point. I've seen 2-10 games that are ridiculously close. Like, the scoreline does not do the game justice. These rounds have just been bizarre. very out of the norm, out of my normal expectation. Obviously, we know Vitality aren't particularly brilliant on this map. It's not one in their wheelhouse, but man, you got to be just tilted off the face of the earth here as well. So we go back in, second half, 2-10. It has to start with a pistol. No two ways about it. Vitality, you know what you need. And already, Caspi catching at least a glimpse of one on the cross.
Okay, he's been isolated by Bone Cold. That's at least something. That gives him an afterplant. Stick still manages to at least hold on to a little bit of map control, but the fact they're already clearing everything behind them, Vitality are in a fantastic spot here.
Okay,
they comboed him.
Yeah.
They comboed him.
Oh dear. Right. But how do they pry these players out of their last positions? You just can't. Do they get halfway, though? No, denied. Big denial coming in there. That was actually so critical. Battlegy and Bone Cold now just spamming away. The timing! Call with utility in hand. Are they going to get this? They have plenty of time.
Yes.
Bloody hell.
That was a 4v5 pistol retake, and they had almost 12 seconds left on the clock at the end. I also want to say the fact that in that scenario, they're using a C's paint shell combo to get the entry back into the site. I've said it enough this game. I love this team. It's like they've thought of everything. Flash clears as well. Like, that's the thing. I think Sky actually got an assist because the player who got seized and naded was also blind.
Isolate and exterminate.
Right.
It's gorgeous.
I purely want to watch this game back and just look at what Tenstar are doing. Obviously, when we're kind of watching this as casters, we're looking at, both sides of the coin, how it just kind of shakes down. But I want to go back and just see what Tenstar have been doing. Just, that dedication to how they've approached this game, because it seems so out of the norm. Now, again, Vitality, I think, have been caught off drastically by that. Knowing this isn't a comfortable map, they don't have the capability to take it back into hand, right, by any account. But, man, this has just been such a unique game. And it's rare. I feel like we watch a lot of Valorant to see something that completely puts us in, a different position. We're like, oh, wow, okay, that's kind of surprising. It's really cool. And now we can see the force up coming out. Stick's going to get contact. Ooh, careful now. Spotted a lot of players. That's a big amount of information gathered. And the win on the other side of the map. So Extremity gets one, at least on one side of the map. Again, good priorities worked out by Tenstar here. What does Vitality do now? They're a player down. They've been noted. Where do they take this?
They're going to get noted again. The trap's still in, so they know there hasn't been any rotation just yet. Tried to swing out. Oh, it's all too easy. The smoke hadn't gone up yet. Mistimed in their pushing towards the site. They've also pop flashed out of that smoke to try and delay them a little bit. Hyber needs a kill here, and he's going to get it with the flash back. Fair enough.
Okay. You need a couple more of those, and it's game back on. But look at these positions again. Hyber, come on. You're going to have something here. Bold just being a nuisance. Playing that clock perfectly and actually doing so much damage. Sender, he's still being toyed with. It's down to a 2v2. It's the spray.
Enemy remaining.
Sender just gets shredded. And Batty G has so few options. Good work towards break. 3 HP. And he's just been overwhelmed, overrun, and the defuse has time. This is just blowing my mind.
Well, we might be watching a team with some of the best communication ever. Like, the fact that he's spamming the smoke because his teammate is saying he's running back out. So it's like he's getting tagged on the way and thus can't escape the peak. Like, what? That's so ridiculous.
It's beautiful. Full faith in every piece of utility invested. The trades are great. Like, everything they do is really good.
Yeah.
And maybe it's because Vitality aren't that good here. Like, I want to try and keep it in the realms of reality before I lose my mind, just like straight up huffing like hopium of these guys. But it has been brilliant to watch. Now that gives away the game. You can see Sticks just, they're just over-aggressive.
He gets away.
And he's alive.
Gets away.
Oh, and they have control
on
the map.
They got him.
I mean, it's still a 4v3, Tom.
Hey, that's better than most odds we've had in this game so far.
Not wrong, not wrong. I mean, but look where both of these kills happened. They've got still so much room to take, so much space to get through. These two kills happened so deep towards the T side of this map. They're actually going to peel back from this. Now, again, the information will flow through. Caspi will be aware of this. What can Vitality do about it?
info there. Cosmic Divide going to section things off, but with Bathroom's control, it's going to be interesting to see where they plant. Now, the good thing is because of this Cosmic Divide, chances are you can't really have much of a peek through, but Tenstar looking like they're more than happy to play the retake. No ultimates online, but they do still have quite a lot of utility. Boombot, paint shells, you've also got the Seize and the Haunt available, so a lot they can play with here.
Yeah, they should have options. And Caspi's just creeping out of showers dry. They're getting so close by. They're on the spike. Didn't quite get it like going, but Breaks just got 2. And now it's just Batty G. This is unthinkable scenes right now. Surely 13. Batty G, how much damage can one man do? It ain't gonna be enough. 13 to 2. Tenstar decimate Vitality.
I am in shock and awe. Like, they were impressive in the first map, but I've just watched probably one of the biggest organizations in the entire world get bullied after purchasing a lot of incredibly talented players. The fact is, I hate to say it, but you look at this team list, I feel like Sender, in most people's estimations, might be towards the bottom of that list. The fact is, though, we've not seen much from Bone Cold, Hyber, even Batty G on this map got slammed. This was a masterclass, and every single member within this 10-star roster could easily be on that MVP vote in a moment, Lauren. But the fact is, I don't know. I genuinely, of the teams we've seen today, and yeah, maybe Vitality are just not as good as we expected, but realistically, they've been the most impressive.
Dude, it's actually been outstanding to watch. We do, however, need to get your thoughts at home. The MVP vote is still obviously going for this game, and there's some couple of options here. I mean, honestly, take your pick. There actually are a really good couple of shouts, but honestly, Tom, it has been a pleasure casting with you today. It's been very good fun. Thank you for stepping in for sickly boy Hypoc. Hopefully he stops dying of the plague. But as said, it's actually been such a treat today to see this quality of team coming out from the regional leagues. But as said, there'll be more of this to come. Maybe not today, but we will be going back to the desk to wrap everything up.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Bold Hypoc. It's been a marvel having you cast these games, but it's been a marvel watching this game in particular. And I really don't have any specific question, rather than asking you, Lythi, what the hell happened?
Quite honestly, I think Tenstar was just flexing on Bind. You can't call it anything else, man. That was so good.
I am honestly feeling so smug right now. Like, the smugness is just exuding from me because, wow. I said that Tenstar was going to be an absolute monster in this tournament, the Polish super region. And honestly, like, this isn't the first time that Tenstar have managed to somehow scout out an absolutely phenomenal team. So serious props to them, serious props to Maniac, who, as we noted, is a little bit of a maniac.
Absolutely. I mean,
absolute maniac.
Yeah, we had some crazy plays come out, and not just Maniac. I was about to call him Maniac, but Maniac, some really, really great stuff, but also Bold, the IGL, once again stepping up.
Bold different?
He's just Bold different. Exactly.
Wow, the pans are just insane today.
And I thought I was the bad one.
Are they maniacal?
Wow. Zesh will be really proud of all these Eshdisms.
You're absolutely bone.
Thank you.
We really do excel at this, don't we?
Oh, okay. Let's wrap this up.
Let's continue.
We gotta cut it.
Let's just talk about essentially what went so good about Tenstar. They were super, super aggressive today.
They were super aggressive, but also they just outplayed Vitality. They read them so well. Vitality with a very predictable play style in the regards to when they would start pushing, especially on the defense side. Tenstar took advantage of that very, very well. And on the other side, I mean, wasn't really much of an attacking half for Vitality after that.
This is my thing, though, because so Bind, we knew that it was going to be Tenstar's map pick. They always pick into Bind. And during the playoffs of Surge, I had the absolute pleasure of being able to watch party one of Tenstar's games live on the Tenstar Twitch channel. And I was watching them play Bind, and literally, like, the way Pansy was reacting to Tenstar playing, it was me. I was exactly the same. Like, how are they doing this? And it was that map, when I was talking about how good their executes are, it was based off of watching them play that Bind map in playoffs. So this, to me, is completely unsurprising.
I mean, it's just Tenstar. Tenstar style Bind, it's gonna be one of the maps where this team has to be beaten on if you play against them more, unless you can ban it, in which case, quite honestly, you should ban it against Tenstar.
I want to double back on what we previously mentioned in pre-game about the map pool of Vitality that was fairly limited. How did that sort of reflect in this particular series?
Well, this is the thing, because they have their insta-ban, right? But because they have 2 maps on 0% win rate and 1 map that they've literally never played before, having such a shallow map pool, as good as your players are, it's going to be a detriment 9 times out of 10. And that played out for us in 4K vision so perfectly. And I really think that this is going to be one of the biggest detriments, especially because, and I'm going to kind of jump the gun a little bit here, but something that we'd mentioned in the first map was how hero plays had really become a big theme and the tactical prowess had been a little bit lacking. As we moved in onto Bind, even Vitality's mechanical prowess went out the window there, and they were just getting completely outdone by Tenstar in every single avenue.
I kind of got to strike some parallels to Excel here as well, because we were talking about how there's a good possibility Excel haven't been tested yet in their own region. It seems like for Vitality, these hero plays, this individual level of just pure skill and performance of these players was enough to carry them through. On a macro game level, on a strat level, they were not tested yet. They found their match in Tenstar. The question remains to be asked, how are they going to measure up against the rest of the teams of Group A?
Yeah, and I think Tom made a very nice statement at the during the game. It's like, we've got the tier list that we started earlier today that we will be showing later on again to see how they kind of stack up. Because honestly, getting all these regional leagues together, you never really know what's going to happen at the end of the day. So Tenstar, their playstyle, overwhelmed Vitality, really cool to see. But is there something that we can say for Vitality that they have as a go-to in case they want to? Well, of course they want to, but something really important. Maybe let's keep it for another time, actually, because we've got an interview ready with you, Break. So yeah, let's get this on the road. We got ourselves the interview. Let's get online. Congratulations on your victory. It's been a marvel seeing you guys perform like this. Honestly, I don't think anybody expected this. So yeah, just give us your thoughts around this.
Hello, thank you very much for the kind words. Yes, I don't think anybody expected us to win, and that is very, very cool that we did it. And we showed everyone that we are capable of doing it. And we are very, very proud of ourselves. Of course, it's just one step for us. We are really, really looking forward to playing XL tomorrow.
So you guys have had a massive streak of success recently, haven't you, right? I mean, you kind of look at the whole difficulties you were having during the regular season. Yeah, you tied first, but there was some scrappiness to it. Then playoffs came around. Then this match came around here in the regular season. Where would you kind of attribute your recent success?
I think our season in Viral East Search was not that great. We actually did well in playoffs. Then in final, we had a struggle. And I mean it, we were losing 2-9. I think our strong sides are definitely mental, great individual skills. And of course, we are being friends. We really enjoy spending time with each other. And we are really happy to play together.
We love to hear that, Break. We really do. Knowing that the team is well cohesive together, and we also saw firsthand the individual skill, it was really cool to see. Finally, what can you say to the doubters, right? You're coming in here as probably one of the dark horses of this tournament, as one of the teams that maybe have been underestimated. What have you got to say to the people that underestimated you?
I mean, it was pretty, I would say, obvious for every doubter to bet on Vitality. They're great players. They have great financial stuff. They have great preparation. But I think that with good heart, with great skills, we proved that we can beat them. And to the doubters, I think you have to keep an eye on us because we are not done yet.
I absolutely love how wholesome you are, Break. It's genuinely heartwarming. I look forward to seeing more of you guys now heading into the upper bracket of your own group. It's really cool to see. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been an honor having you, and good luck with your next games.
Thank you very much.
Well, that was the wrap-up with U-Break. What an amazing performance from him and his team. But it's time to break down a round 2, which I quoted while we were in the green screen, might I add, as a round where Vitality did everything right, but Tenstar were just better.
I do just want to say, basically, what he said was they won with the power of friendship. And I just love that. That's so anime. Okay, so I have this round to break down. And as you said, it's a round where Vitality do absolutely everything right, and somehow Tenstar do still just come out on top of it. So we're going to start it off here at the beginning of the round. And it starts off with like a ton of ultimates getting thrown out really, really early on. So it starts obviously with the Fade ultimate coming through, which gives a ton of information off the back of that. Let me just slow this down. Then they have the Showstopper as well. So basically what this does is it clears out the right side of the site and it clears out showers to give them all the space they need to take over the site. What do Vitality do? They actually push all the way, if we take a look here at the minimap, they pull all the way into the back of the site as far away as possible so that they can, you know, retake once all of those ultimates go through. So then we carry on with the round as it continues. And again, it's Vitality doing everything right. All of this space being created, wasting out all of this util. Now they utilize the Cosmic Divide. This is going to give them the space that they need to potentially try to retake. It backfires, because what do Tenstar do? They turn it around back in their favor. They start to take the space again, and here again, like some beautiful flashes start to come out as well, and it really is just Vitality trying so hard to regain control of the space. They get so many of Tenstar's players down, and it finally comes down to the final little 1v1 here towards the end of the round, the attempt at the defuse in the smoke, and as the smoke dissipates, that's a clean round. Vitality, literally, as all of those ultimates were coming in, they pull back. They want to make sure that they have space. They want to be able to re-aggress with the ultimate that they have, and Tenstar just go, nah. I see what you're doing, but no.
Wow, what a marvelous round. And I guess this game in particular also shows us that expectations can be thrown out of the window. And I think this next segment will also be very entertaining, because we will be looking back at the tier list you guys prepared early on today. And I think I want to start, I'm not quite sure which one comes first. If I'm not mistaken, it is going to be Lythi's.
Yeah.
So how does this fare in contrast to what you thought earlier?
So, I mean, I got some notes on this. Vitality on the S tier, quite honestly, just who cares? Who cares? Vitality does, in my opinion, did not show the S tier performance I was expecting out of them. The big names did not live up to their standard that they promised, for today at least.
Yeah.
I still think there's a massive turnaround potential, and I don't think I need to admit that Tenstar is just misplaced. So kind of swap Vitality and Tenstar, and then I think I'm good. Kase, I'd maybe rank them like half a rank up between S and A tier.
No such thing as a half a rank.
Half a rank?
Yeah.
A plus.
A plus. Thank you. Thank you.
Why not? What about you, Sam?
Well, as for me, what I wanted to do was to like grab a little paint pen and like make some changes, but no one would let me do that. So I guess I'll have to just stick with what I actually said. And it's not great. It's not great. I had way more faith in Vitality. I think, to be honest, we all did. But unfortunately, they did not perform to expectation. I think with this being day one, that might have also had a little bit of an impact there. But wow, did Tenstar overperform my expectations. I was their biggest fan coming onto this desk today, and even I wasn't entirely sure how they were going to do, but they really, really did surprise me. We're just going to pretend that Kase and XL never happened, okay? I never ranked them. It's not there. It is a trick of the light.
I can't believe it. S tier, both of the teams you placed there are both out. Well, not out, but they down to the lower bracket. Didn't succeed as much as we thought they would. But but this also gives us an opportunity to see where this leaves us when it comes to the bracket, right? Because we only looked at Group A teams compete against each other. So let's have a look, why don't we, at where this leaves us. With the two victories that the teams got today, it's Tenstar and Kase Esports to make it to the top and get themselves that upper bracket position. While to the lower bracket, we'll be looking at Excel versus Team Vitality. If I'm not mistaken, tomorrow, the matches that will be played is going to be Kase Esports versus the the Tenstar side that won. So we'll be looking at the upper bracket, but also having our first Group B game of Angry Titan versus Falcons. I want your guys' impressions because I don't think I have any of you on the analyst desk tomorrow, so I kind of want to hear what your thoughts are heading into tomorrow.
Tenstar versus Kase is gonna be hype as hell. I can promise that much. I mean, you said it already. Tenstar absolutely overperforming all expectations. Kase, they shook off the rust after game 1. They looked great in game 2 and 3. If they can match up to Tenstar, that's the big question that remains to me. So Group A, living up to the death name for sure. Oh, yeah. On the other side, Angry Titans, Falcons, we already spoke to it in the pre-show. Falcons has a rough Group B, but Angry Titans, well, they are not unbeatable.
I'm all aboard the Tenstar hype train now. I was always a believer. My belief was shaken, but now I'm back in. Tenstar on top, baby. That's who I think is going to take that first matchup. But given what I thought about XL and how badly that went, I think I'm also going to lean over to the Angry Titans side this time around. As much as I think that Falcons have an advantage in that they are one of the only 2 teams to be here for a second time, I don't know, man. Angry Titans, the DACH region, it's like it's on Poland level of just like put a team together and they will slap.
There's a reason we sent 2 teams to the VCT last promotion tournament.
Well, we will have our most valuable player of the match being shown as well, because obviously...
It's got to be Maniac.
It's got to be Maniac. I don't know. I don't think it's been as one-sided as it was the first particular best of 3, was it? So, yeah. I don't know. It could be either way. Who do you think, Lythi, it could be?
I gotta agree on Maniac, although Bolt probably gets pretty close to the vote.
Oh, could be.
If I had to pick one, right? So if we weren't going to like a vote and everyone was like, pick one, I'd go with Styx.
Well, drum roll, please, because we're about to get ourselves the reveal, the player of the match of this particular matchup. It's going to be Maniac, of course. Why do you think he deserves it then?
We highlighted him a couple of times throughout the show, and I think that he just kind of proved it. I mentioned kind of Zipan levels of Raze, and he does a phenomenal job of getting those really, really high impact kills. He often plays unpredictably, helps create space for the team, and I got to call back to the round that I was breaking down, how they move together as a unit to create space for themselves to get in onto site. You can see that he works so well with the rest of the team, but it's not enough just to work well together. You have to be able to get the results as well. And I think he does.
I mean, classic Poland level top aim. So
there you go.
Maniac just doing it all. I'm really curious what he can do against the other teams as well. You said it perfect. I can't add anything to that.
Well, there you go. A lot of surprises came in today's matches. I don't think anybody thought the outcomes would be as such. But I guess this leaves us happy and excited and looking forward to the rest of the tournament, the rest of Valorant Regional League. After all, this was day 1. So thank you, everybody, for joining me. Thank you, Sam and Lythi, for joining me on the desk as well. But for everybody at home, make sure you tune in tomorrow for more epic Valorant action. See you there.
If you win a few jokes and you came to the wrong show, yeah, the wrong show. Rain pours down like a king with a poncho, yeah, a poncho. But I'm never gonna stop till I get what I want, so yeah.